Chapter 32:47. After exiting the sea, the yacht turned right toward Zhejiang. It would only take about an hour. A dense fog appeared before them. Chen Zhao felt a strong magnetic field. The ship's navigation confirmed this. In a strong magnetic field, the navigation was almost useless. However, when the yacht entered the fog, Chen Zhao felt the extremely dense spiritual qi. It was so dense that it was suffocating. Chen Zhao felt like he was immersed in an ocean of spiritual qi. However, normal spiritualists wouldn't be able to stay for long in such dense spiritual qi. Otherwise, they would really explode from the spiritual qi here. Mr. Chun, do you know the origin of Big Mystery Island? I looked it up online yesterday, but I didn't really understand. I think it was only discovered this year. Chen Zhao felt that this information was a bit strange. This place was only about 100 kilometers away from Shanghai. It was considered the inland sea. How could there be an island that had just been discovered in such a close area? It was indeed discovered this year, Liu Yibo said. It's rumored that Big Mystery Island is one of the 3 legendary immortal islands. Chen Zhao had heard of this legend. The 3 immortal islands recorded in the classic of mountains and seas were Penglai, Fangzhong, and Yingzhou. Is there a deeper meaning to the name Big Mystery? No, it's just that the first person to discover it was a fisherman called Li Dao. He owed a bunch of money, so he drove his boat out to fish alone. No matter how small the boat is, it can't be moved without 7 or 8 people. In the end, he couldn't control it properly and entered the fog by mistake. When he realized something was wrong, he was already on an unfamiliar island. After he came back, he reported it to the government, and they gave him some money. Because he was the first to discover it, it was named Big Mystery Island. Okay, Chen Zhao had thought that there was something special about the name Big Mystery Island. The fog is harmless to the human body. Experts have already tested the air here. Apparently, there's some substance that's beneficial to the human body. I don't know what it is exactly, but it's beneficial. Also, after entering the fog, you can't use navigation. The satellite can't find the island either. You can only enter and exit the island based on experience. Chen Zhao glanced at the fog. The visibility was very low. If that's the case, traffic won't be very convenient. Also, with such low visibility, if a ship comes from the opposite direction, I'm afraid it'll collide when it's discovered. This can be considered a flaw of the Great Mysteries Island. Currently, I am also considering how to solve this problem after obtaining the rights to develop the island. Without navigation, it would be difficult for planes to navigate. After all, planes needed to be located and even ships needed to be located. Therefore, if the development was really carried out, the traffic would become a huge limitation. Currently, the solution we're considering is to build an undersea tunnel between Big Mysterious Island and Mo. Do you like Mysterious Island in Los Angeles? Yes, I plan to negotiate with the government to build it together and have joint ownership. It seemed that Liu Yibo was determined to win this government bidding. They hadn't even gotten the development rights, but they were already planning for the later stages of development. But that was what Chen Zhao saw in him. People with ability are always favored. How's the process of the bidding? Chen Zhao asked. Evaluation, positioning, profitability. These are the most basic operations. Most companies know about these things, but I believe that the government wants more than that, especially since this place is under the jurisdiction of the MOD government. This place will become a business card of MOD, especially the Southeast Asian region, which is deeply influenced by Chinese culture. As long as we plan it well, the Southeast Asian market will have more expectations for this place than Mysterious Island. Chen Zhao nodded. Then, what advantage do you think the other companies don't have? The so-called advantage is formed bit by bit. The other companies bidding against us are all big companies. None of them are weak, and their resources won't be too bad. We have more funds than others, more investment, better planning, better vision, and more profits for the government. The planning and design will also be more in line with the government's wishes. This will be our biggest advantage. Chen Zhao was even more satisfied. Liu Yibo wasn't blindly confident. What he said was also meaningful. He definitely wasn't just running his mouth. This was also what Chen Zhao saw in him the most. In fact, if he didn't win the development right this time. Chun Zhao also hoped to cooperate with Liu Yiba in other projects. The moment the yacht passed through the mist, Chun Zhao was mesmerized by the scene before him. All nature, all beauty, and all the scenery and poetry and paintings appeared before him. It was a huge island with a few mountains on it. The largest mountain pierced through the clouds like a huge sword piercing through the sky. Between the mountains, a few colorful clouds circled like ribbons. Before they even got close to the island, they felt waves of immortal air. It was worth it. This island was worth investing in. Chun Zhao made his decision immediately. It felt completely different from Mysterious Island. Mysterious Island was an island that had been completely developed. And this island was a pure land that had fallen from heaven to the human world. Chun Zhao looked at Liu Yiba. Will development damage the island's environment? No, this is also what I value the most. All the construction needs to be centered around nature and the sky. This is also Big Mystery Island's biggest selling point. I won't neglect the essentials. Chun Zhao nodded and continued admiring the beautiful scenery of Big Mystery Island. There are some strange creatures on the island, Liu Yiba said. Like Mysterious Island? Yes, but they won't cooperate or interact with humans like the magical creatures on Mysterious Island. Their habits and actions are more like wild beasts. Are there many? Not many, but they won't actively attack humans either. Because the dock hadn't been built yet, they could only use rubber rafts to reach Big Mystery Island when they were 1,000 meters away. Just then, Chun Zhao discovered some larger sea beasts in the sea. There seems to be something in the water. Chun Zhao pointed at a back that was poking out of the water. Oh, that's S-13, one of the new species on the government-numbered island. The government even named it a scale dragon. It's a carnivorous sea beast, but it won't attack humans. Apparently, when the government sent people to the island, someone accidentally fell into the sea, and that thing even pushed them to the shore. Chun Zhao discovered that the sea beast looked like a narwhal, but it was longer and had scales. It shouldn't be a dolphin. It was very fast, and there were spiritual chi waves around it. Chapter 32:48. Although there was a sea breeze, the waves around Big Mystery Island were still calm. However, the waves around Big Mysteries Island were quite calm. Of course, there were at least 3 billionaires on the kayaks. So, the crew was still very careful. If they fell into the water, no matter what happened, something would definitely happen to them anyway. Everyone safely landed on Big Mystery Island. It felt really, really good here. It was completely different from Mysterious Island. In fact, Mysterious Island wasn't even a real island. With every step, Chun Zhao could feel the resonance from the sky and earth. Those who weren't strong enough wouldn't be able to stay here for long. However, people like Chun Zhao felt completely different. Everything here was responding to Chun Zhao. Mr. Chun, huh? Boss Liu, you called me? Mr. Chun, what are you thinking about? You look so focused. Nothing. I'm just fascinated by the island's scenery. It's really picturesque. I feel like I'm in heaven on earth. Just then, a herd of white deer appeared at the edge of the beach. The deer weren't afraid of humans. They stood in the bushes at the edge of the beach and looked at the outsiders. They weren't natural creatures. They had powerful magical powers. But they looked very peaceful and didn't seem to be hostile toward Chun Zhao's group. Perhaps they'd never seen humans before, so they were curious about their appearance. They were probably wondering what kind of animals these guys were. Will it affect their habitat when we develop the island? Of course, but I'll make rules beforehand to avoid affecting them as much as possible, Liu Yiba said. Mr. Chun, you really care about the natural environment. No, I just think that the biggest selling point of this island is the environment. If we develop it too much, it'll lose its value. Liu Yiba nodded. He thought more than Chun Zhao. The group continued forward. After a while, a stone tablet suddenly appeared before them. Chun Zhao walked to it. There were 2 lines of words carved on it. Between the mountains and the mountains, by fate, one becomes an immortal. Mist and water are flawless. Clouds are sparse, and the moon is bright. Chun Zhao looked at Liu Yiba. What's with this tablet? Who put it there? This stone tablet was already there when it was first discovered. Therefore, The ancients must have been on the island before. In any case, there have been some experts trying to find ancient books to prove the origin of the Great Mysteries Island. However, until now, there has been no conclusive conclusion. Louis Ball paused and said, "Now, there's another theory. It's said that the stone monument hides the secret to immortal ascension. Ever since the photos of the stone monument were posted online, the entire internet has been discussing the contents of the stone monument. If it was time to develop this stone tablet, it would definitely be protected first. But now he could touch it directly." Chun Zhao strolled forward and reached out to touch the tablet. A ripple appeared on the stone tablet. It was not a ripple visible to the naked eye. Instead, it was an incomprehensible fluctuation. It was not the spiritual chi of heaven and earth, nor was it magical power. The ripple wasn't stopping him. Instead, they were spreading some information. This method of transmission was similar to the feeling he got from the key, but it was also different. The key belonged to Chun Zhao, so it could only be spread to Chun Zhao. However, the stone tablet's ripples were similar to a loudspeaker. Anyone with the ability to sense it would be able to sense it. However, the information that was being spread was not about any cultivation method or hidden treasures. It was more like some powerful ancient cultivator had left behind his own comprehension. Chun Zhao didn't know if this powerful cultivator was stronger than him, but he was definitely very, very strong. The path he took was completely different from Chun Zhao's, or rather, different from all the cultivators in the current world. Chun Zhao knew that Chinese cultivators were divided into ancient and modern ones. The ancient cultivators cultivated the ancient gods, while the current cultivators were immortals. However, the ancient gods could only vaguely obtain some shallow answers from the few words that were left behind. This should be the comprehension left behind by the ancient gods. For Chun Zhao, this kind of comprehension could help him fill in some gaps. However, it wouldn't help Chun Zhao's realm and strength. The others didn't sense the stone tablet's ripples at all. Only Imo Han could sense it. Imo Han looked at the stone tablet in shock, and then at Chun Zhao. He didn't know what had happened either. However, a mysterious feeling suddenly surged in his heart. Chun Zhao retracted his hand. This stone tablet was very magical, but touching it once was enough. He didn't need to take it away. Chun Zhao looked at the green mountains and clear water. He looked at the layers of mountains. There was something indescribable here. It was that everything was reasonable. In Taoist terms, it was Dharma. Everything here was within Dharma and Logos. Perhaps this was the ancient cultivator's Tao that he had left behind. He had used another method to pass down his Tao. Perhaps one day, someone would be able to inherit this Tao. But it wouldn't be today, and it wouldn't be Chun Zhao. Chun Zhao already had his own path. It was obscure and hard to understand, and the future was uncertain. This kind of comprehension was more like a mutual verification. It was more like a communication that was separated by thousands of years. Just then, a rainbow suddenly appeared in the sky above Big Mystery Island. However, it was different from the normal arcs of rainbows. The rainbow in the sky was in the form of a circle of light. It was like a huge rainbow covering the sky above Big Mystery Island. The scene was beautiful and dreamy. We're pretty lucky. We actually encountered a special aurora. Is that an aurora? Anyway, that's what the scientists said. They said that Big Mystery Island's magnetic field is special, which causes the aurora to be distorted. Chun Zhao glanced at Liu Yibo. How confident are you in getting the development rights? A conservative estimate is 60%. Liu Yibo could say that he was 60% confident, which was already a very high probability. After all, the bidders for the development rights were all top Chinese tycoons and top corporations. No one had absolute confidence. The difference between them wasn't big. On one hand, it depended on the capital invested. On the other hand, it depended on the government's intentions, whose development plan was more in line with the government's wishes. Everyone knew that the original ecology should be maintained. However, maintaining the original ecology was a big problem. I can't give any suggestions in terms of planning, but if it's capital investment, it's fine to exceed the budget, Chun Zhao said. If other investors feel that it's not worth it and withdraw, I'm willing to take over. I can even take over the entire project. Lu Yibo looked at Chun Zhao in surprise. He was surprised by Chun Zhao's confidence in the project. He was also surprised by Chun Zhao's wealth. After all, the current investors of the project were all top tycoons. Their current capital investment was in the hundreds of millions. Whether they invested or withdrew, they had to think carefully. However, Chun Zhao could make a decision so easily. This made Lu Yibo even more curious about Chun Zhao's wealth. Chapter 3249. Mr. Chun, are you that confident in this project? I only follow my feelings, Chun Zhao said honestly. Plus, I'm more confident in you. Hearing this, Lu Yibo was very happy. The greatest joy in life was to be recognized. Chun Zhao gave Lu Yibo a sense of recognition. It wasn't fake recognition. Lu Yibo could feel Chun Zhao's sincerity. They walked on Big Quinn Island for an hour. Then they returned. There was nothing on Big Quinn Island. There wasn't even a road, so there was nowhere to go. The sea fog around Big Quinn Island didn't pose any threat to ships. Apart from visibility, there was basically no trouble. Moreover, the range of a sea fog was not very wide, only a few kilometers. As long as they sailed in a straight line, they could pass through the fog in 10 minutes. For now, they had to turn on the lights to the maximum when sailing in the fog. This was to prevent ships from noticing too late. This was also the default rule of the international law of the sea when sailing in the fog at sea. It was already evening when they returned to Shanghai. Lu Yibo treated Chun Zhao and the others to dinner. As soon as Chun Zhao returned to the hotel, he received Zhang Ting's call. Boss, something happened to the company. Something happened? Is it a lack of funds? Or an employee left? Or was someone sued? This was one of the few things Chun Zhao could think of that could happen to a company. No, it's a problem with the office building. The person in charge of the company that we rented the office building suddenly informed us today that they want us to move out of the office building within 3 days. Otherwise, they will cut off the power to our company. Why? Did we owe them the rent? No. How is that possible? What a joke. With a boss like you, it's an insult to them to owe you the rent. Then why? Did you offend them? No. We had a good cooperation before. Then why did they terminate the contract? Or maybe they want to raise the price. They didn't say why. The person in charge didn't even talk to me. He just sent the notice. Then find a new office first. Also, since they broke the contract first, get a lawyer to sue them. We can't just let this go. Make it bigger, the better. Don't care who they are. Anyway, Chun Zhao wasn't in the country, so he didn't care about the guy's background. Also, don't be in a hurry to move the things out. Let them pull the switch, then say that the important documents were damaged due to the power outage. Give me a high price and make them feel the pain. Zhang Ting knew what Chun Zhao meant. He didn't care about money. Chun Zhao was too rich. But this kind of rich people had a special characteristic. He had a bad temper, especially when others didn't give him face. He would make the other party bleed at all costs. After saying a few words, Chun Zhao hung up the phone. To Chun Zhao, this was something that couldn't be any more insignificant. Chun Zhao didn't take it to heart. Even if the company moved, it would only delay the project for a few days at most. Chun Zhao could still afford this bit of money. Zhang Ting knew Chun Zhao's temper. Therefore, he directly spent money to find the media. Whether it was the print media or the online media, they all came up with a wave of publicity. At the same time, it became the top trending topic on Weibo. The company had previously published 2 full-length animated works. Because of the abundance of funds, the quality of the animation was rather high. Therefore, it was considered somewhat famous in China. Now, the animation company had a conflict with the company that owned the office building. Moreover, they were in the right. The media naturally saw the explosive point in this. It spread in one night. The next day, it was already the top trending topic. While eating breakfast, Chun Zhao scrolled through the morning news on his tablet. Even if it was only for one night. But it was already very popular. Chun Zhao called Zhang Ting. Zhang Ting? How much did you spend to publish the news? Boss, we spent around 500,000 last night. Only 500,000? You only need to find the media? It doesn't matter how much it costs. We don't need to rely on this to save money. Spending 500,000 yuan in one night? To Zhang Ting? This was already very shocking. She had also found the first and second tier domestic media. Just one pop-up on Penguin Net cost 300,000. But Chun Zhao actually said that the money was too little. But every time Zhang Ting thought of Chun Zhao's shocking wealth, she understood. Okay, Zhang Ting decided to invest more. 500,000 was too little? Then she would find 5 million media outlets. Zhang Ting first found the number of the national mouthpiece. Then she called and said that she wanted to buy a page. The other party had originally rejected. But after hearing Zhang Ting's price, they immediately changed their mind. No choice. Zhang Ting's price was indeed something they couldn't refuse. When Liu saw the news published in the national newspaper, he went crazy. He went crazy and almost pulled out his hair. That animation company must be crazy. They had to report this to the national newspaper. How much would that cost? Also, they had spent money. Therefore, the content in the newspaper was naturally on the animation company's side. It was obvious that they wanted to die with him. Liu immediately picked up the phone. He dialed Zhang Ting's number. Miss Zhang, you don't have to do this, right? You can't change the result, even if you spend so much money. Manager Liu, I'm not doing this to change the result. My boss ordered me to ruin your and your company's reputation, no matter how much it costs. Miss Zhang, actually, this matter can still be discussed. No need. You didn't plan to discuss with me in the first place, so I naturally won't discuss with you now, Zhang Ting said calmly. Anyway, Chun Zhao's words were enough. Zhang Ting wasn't new at all. She didn't have enough publicity budget. Chun Zhao would definitely do his best to help her publicize and fight the lawsuit. Miss Zhang, you have to think it through. We're North Group. You won't be able to do anything if you continue like this. Sorry, this is my boss's idea. Then give me your boss's number. No comment. Liu was both anxious and angry. North Group was hundreds of times bigger than a mere animation company, but he was only a regional manager. However, he was only a regional manager after all. It was impossible for him to publicize this matter without considering the cost like Zhang Ting. But Zhang Ting could. Zhang Ting added, remember to pay attention to tonight's news broadcast. Liu Yu's scalp was about to explode. If this really went to the news broadcast, he would be dead for sure. None of the higher-ups in the company would allow him to exist. Miss Zhang, can we put an end to this matter? I can provide a certain amount of compensation. Please let this matter end here. Chapter 3250. Liu Yu was indeed the regional manager of a big company. The response of the public relations department and the response to changes could be said to be extremely fast. He was threatening just a moment ago, but he gave in the next. He was backing down in all aspects. I'm sorry, this matter is no longer up to you, nor is it up to me to decide. After Zhang Ting explained the situation to Chun Zhao, it was no longer up to her to decide the direction of this matter. Chun Zhao had said that he would make a big deal out of it. Was she going to plead for the enemy? Miss Zhang, are you really going to die together? Zhang Ting smiled. She didn't have the right to decide whether or not to die together. Liu Yu didn't have the right either. Liu Yu's biggest mistake was that he didn't investigate the background of the animation company. He thought that the animation company was just a small company. He thought that the financial backer was just a nouveau riche. On the surface, Chun Zhao was indeed a nouveau riche. But unfortunately, Chun Zhao became the richest person in the world. As for dying together, now, the company was being blackmailed. Chun Zhao's business wasn't even in the country. How could they die together? Moreover, with Chun Zhao's assets, even if the other party wanted to hit him, they would only end up with bruises. Miss Zhang, can't we talk properly? Liu Yu's tone softened again. Manager Liu, since you started targeting our company, our boss said that no matter how much money we have to spend, this isn't over. Liu Yu's expression grew uglier. You spent a lot of money on a news broadcast last time, right? It's not worth it. Our boss doesn't have other abilities, but he's rich. Do you know how big our company is? I know, but your company isn't as rich as our boss. Real estate companies nowadays basically all had debt ratios above 100%. Some are even above 200%. Almost every project of a real estate company borrowed money from a bank. Then, the money would be used to pay off the previous project. Some real estate companies used the buyer's purchase price to pay off the debt. This caused the scale of real estate companies to be tens of billions or even hundreds of billions. But there was a huge pile of non-performing assets and debts. This was also why Zhang Ting didn't care about the feud between her boss and the real estate company. In the end, the battle between the bosses was just about throwing money. Whoever had more money would win. No one could beat Chen Zhao in this aspect. Li was upset. He tried to communicate with Zhang Ting, but to no avail. He could only hang up, but the phone immediately rang again. Liu Yu panicked when he saw the number. "Boss Liu, is there anything I can help you with?" "What is it? You're still asking me what's going on? Tell me clearly what's going on. Why is our company's name on the national media, on the news, and even singled out for criticism?" "Boss Liu, listen to me. Miss Xiao asked me to do this." "Miss Xiao? Xiao Jiaqiu? Why would she do that?" "You just listen to what she says. She seems to have a grudge against the boss of that animation company." Liu Yu said helplessly, "So they asked me to target their company. I didn't expect their company to react so fiercely." "Nonsense, fuck." Boss Liu directly scolded Liu Yu fluently. "Who does Xiao Jiaqiu think she is? You'll agree just because she wants it?" She said if I don't agree, she'll call you." President Liu was speechless. In the end, he was the one to blame for this. Who's the other party? I don't know. The other party seems to be a turtle. The money he spent on national media is enough for him to buy a floor in the CBD, but they took so much money to cheat us. Who asked you to give them something to use against us? President Liu said bitterly. "Give me their contact information. I'll contact them." "Hello, I'm Liu Yiba, the chairman of Tianhong Group." "Hello, President Liu. What's the matter?" When Zhang Ting received Liu Yiba's call, her tone immediately changed. It was completely different from her attitude when she talked to Liu Yu on the phone. Liu Yu and Liu Yiba were not at the same level, nor should they be. Liu Yu couldn't do anything. She could only say it on the phone. But Liu Yiba had the ability to make a person or a company die socially. "I won't say anything unnecessary. Tianhong was the one at fault in the first place. I apologize to you here. Please forgive me." Liu Yiba paused. Then he said, "I want to invite Miss Zhang and the boss of your company out for a meal and apologize to you in person." Liu Yiba's attitude was very low. He didn't have the arrogance of a top tycoon at all. "I need to ask my boss. Then I'll wait for your good news. Is this my private number? Call me if you need anything. Goodbye." "Boss?" "The boss of the real estate company apologized and wants to invite you to a meal. He said he wants to apologize to you in person." "Making a living with a favor? Since we have a good relationship, let's go." Chen Zhao did not care about their attitude. Apologizing was one thing, but it had become a hot topic now. Now, the company didn't just need to apologize to them. They also needed to publicly apologize and explain. As for their attitude in private, it would decide whether Chen Zhao should continue to spread the popularity of this matter. The next day, Chen Zhao and Zhang Ting followed the location provided by the company. They found the restaurant. There were no other customers. Clearly, the restaurant had been booked. Chen Zhao and Zhang Ting entered the restaurant. Liu Yiba, Liu Yu, and Xiao Jiaqiu walked out. When Liu Yiba saw Chen Zhao, he was stunned. "Chen, Mr. Chen, why are you here? You're the boss of the animation company?" Chen Zhao looked at Liu Yiba speechlessly. "Mr. Liu, the floor my company rented is yours?" Liu Yiba slapped his forehead. This was really a flood rushing into the temple of the Dragon King. Liu Yu's heart pounded. So, Liu Yiba and Chen Zhao knew each other, and they seemed to have a close relationship. It seemed that he had reached the end of his career as a regional manager. Liu Yiba welcomed Chen Zhao into the restaurant. "Mr. Chen, it's our company's fault. I apologize." "Don't apologize yet. I want to know the reason. Why are you targeting my animation company?" Xiao Jiaqiu's expression was also very ugly. Liu Yiba looked at Xiao Jiaqiu. When Chen Zhao saw Xiao Jiaqiu, he already had some guesses. "So, you're saying that Miss Xiao is behind this again?" Xiao Jiaqiu remained silent. Chen Zhao looked at Xiao Jiaqiu. "Miss Xiao, I'm curious. Where exactly do we know each other? Why do you have to target me time and time again?" Chapter 32:51. Xiao Jiaqiu had a smile on her face. "Mr. Chen, I mistook you for someone else." Chen Zhao scratched his head. "Okay, I hope you won't mistake me again." Chen Zhao didn't pursue the matter because he knew that there was no point in arguing here. Did he really have to argue with Xiao Jiaqio about whether or not she had recognized the wrong person? Xiao Jiaqio would never admit it. Chen Zhao didn't believe her either. If there really was a grudge between them, Xiao Jiaqio wouldn't let it go so easily. As for Lu Yibo, Chen Zhao didn't plan on getting to the bottom of it. In the end, he was just a scapegoat. On one hand, Chen Zhao was working with him. He didn't want to stop here. Moreover, even if Chen Zhao didn't do anything now, Chen Zhao wouldn't be able to do anything. For the sake of the Tianhong Group's reputation, he had to be extremely busy. One had to know that losing one's reputation was no small matter. On the one hand, the consumers had a sense of distrust towards their group. On the other hand, it was related to their funds. Once there was distrust in the market, the bank would definitely increase the scrutiny on their group's loans, which would lead to a more serious impact. So, Chen Zhao not doing anything now was the best display of their friendship. If Chen Zhao attacked him a few more times, even if he couldn't destroy the Great Sky Corporation, he could still make them suffer for at least half a year. As for the culprits of this storm, manager Lu Yu and Xiao Jiaqio. Lu Yibo couldn't do anything to Xiao Jiaqio. At most, he could force her to apologize to him. But Lu Yu's life and death could be decided with just a word from Lu Yibo, although it was not enough to kill Lu Yu. But at the very least, he would be able to destroy his family and break up his family. As for how Lu Yibo planned to calm this storm, Chen Zhao had basically thought of the same thing. On the one hand, he would throw Lu Yu out. This meant that it was all Lu Yu's doing. On the other hand, he had to apologize in front of the public. At the same time, he would compensate the animation company. This was not difficult. He just needed to buy a few articles and find a few public intellectuals. Just as Chen Zhao had guessed, in the next 2 days, all the negative news about Tianhong Corporation disappeared. What replaced? It was Tianhong Corporation's apology statement. At the same time, many public figures and media outlets expressed that Tianhong Corporation dared to take responsibility for their actions and had a good attitude. These were all basic operations. The wind direction had completely changed. Of course, this was only if Chen Zhao didn't go against him. If Chen Zhao interfered, he wouldn't even need to do anything. As long as he expressed that he did not accept the apology, he would go through the legal process. All of Lu Yibo's hard work over the past few days would go down the drain. Chen Zhao hadn't paid much attention to this in the past 2 days. Accompanied by Zhang Ting and Yi Ziqing, they toured the entire Shanghai. Zhang Ting and Yi Ziqing were speechless too. Chen Zhao was actually most interested in those famous restaurants. Besides the Michelin restaurant, the shops hidden in the alleys were also Chen Zhao's checkout spot. Chen Zhao's stomach was a bottomless abyss. They ate a lot in every restaurant, but they could still rush to the next one tirelessly. Even if they only went shopping with Chen Zhao, they would still be exhausted mentally and physically. Boss, there's a famous shop on Nanjing Road. Do you want to go there today? Are you tired? If you're tired, you can go back and rest. I can go alone. I'm not tired. Regardless of whether they were really not tired or not, their emotional intelligence did not allow them to say that they were tired at this time. Actually, Chen Zhao didn't care if they were accompanying him at all. It was mainly because they felt that Chen Zhao needed their company. Just then, Chen Zhao's phone rang. Hello, who is it? Mr. Chen, it's me, Xiao Jiaqio. Miss Xiao, what's up? Mr. Chen, I think there's some misunderstanding between us. Hasn't our misunderstanding been resolved? Ha! Chen Zhao smiled casually, as if he really didn't care about it at all. Although our misunderstanding has been resolved, I still feel uneasy. I hope to apologize to Mr. Chen more sincerely. Ms. Xiao's call is enough to express your sincerity. I don't think it's enough. I hope to treat Mr. Chen to a meal and apologize to him in person. There's no need for that. You want? Unless Mr. Chen still doesn't want to forgive me. Okay then. When are you free, Mr. Chen? Anytime. How about tonight? Sure, as long as you're happy. Then I'll go book a restaurant first. I'll send the location to Mr. Chen later. Okay. Was Chen Zhao really not familiar with Shanghai? Otherwise, he would have discovered beforehand that the restaurant Xiao Jiaqio had given him was so remote. When he got off the car, the drivers all looked at him strangely. They didn't know why Chen Zhao would come to such a remote place. Chen Zhao picked up his phone and called Xiao Jiaqio. Ms. Xiao, I'm already at the location you gave me, but I don't see any restaurants around. Oh, where are you now? Chen Zhao looked around. There's a huge banyan tree in front of me. Walk another 300 meters. Then you'll see me. Chen Zhao followed Xiao Jiaqio's directions. After walking for a minute, he saw Xiao Jiaqio standing in front of him. Ms. Xiao, is there really a restaurant here? Chen Zhao's tone was already somewhat displeased. Mr. Chun, you really don't recognize me? Xiao Jiaqio smiled at Chen Zhao. Chen Zhao studied Xiao Jiaqio up and down. Looks like Ms. Xiao didn't call me here to treat me to a meal. Mr. Chun, you really don't recognize me? Xiao Jiaqio asked again. Chen Zhao looked at the radiant Xiao Jiaqio. She was very beautiful. Logically speaking, such a beautiful woman, there was no reason for him to forget her. But he really didn't have any impression of her. Ms. Xiao, are you sure you didn't get the wrong person? Mr. Chun, do you remember the back mountain of Dragon Tiger Mountain 10 days ago? Chen Zhao frowned and looked at the woman carefully again. You were that woman? To be honest, Xiao Jiaqio and that woman were quite different. Plus, Xiao Jiaqio's aura was completely different. So, Chen Zhao couldn't connect Xiao Jiaqio to the woman he'd met at the back mountain of Dragon Tiger Mountain. It seems like you really don't recognize me at all. Chen Zhao shrugged. I don't think I've offended you. Plus, I even did you a favor. Why are you targeting me? Because you know my secret. Oh, you're talking about how you tricked your friend into feeding the snake? Chen Zhao finally understood. Or rather, he should have known this would be the reason. You should know that I didn't call the police then, and I won't do so in the future. Chapter 3252. Mr. Chun, I'm a celebrity. If my things are exposed, I'll lose everything. So, that's why you're not treating me. Mr. Chun, I'm sorry. I'm afraid I can't treat you this time. Right now, Xiao Jiaqio was calm and confident. From the moment Chen Zhao showed up, she didn't need to worry anymore. Since she'd made her decision, Xiao Jiaqio didn't hesitate anymore. I still hope that you can fulfill your promise. After all, I'm really here for the dinner. Huh? Xiao Jiaqio laughed. Do you want to see an old friend? Old friend? Chen Zhao tilted his head and looked at Xiao Jiaqio. A ball of black gas appeared behind Xiao Jiaqio. A huge figure could be vaguely seen in the black gas. The two-legged snake. The underdeveloped snake demon. No wonder. Chen Zhao finally realized why he didn't recognize Xiao Jiaqio. If it was just a difference in appearance, Chen Zhao could still tell from her aura. But Xiao Jiaqio's aura was mixed with the two-legged snake's. This caused her aura to become very strange. Instead, it clouded Chen Zhao's senses. The two-legged snake appeared behind Xiao Jiaqio and stared down at Chen Zhao. Human, we didn't expect us to meet here, did you? The two-legged snake's impression of Chen Zhao was completely different from Xiao Jiaqio's. To Xiao Jiaqio, Chen Zhao was a ticking time bomb. She was worried that Chen Zhao would recognize her and expose what she'd done. She didn't hate Chen Zhao at all, but the two-legged snake was different. He was filled with hatred for Chen Zhao. It was the first time in his life that he'd been humiliated like this. He hated Chen Zhao to the max. The two-legged snake stuck out its tongue and stared at Chen Zhao fiercely. A smile slowly appeared on Chen Zhao's face. Is this your trump card? Xiao Jiaqio furrowed her brows. Chen Zhao didn't look panicked, but the two-legged snake didn't care. It opened its mouth and bit at Chen Zhao. However, he stopped 1 meter before Chen Zhao. Chen Zhao's smile grew brighter. Xiao Jiaqio looked at the two-legged snake. She thought that it wanted to torture Chen Zhao to death, so she didn't kill him. But now, the two-legged snake was panicking, because he found that he could not move at all. His body was being bound by an invisible force. This power spread throughout his entire body. An incomprehensible power. Chen Zhao smiled at the two-legged snake. His finger gently slid across the lower jaw of the two-legged snake. Chen Zhao's fingers tore open the thick scales. Originally, you were the demonic beast suppressed by the group of ox-nosed beasts from Mount Longhu. You were responsible for sealing the eye of the formation, so you didn't die. However, you've already left the seal. Speaking of which, you've caused me quite a bit of trouble. Because you escaped the seal, the ox-nosed beast from Mount Longhu wanted me to be responsible for dealing with the aftermath. But now I don't have to worry anymore. Chen Zhao's finger left another shocking wound on the two-legged snake. The two-legged snake remained in that position, unable to move. But the pain did not lessen. Master, I was wrong. Please forgive me. How could the two-legged snake not understand? He had provoked the wrong person. This person was not an ordinary person at all. Instead, it was an extremely powerful expert. I won't do it again. Xiao Jiaqio's legs turned to jelly too. She thought that the two-legged snake would be able to defeat Chen Zhao easily. But things were developing in the opposite direction. I don't want to die. Chen Zhao was still smiling. Spare me. Grandmaster, spare me. The two-legged serpent's legs were trembling. Huh. Chen Zhao chuckled as he looked at the two-legged snake. He slowly raised his finger. Suddenly, Chen Zhao looked up at the sky. Something golden was falling from the sky at an incredible speed. Bang! A huge golden shockwave rippled out, and Xiao Jiaqio was sent flying. Amidst the golden light, a huge eagle suddenly smashed into the two-legged serpent's body. Its claws gripped the two-legged serpent, and it was about to spread its wings and fly away. Chen Zhao's expression darkened. Fuck, trying to steal food from me? That's too much. Chen Zhao reached out and pulled. The golden eagle didn't have time to spread its wings and fly away. Chen Zhao grabbed her. The golden eagle looked back at Chen Zhao. It screeched loudly. Right now, a golden alms bowl fell from the sky and covered Chen Zhao's head. Chen Zhao raised his fist and punched the golden alms bowl. The alms bowl instantly turned into countless golden light spots. The golden light spots reformed into a person. An old monk shrouded in golden light appeared before Chen Zhao. The old monk wore a plain gray robe and held a golden alms bowl. Ba, you're right, benefactor. Old monk? What do you mean? Benefactor? This golden eagle is a spirit pet reared by this penniless monk. And then, Chen Zhao looked coldly at the old monk. Chen Zhao tightened his grip, and the golden eagle screeched. The old monk's expression changed slightly. Benefactor? This penniless monk's golden eagle has offended you. Monk Ping will apologize on your behalf. Can you let it go? Why did you attack me just now? Chen Zhao asked. I didn't attack you, benefactor. I just wanted to protect my spiritual pet. But your spell just now was aimed at me. Am I blind? Benefactor, have you ever heard that it's better to squash enmity than keep it alive? Chen Zhao's expression darkened. He was about to kill the golden eagle. But the eagle shrunk at a shocking speed. It turned into a beam of golden light and landed in the old monk's golden alms bowl. Chen Zhao didn't care. He raised his fist and punched at the old monk. The old monk didn't care about losing now. The golden alms bowl in his hand changed again. A golden cover appeared. However, the golden barrier couldn't stop Chen Zhao's fist. It was instantly smashed into pieces. The old monk's body shook. He couldn't calm his chest. He couldn't stand steadily. Just then, Chen Zhao's hand grabbed the alms bowl in the old monk's hand. The old monk hurriedly cast a spell to shake Chen Zhao away. But Chen Zhao used an even greater force to pull the alms bowl away. Then he swung the alms bowl at the old monk's face. The old monk was sent flying. The old monk climbed up pathetically, his face filled with shock and anger. Give me back the alms bowl and golden eagle. Chen Zhao looked at the old monk coldly. The alms bowl in his hand shook violently, as if it would break free from Chen Zhao's control at any moment. But Chen Zhao used an even greater force to suppress it. Just then, the golden eagle hiding in the alms bowl turned into a beam of golden light and tried to escape. But Chen Zhao grabbed it. The golden eagle was about to grow bigger when Chen Zhao grabbed it, but couldn't push Chen Zhao's hand away. As a result, the eagle was crushed by Chen Zhao. Evil and unorthodox ways. How dare you kill my golden eagle? The old monk was furious. His eyes almost popped out. Chapter 3253. The old monk glared angrily like an Azura, and the golden light on his body turned dark. Chen Zhao acted as if nothing had happened. He took out his phone and even took a photo of the old monk. Then he sent it to the group chat of him, Zhang Tianyi, Bifla, and the 23rd Blood Mary. Who knows this old monk? Wutai Mountain, Guru Fangu, Bifla replied almost instantly. Chun Zhao suspected that Bifla had been playing with his phone the whole time. Chun Zhao, you have a grudge against this old monk? He is the senior brother of Mount Wutai's sacred master Fan Xian. That Fan Xian's cultivation is not below old Zhang's. Is it that obvious? It's obvious. What can I do for you? Chun Zhao was considering whether to kill the old monk. Hearing that he was from Wutai Mountain, Chun Zhao wondered if it was worth going against Wutai Mountain for him. Chun Zhao had been in contact with the spiritual world for quite some time now. He had heard Mount Wutai. It was said that Mount Wutai was the leader of the Zen sect, just like the other Taoist sects of Mount Longhu. In China, Buddhism and Taoism coexisted. Now, Taoism was slightly suppressing Buddhism. However, Buddhism was still flourishing. No one knew how many peerless experts were hiding behind it, just like this venerable fan in front of him. He wasn't famous, but his strength wasn't weak at all. The old monk slapped at Chun Zhao. It was the Buddhist palm imprint. As the palm struck out, a huge golden Buddha palm pushed out horizontally. Chun Zhao blocked it with his hand. The huge force made him take 2 steps back. At the same time, the Buddhist power seeped into his body and was difficult to expel. The Buddhist power wreaked havoc in Chun Zhao's body. It suppressed Chun Zhao's power. Of course, this bit of Buddhist power was not enough to affect Chun Zhao. However, if he were to continue fighting for a long time, he would accumulate more and more Buddhist power. By then, Chun Zhao would only get weaker and weaker. This was the method of a Buddhist expert. The black and golden light on Fan Gu's body intertwined. He felt like he was watching a magical girl transform. Of course, it was even more visually impactful. Old Monk Fan clasped his palms together and shouted, "Revered Ming Liuli." Monk Fan Gu's body was like a piece of black glass with golden light flowing within it. Moreover, this monk's body gave Chun Zhao a very strange feeling. For some reason, Chun Zhao felt that old Fan's body was indestructible. Logically speaking, with Chun Zhao's current power level, there was almost nothing he couldn't destroy. But this old Fan gave Chun Zhao a feeling that he was hard to break. Old Fan struck out with his palm once more. It was still a Buddhist palm imprint, but it was more than 10 times stronger than the previous one. Chun Zhao punched out and collided with the Buddhist handprint. The Buddhist palm print shattered, but the Buddhist power did not immediately dissipate. Most of them entangled Chun Zhao and seeped into his body. Buddhist spells were indeed troublesome. Chun Zhao thought. Chun Zhao clenched his fists. It seemed that he had to finish this quickly. Chun Zhao exerted all his strength and charged toward Old Fan. Old Fan couldn't dodge in time, and his neck was grabbed by Chun Zhao. Chun Zhao tightened his grip on Old Fan, but Old Fan didn't seem to feel anything. His hands landed on Chun Zhao's chest. Powerful Buddhist power surged into his body again. Chun Zhao punched Old Fan's head as well, but Old Fan only staggered a little. One had to know that Chun Zhao's punch had the power to change the terrain, but Old Fan only staggered a single step. Chun Zhao punched Old Fan once more. This time, his strength increased by several times. Old Fan retreated a few steps, but his body was still unharmed. Old Fan hollered, "Evil demon, I will do justice on behalf of the heavens. Why aren't you giving up? I think your brain is filled with water." Chun Zhao laughed coldly. "Since that's the case, then die." Old Fan's aura increased by several times. Chun Zhao activated the second level of the regression technique, and his strength also increased by 10 times. Old Fan stepped heavily on the ground and got into a sumo pose. He took in a deep breath, and his palms struck out dozens of times. Chun Zhao didn't counterattack this time and allowed the attacks to land on his body. Chun Zhao chose to attack Old Fan directly. Chun Zhao didn't believe that there was really someone who could take his attacks head-on and come out unscathed. Both sides had the same thought. Old Fan also felt that no one could take his attacks head-on. Both sides were a few meters apart and kept exchanging punches and palms. "You hit me, I'll slap you." Indeed, as Chun Zhao had guessed, Old Fan's attacks started to slow down. He started to retreat and defend while Chun Zhao's attacks were still fierce. It rained down on Old Fan's body. Monk Fangu retreated continuously. He was a little dumbfounded by Chun Zhao's attacks. He knew the effects of the Venerable of Light's colored glass. He thought that the Venerable of Light's colored glass could not be forcefully broken. But Chun Zhao's crazy attacks caused his colored glass to be in an extremely unstable state. Moreover, Chun Zhao was bound by his Buddhist power. Logically speaking, he shouldn't be able to use any strength. But Chun Zhao still looked like he was fine. Gradually, Old Fan couldn't take it anymore. Chun Zhao directly pressed Old Fan onto the ground and punched him. Cracks started to appear on Old Fan's colored glass. The surrounding ground was already shattered under Chun Zhao's punches. Finally, with a punch that Chun Zhao had charged up for 3 seconds, the colored glass on Old Fan's body was completely peeled off. Old Bald Donkey, you think you can slay demons and defend the Tao? Chun Zhao grabbed Old Fan's neck and was about to kill him. Suddenly, a person appeared in Chun Zhao's perception. He was also a spiritualist, but he wasn't very strong. The person jumped left and right on the cracked ground and jogged to a place not far from Chun Zhao. Stop! Who are you? Are you with this old monk? The person rummaged in his pocket and took out an ID. I'm from the Special Intelligence Department. Never heard of you. Chun Zhao looked at the ID. Anyway, you're a government department. Oh, and then, sir, you've already caused great damage here. How much money? I can afford it. Chun Zhao casually replied. I killed him. As long as I don't have to pay with my life, I can pay any amount. Sir, I'm more of a law enforcer. I'm afraid it'll be hard for me to answer for killing someone in front of me. The special intelligence officer spoke very carefully. Looking at the changes in the surrounding terrain after the battle, he knew that if Chun Zhao wanted to do something, he wouldn't be able to stop him. Chun Zhao suddenly smiled. Of course, I should support the work of a law enforcer. But to prevent him from taking revenge in the future, can I take some precautionary measures? Precautionary measures? You're talking about sealing magic power. Yes, physical sealing. Chapter 3254. The agent couldn't wrap his head around it. But the next moment, he heard Fangu scream. Chun Zhao suddenly removed Fangu's left hand and then his right hand. The agent couldn't stop him in time. Everything had happened too fast and ended too fast. When Chun Zhao threw away Fangu's left and right hand, his broken hand ignited with black flames. This also destroyed his hope of going to the hospital to take over. Chun Zhao kicked Fangu's back. Monk Fangu's spine shattered, and he flew toward the agents. The agent's expression was awkward. The agent had no choice but to call for an ambulance. After calling the ambulance, the agent walked to Chun Zhao. Sir, can you cooperate with us for a small investigation? Of course. I'm an excellent citizen. It's my duty to cooperate with the investigation. It's not that serious. I just want to ask about the conflict. It's like this. Chun Zhao looked at Xiao Jiaqiu. My friend and I were catching up and exchanging experiences. My friend, Miss Xiao Jiaqiu has a spiritual snake. I'm very experienced in raising spiritual pets, but the old monk's spiritual pet, the golden eagle, suddenly attacked Miss Xiao's spiritual snake. I stopped it and killed the golden eagle. The old monk suddenly appeared and attacked me with a golden alms bowl. You saw what happened next. The agent took a deep breath. With a complicated expression, he said, Actually, you didn't have to be so heavy-handed. I was afraid he would take revenge. Do you know his identity? You mean Wutai Mountain? I mean Wutai Mountain. Usually, it's not easy for Wutai Mountain to intervene in a conflict like this, at least when the Special Intelligence Division is involved. If everything is as you said, Wutai Mountain isn't wrong. But you've been so heavy-handed. Even if the Special Intelligence Division intervenes, it won't be easy to deal with the aftermath. It seemed like the agent wasn't planning on siding with Fangu. Then you have to protect me. Panic appeared on Chun Zhao's face. Sir, it's not clear who's right and who's wrong, the agent said. It's already the best outcome that we haven't arrested you, let alone protecting you. I'll give you this amount, Chun Zhao said, lifting a finger. Sir, our Special Intelligence Department may be short on money, but we won't go so far as to break the rules for money. All right, since you don't want 10 million, then forget it. We'll just follow your normal procedures. Are you talking about 10 million yuan with your finger? It's US dollars. Sir, please wait a moment. I'll make a call to report the situation to my superior. Chen Zhao smiled. Many things in the world could be solved with money. Back in America, many things in the supernatural organization could be solved with money. Here, money could solve a lot of problems. I'm talking about $10 million a year. The special intelligence personnel were even more excited. How much money did their special intelligence department have every year? If Chen Zhao really wanted to sponsor $10 million a year, in that case, he wouldn't have to take the green train every time he went on a business trip. At the very least, he would have to take the bullet train. While the agent was on the phone, Chen Zhao approached Xiao Jiaqio. Miss Xiao, are you okay? Chen Zhao looked at Xiao Jiaqio with a smile. Xiao Jiaqio's body was already stiff at this moment. After personally witnessing the battle between Chen Zhao and Fan Gu, he was stunned. She already knew that she couldn't afford to offend Chen Zhao. There were two paths in front of her now. One was to tell the truth to the agent. Then, she would have to face the result of losing her reputation. The other was to cooperate with Chen Zhao. At least, she wouldn't be in danger in the short term. I'm fine. Xiao Jiaqio's expression was forced. If the agent asks, I know how to answer. Thank you. You just have to tell the truth. Chen Zhao nodded with a smile. It didn't take long for the ambulance called by the agents to arrive. It didn't look like a normal ambulance. Anyway, the agent's partner came with it. Hello, Mr. Chen. I'm Zhou Yiren, the head of the Special Intelligence Department in East China. Hello, Minister Zhou. Chen Zhao shook hands with Zhou Yiren. Mr. Chen, according to my information, you're the president of the Supernatural Organization's North America region? Yes. Chen Zhao nodded. Then why did you come back this time? I was invited back by Celestial Master Zhang. Chen Zhao told Zhou Yiren his purpose. Zhou Yiren was surprised by Chen Zhao's answer, but his information showed that Chen Zhao had indeed stayed at Dragon Tiger Mountain for quite a while. Chen Zhao's answer was basically the same as the information he had. At the same time, I've made some investments. We asked Fan Gu's statement just now. What he said seems to be different from what Mr. Chen said. Wrongdoers always defend themselves. He attacked me first and said that I'm a demon and wanted to kill me. That's the truth. Chen Zhao didn't need to explain further. Whoever the Special Intelligence Department was leaning toward was right. Based on the current situation, they probably wouldn't lean toward Wutai Mountain, because as the perpetrator, the Special Intelligence Department hadn't taken any forceful measures against him. This meant that the Special Intelligence Department wasn't friendly toward Wutai Mountain or the Buddhists. By the way, the Supernatural Organization of North America is planning to have an exchange with the Special Intelligence Department of China. We'll be responsible for the venue and expenses. Minister Zhou, are you interested? I'm just the person in charge of the East China region, Zhou Yiren said. The Supernatural Organization of North America has just started in the past few years. Their strength isn't good, so it's already difficult for them to have an exchange with the Special Intelligence Department in East China. Also, I plan to set up some rewards during the exchange and invest tens of millions of dollars as rewards. Zhou Yiren's serious expression suddenly brightened up. It couldn't be helped. The Special Intelligence Department was too poor. They only had so little funding each year. The supernatural world was too active in the country, so they had a lot of missions. Especially at the end of the year, the people under them basically started eating instant noodles. Some people even started taking private jobs. Every time they complained to the headquarters, the people there would hold up their instant noodles and say that they were poor too. Will the exchange be held in North America or China? Both are fine, Chen Zhao said. If it's convenient, we can set it in China. If a large number of people from the supernatural world moved across borders, it would attract the attention of related departments. But the Special Intelligence Department was in charge of this. Of course, as long as the procedures are legal, the East China Special Intelligence Department welcomes the supernatural organization to visit and exchange. Chapter 3255. Chen Zhao sat in Zhou Yiren's car. Mr. Chen, I've heard a lot about you. I've heard a lot about you? Chen Zhao glanced at Zhou Yiren. Minister Zhou, you know me? I'm Celestial Master Zhang's outer disciple. I've been in the sect for 20 years. Even though I'm no longer a disciple of Mount Longhu, I still often listen to Celestial Master's teachings. The so-called teachings that Zhou Yiren spoke of were mostly to clean up after him. Then do you know that the person I hate the most is Zhang Tianyi? I know. The Heavenly Master often says that too, Zhou Yiren said. Chen Zhao did not expect Zhou Yiren to be Zhang Tianyi's disciple. It was no wonder that the Special Intelligence Department had been biased towards him ever since he came into contact with them. Logically speaking, he had beaten old Fan to the point where half of his body was paralyzed. No matter what, he had to strengthen his control over himself, or even directly detain himself. But they did not take any such measures. Of course, it could also be due to the conflict between Buddhism and Taoism. Although Buddhism and Taoism had not yet gone to the extent of fighting head-on. However, both sides had probably done this kind of dirty tricks behind the scenes many times. What's going on in Mount Wutai? That monk from Mount Wutai has been taking action all over Huaxia in the past 6 months, and he's specifically fighting against snake-type monsters, spirit beasts, and magical beasts. To raise the golden eagles? Chen Zhao asked. I don't think so. Although the golden eagle is a rare thing, it's obviously not worth the old monks of Mount Wutai running around like this. Zhou Yiren said, Mr. Chen, you should be more careful this time. Those monks are not as kind as they look, especially since their strength is not weak. There are several monks like Fan Gu, and there is also Fan Gu's junior brother, Fan Xin. That monk Fan Xin is the abbot of Mount Wutai. His cultivation is similar to Fan Gu's, but his methods are many times stronger than Fan Gu's. Many years ago, he had a duel with the Celestial Master, and both sides ended in a draw. At that time, the Celestial Master was already in the enchanting realm, but Fan Gu was half a step into the enchanting realm. Oh, that's really not weak. Regardless of whether it was a life-and-death battle, they were able to fight a enchanting realm cultivator without being at a disadvantage. This was already praiseworthy enough, and the person was Zhang Tianyi. Who was Zhang Tianyi? He was the #1 person in the Dao sect. Even the Zhang Tianyi from 20 years ago was not someone that just anyone could provoke. But such a powerful Zhang Tianyi was actually unable to control the situation. Now, Fan Xin and Fan Gu's cultivation levels were similar, which meant that they had both entered the enchanting stage. His methods were definitely more powerful than 20 years ago. What's the attitude of the Special Intelligence Department when I became enemies with the monks of Mount Wutai? In principle, we don't advocate taking revenge for personal grudges, but you also know that some things are very difficult for us to manage. We will only try our best to calm the grudges, but if the monks of Mount Wutai look for Mr. Chen in private, we probably can't stop them. Don't you have any ideas? What do you think? At the end of the day, we're just the Imperial Court's lackeys. Look at wuxia novels. The Imperial Court's lackeys don't have many masters. We rely more on the Imperial Court behind us. In other words, if we were to fight, you wouldn't care, right? We can't affect ordinary people, especially people like Mr. Chen. If we really fight, it will cause a lot of damage. We can't start a fight in the city. That's the bottom line. Zhou Yiren paused and then said, Secondly, we have to reduce the casualties as much as possible. Whether it's Mr. Chen or Mount Wutai, any casualties will definitely be reported. Zhou Yiren glanced at Chen Zhao. In principle, the physical seal that Mr. Chen used on Fan Gu is actually a pretty good choice. Chen Zhao could vaguely feel that Zhou Yiren seemed to be looking forward to the conflict between Chen Zhao and Mount Wutai. Of course, Chen Zhao personally hoped that this matter would end here. On one hand, it was troublesome. On the other hand, Chen Zhao didn't want to be used as a tool. However, Chen Zhao also knew that he had crippled Fan Gu. This was already a grudge. Minister Zhou, if I really start a fight with the monks of Mount Wutai, I can't guarantee that there won't be any casualties. After all, if we fight, fists and feet have no eyes. Who can guarantee that they won't go too hard? Then let's find a remote place. Zhou Yiren's words became vague again. Chen Zhao was even more speechless. Zhou Yiren's attitude didn't seem to be persuading him at all. Instead, it seemed like he was adding fuel to the fire. Zhou Yiren sent Chen Zhao to the hotel. Mr. Chen, call me if there's anything. I'm leaving now. Goodbye. Goodbye. Not long after Chen Zhao returned to his room, Xiao Jiaqio came to his door. Mr. Chen. Xiao Jiaqio stood in front of Chen Zhao's door, terrified. What's the matter? Miss Xiao. I'm here to apologize. Chen Zhao laughed. Xiao Jiaqio was an extremely egotistical person. How could she apologize sincerely? She was just scared by Chen Zhao now, so she submitted to him. As for her actions, she didn't repent at all. There was no sincerity in her apology. Whether she apologized or not, it was meaningless. She was still alive now because it wasn't convenient for Chen Zhao to kill her. If it was convenient, Chen Zhao even wanted to blame her death on the monks of Mount Wutai. Miss Xiao, I think there's no need for this insincere apology. I didn't kill you then, so I won't kill you in the future. As long as you know what to say and what not to say. As for what you did in the past, it's not my business or the police's business. Mr. Chen, other than apologizing, I also want to ask for your help. Miss Xiao, we don't have any deep grudges, but we're not so close that we can help each other. But other than you, I can't think of any other way. Then keep thinking. There are always more solutions than difficulties. Chen Zhao was a classic example of saying things without thinking. Mr. Chen, I'm begging you. Remember the people from his Special Intelligence Division? You can find them. They'll definitely have more ideas than me. They're the ones who said they were looking for you. Chen Zhao's expression was somewhat unhappy. Tell me, what's the matter? The Special Intelligence Division member said that the snake demon attached itself to me, causing me and the snake demon to become one. It's very likely that I'll also lose my human form. How can a possession be a fusion? That two-legged snake doesn't have that ability. Only a spirit can possess a body. He has his own body, so how can he become one with you? I don't know, but I have a feeling that the Special Intelligence Division member seems to know my situation. What did he say? He said that my situation is a bit complicated. If I want to solve my current problem, I'll need enough spiritual power. Chapter 32:56. Chen Zhao smiled at Xiao Jiaqio. Chen Zhao could only gloat at Xiao Jiaqio. He didn't know what Xiao Jiaqio's situation was, but he wouldn't help Xiao Jiaqio. Chen Zhao was too merciful not to let her die on the spot. Chen Zhao also vaguely realized why he hadn't recognized Xiao Jiaqio back then. It wasn't just Xiao Jiaqio's aura mixed with the two-legged snakes. Everything about them seemed to be merging. Xiao Jiaqio wanted to enter Chen Zhao's room, but Chen Zhao blocked the door. Xiao Jiaqio's eyes seemed to be saying that she was willing to pay any price, as long as Chen Zhao was willing to help her. But Chen Zhao's attitude was firm. In the end, Xiao Jiaqio could only leave in disappointment. Perhaps there was even some resentment. Chen Zhao contacted Steven. Steven and the film crew's filming had come to an end. It would probably take around 10 more days and some reshoots. Usually, when Chen Zhao contacted Steven, he would send him places he visited or good food he ate. It could always make Steven excited, and then he would talk trash with Chen Zhao. Knock, knock. Chen Zhao opened the door and saw Zhou Yiren, his subordinates, and Xiao Jiaqio. Chen Zhao looked at Xiao Jiaqio in surprise. Could this woman invite the Special Intelligence Department? Mr. Chen, please come in. Chen Zhao could ignore Xiao Jiaqio, but he had to respect Zhou Yiren. Mr. Chen, I actually came to ask for a favor from you. Chen Zhao glanced at Xiao Jiaqio. For her? For our Special Intelligence Department. Does she have a strong background? Chen Zhao asked. She's a celebrity. I don't understand. We need to solve the funding problem, so we need to expand our influence. After the spiritual energy tide, many special departments have chosen to expose themselves. The country doesn't object to exposing them without revealing secrets. Miss Xiao is our choice. She's famous and can be considered a member of the spiritual world. She also has great potential. If we can solve her problem, she'll be a good spokesperson for us and also our name card to communicate with the outside world. Chen Zhao rubbed his chin and was silent for a while. I'm unfamiliar with her situation. I don't know what her condition is, so I don't know how to help her. As long as I have enough magic power, it will be enough. Zhou Yiren said. He really wanted to say that he didn't have enough mana. However, Zhou Yiren was Zhang Tiany's disciple. Zhang Tiany must have told him many things about himself. Therefore, this excuse probably wouldn't work. What do you need me to do? Is there any risk? I don't like putting myself in danger. There's no risk. In fact, the reason why Miss Xiao and the snake demon she possessed appeared was that the snake demon wanted to transform into a flood dragon, but its magic power was not enough, so it needed to constantly absorb and devour flesh and blood. Now that it has possessed Miss Xiao's body, it is indirectly treating Miss Xiao as its food. However, Miss Xiao is the host, and the flesh and blood it absorbs will eventually feed back to Miss Xiao, eventually forming a special cycle. To break this cycle, the snake demon can only evolve into a flood dragon, so it needs Mr. Chin's huge magic power to help the snake demon transform into a flood dragon. What should I do exactly? We will set up a spirit array. You only need to inject your magic power into the spirit array through the spirit array and catalyze that snake demon to transform into a flood dragon. Is it that simple? Can any magical beast evolve through this method? Of course, it's not that easy. The failure rate is quite high. The snake demon only has a 30% chance of transforming into a flood dragon. If it fails, it will explode from the overload of magic power. Chen Zhao had originally been scheming. Hearing such a high failure rate, he immediately dismissed the idea. Fan Xian stood before his senior, Fan Gu. Senior. Fan Xian's expression was calm. It was as if his senior's injury had nothing to do with him. The technique he cultivated was very special. It was the Buddhist calming heart technique. The technique itself was not difficult at all. It was just that he could not have emotions of great sorrow or great joy. It was not difficult to maintain neither joy nor sorrow for a short period of time, but it was difficult to not be able to do so for a lifetime. Once he became emotional, he would break the technique. Fan Xian, on the other hand, was born without emotions. Thus, the calming heart technique seemed to have been made for him. Fan Gu opened his eyes. His reaction was completely different from Fan Xian's. The moment he saw Fan Xian, he was instantly enraged. Junior, you're finally here. You have to avenge me. Tell me what happened. Who did you meet? Who broke your revered Ming glaze? Was it a kid? I don't know where he came from, Fan Gu said agitatedly. My light glaze is completely broken. Is it possible to repair it? Fan Xian looked at the armless Fan Gu. She had already learned from the doctor about Fan Gu's condition. Not only had Fan Gu lost his arms, but his spine had also been broken by a kick. The attack had been vicious and left no room for maneuver. The opponent clearly had no intention of letting him stand up again. Was there a way to transplant a pair of arms with a spell? Or he could directly use a treasure artifact as a prosthetic limb. But his spine had been broken? That was not something that could be solved with spells. What about nerve tissue? Even spells would not be able to repair it. Unless one had extremely strong self-healing abilities, others would not be able to help. Thus, even if Fan Gu's light glaze hadn't been broken, he would probably not be able to use it again. Fan Xian took out a pearl that had been broken into several pieces. This was Fan Gu's light glaze pearl. It was also a treasure that he had nurtured for his entire life. Was this light glaze technique special? First, it was refined and fused with the essence of a mountain or earth. After a successful fusion, the user would have the physique of a mountain or earth, unless it was an attack that could break a mountain or shatter the earth. Otherwise, the light glaze technique would be almost impossible to break. All of the enemy's attacks would be transferred to the mountain or earth that had been fused with it. Fan Gu had fused with 3 mountains. But Fan Gu had not expected that the person he had provoked would be his nemesis. The light glaze technique was a technique that Fan Gu had cultivated for decades. Now that the technique had been broken, it was not as simple as being broken. It was because Chen Zhao had shattered Fan Gu's light glaze technique. Even the 3 mountains that he had fused with had been affected and destroyed. This was why Fan Xian had come looking for Chen Zhao. Fan Gu's defeat was nothing to be surprised about. There were countless people with special abilities in China, so it was not surprising that there were a few who could defeat Fan Gu. But those who could break Fan Gu's light glaze technique could be counted on one hand. Before Fan Xian had arrived, she had even thought that Fan Gu had encountered Zhang Tianyi. Chapter 32:57. Fan Xin learned the whole story from Fangu. There was some hesitation on Fan Xin's calm face. This is not easy. Junior brother, did I get hurt by that person for nothing? Senior brother, you are too reckless. First, you injured someone, and then the Special Intelligence Department intervened. The Special Intelligence Department is a gathering place of Taoism, and they have always held a deep prejudice against us Buddhists. Now, what reason do we have to ask for justice? Fan Xin was more thoughtful than Fangu. Then why don't we go through the Special Intelligence Department? Do you think they could stop us? Fangu was full of resentment toward Chun Zhao. Fan Xin closed her eyes and began to think. Although Buddhism is particular about detaching oneself from the mortal world, everything is empty. But if they could really do it, then they wouldn't be human anymore. They would be Buddhas. They were not Buddhas, so they still had joy, anger, sorrow, joy, and joy. They also had 7 emotions and 6 desires. They also had greed, anger, and obsession. Even Fan Xin was no exception. However, there was one difference between Fan Xin and Fangu. Fangu was motivated by hatred. Fan Xin, on the other hand, was more concerned with her own interests. Junior brother, do you know why I was in such a hurry to attack? Fan Xin looked at Fangu. Why? Because there's a scaled serpent Jiao there. Fangu said, what our Wutai Mountain's guardian divine beast, Flame Wing, lacks now is the horned serpent flood dragon. As long as it can swallow the horned serpent flood dragon's gallbladder, it can stimulate the bloodline of our ancestors and transform into a golden winged rock. At that time, our Buddhist Zen school will flourish, and even Taoism will not be able to stop us. Fan Xin's eyes widened. Are you sure it's a serpent flood dragon? How could I be mistaken? If that wasn't the case, I wouldn't have tried to snatch it. Although Fan Xin's expression was still calm, her eyes flickered. Recently, Mount Wutai had just hatched the divine beast Flame Wings. Yinny was a descendant of the golden-winged rock. Although it had only been half a year since it hatched, it was growing by the day. The food it needed was also a variety of scale insects. It had the demeanor of its ancestor, the golden-winged rock. But this also made the monks of Mount Wutai suffer. In order to provide food for Flame Wing, as well as for Flame Wing to be reborn as soon as possible and transform into a golden-winged rock. The monks of Mount Wutai went around searching for all kinds of scaled insects. In half a year's time, they had captured countless scale insects. Fortunately, the spiritual tide had arrived. All kinds of demonic beasts were born. However, ordinary scale worms were just ordinary food for the Flame Wings. In order to evolve the Flame Wings, he would need to gather a few rare scaled snakes. One of them was the scale serpent flood dragon. The scaled serpent flood dragon was an extremely special type of snake that had evolved. The Qilin serpent flood dragon had the bloodline of a Qilin and a dragon, but the offspring they gave birth to were very ordinary. Apart from their innate spiritual roots, there weren't too many rare abilities. However, the bloodline of the scale serpent flood dragon determined its rarity. As a natural variant, the scaled serpent flood dragon was naturally extremely difficult to cultivate. It was much more difficult for it to evolve into a flood dragon and then a dragon. If they didn't have any extraordinary fortuitous encounters, they would basically be stuck in the half-flood dragon, half-snake stage for the rest of their lives. The stage before evolving into a Jiao dragon was exactly what the Flame Wings needed. At this time, both the Qilin and dragon bloodlines appeared, but they were unable to merge. Now that Flame Wing had devoured dozens of different kinds of scale insects, its bloodline ability was growing stronger by the day. If Flame Wings could swallow the Qilin flood dragon serpent, he would be able to refine the Qilin and dragon bloodlines. Then he would be able to soar into the sky and activate the thin rock bloodline in his body. Of course, the rock wasn't the legendary divine bird in the legends, but it wasn't far off. Senior brother, rest well. You don't have to worry about anything else. Leave it to me. Junior brother. Fan Xin stopped and looked at Fangu. Break his arms and legs. Umitba. Fan Xin didn't comment and turned to leave. Minister, Saint Fan Xin from Wutai Mountain just met Monk Fangu. So what? We can't stop him. Zhou Yiren's tone was somewhat helpless. Just now, an insider from Wutai Mountain reported that 6 Brahmin monks and 24 Xian monks have all left the mountain and booked tickets to sorcery. Zhou Yiren's expression changed. He stood up abruptly and yelled in anger. What are the monks from Wutai Mountain doing? What are they trying to do? He hoped that Wutai Mountain would start a fight with Chun Zhao, preferably a conflict. Zhang Tianyi had mentioned Chun Zhao's strength more than once. If Chun Zhao started a conflict with Wutai Mountain, no matter who won in the end, the Taoist sects would benefit from it. But Zhou Yiren didn't plan on starting a full-scale conflict. If 1 or 2 or 3 monks started a fight with Chun Zhao, it wouldn't affect him much at most. But with so many monks coming down the mountain, what did it mean? Zhou Yiren was a little flustered. Quick, monitor the movements of those monks closely. Find out their intentions and locations. Zhou Yiren was a Taoist disciple, but he was still wearing the uniform of a civil servant. He was still on the countryside, and the country wouldn't allow any major upheavals. He had the final say in small matters, but if things got out of hand, if things got big, he would really screw things up, no matter what would happen in the end. The higher-ups would definitely hold him responsible. Knock, knock. Chun Zhao opened the door and saw a long-haired monk standing outside. Chun Zhao looked the monk up and down. The monk wore a white robe and had a string of Buddhist beads in his left hand. He held a Buddhist salute in his right hand. Amiba, I am Fan Xin. Fan Xin? You're that monk Fan Xin from Wutai Mountain? Chun Zhao asked. Yes, I am. Oh, you're here to take revenge for Fangu. I'm here to resolve the grudge. Oh, then how much are you going to compensate me? Chun Zhao asked directly. He didn't believe in resolving grudges. He'd met so many enemies in the past. He'd never had the option to resolve grudges. They were all cultivators and didn't know how to lower their heads. They'd only act according to their own standpoint. He didn't think that the monks from Wutai Mountain had the awareness to let go of grudges. The old Fan he'd met before was said to be an enlightened monk. In reality, he didn't act like an enlightened monk at all. He was decisive and didn't show any mercy when he attacked. How much do you think is suitable? Fan Xin asked. $10 billion, Fan Xin said indifferently. Fan Xin said calmly, I can't take out that much money. Then please go ahead. Don't you want to hear how much I'm going to pay? I don't want to. You can't afford my price anyway. Chun Zhao shrugged. He didn't care what Fan Xin's attitude was or why he was here. This was the city center. He definitely couldn't fight here. Chun Zhao couldn't, and Fan Xin obviously couldn't either. So Chun Zhao didn't have to worry that Fan Xin would suddenly attack him. Sir, I'm here with sincerity. Chapter 3258. Okay, I felt your sincerity. You can go now. Mr. Chun, I hope we can turn enemies into friends. What do you think? I've already said that I've felt your sincerity. Chun Zhao's expression darkened. Then let's shake hands. Fan Xin reached out. Chun Zhao hesitated for a moment, but still reached out. But the moment he did, he felt a wave of power seep from Fan Xin's palm into his own. Chun Zhao suddenly retracted his hand and opened it. Chun Zhao's expression darkened immediately. There was a golden symbol on his palm. What is this? Fan Xin smiled. This is my sincerity. Chun Zhao's expression was cold. At the same time, he secretly used his power to counterattack, trying to disperse the symbol. But this power was completely different from Fan Gu's Buddhist power. When Chun Zhao's power surged over, it would break into pieces and then condense somewhere else. This power was turning Chun Zhao's power into Buddhist power. The transformation speed was also very fast. If this symbol continued to exist, if this symbol could infinitely transform Chun Zhao's power, then Chun Zhao's power would completely turn into Buddhist power. By then, Chun Zhao would be completely suppressed. Apart from Buddhist techniques, no one else could use Buddhist power. This was an extremely xenophobic power system. Fan Xin smiled faintly. It seemed that he felt that victory was already in his grasp. Chun Zhao took out his phone. Minister Zhou, what will happen if I destroy Wutai Mountain? What? Mr. Chen, what are you saying? Do you know what you're saying? I'm willing to donate $10 billion to the country, Chun Zhao said calmly. Zhou Yiren was silent for a moment. Then he asked, Mr. Chen, what happened? A monk plotted against me, Chun Zhao said. Fan Xian's originally calm expression turned gloomy. Mr. Chun, I need to report. Fan Xian also heard Zhou Yiren's voice on the other end. There was no direct rejection. Chun Zhao hung up and stared coldly at Fan Xian. Is this what you want? Do you know the consequences? Fan Xian asked. I know, Chun Zhao said calmly. Before my power is completely suppressed, I can kill all the monks on Wutai Mountain. Mr. Chun, as long as we stay out of each other's business, I don't think there's a need for us to fight to the death. Let's start with you. 6th level of primordial regression technique, origin form. Fan Xian's pupils suddenly shrank. The glass window in the living room shattered instantly. Chun Zhao reached out to grab Fan Xian. Brahma Xian was horrified. He sensed that he was about to die. Fan Xian hurriedly retreated and jumped out of the window. However, in the next instant, he discovered that an invisible wall was blocking his way. Chun Zhao looked at Fan Xian, not in a hurry to attack. Instead, he continued to make calls. Hello, Old John. Why do you have Old Zhang's phone? It's all your plan. He has been trapped in the seal for 10 days. Logically speaking, he should have come out long ago. I don't know why he hasn't come out after 10 days. There must have been an accident. Go and see him. Don't fool me. If something happens to me, nothing will happen to him. Old John didn't believe that something had happened to Zhang Tianyi. There was only one evil spirit king in the seal, and that so-called evil spirit king wasn't even trash before Zhang Tianyi. I need to talk to him, Chun Zhao said. Then there's nothing I can do. He's trapped in the seal now. One divine kingdom fragment, 3 minutes, Chun Zhao said. Okay, wait for me. Old John immediately went to the tomb and forcefully opened the seal. This thing was set up by him and the cardinal. He knew how to remove the seal. Of course, he didn't have the time to do that. So, he chose to forcefully break the seal. Old John rushed into the cave and saw Zhang Tianyi sitting cross-legged on the ground. But soon, Old John realized that something was wrong. Where was the evil spirit king? At this moment, a black shadow suddenly appeared behind Zhang Tianyi. That black shadow let out a sharp and shrill howl. Pope, hurry and save me. He's devouring me. Damn bastard. This bastard wants to devour me completely. Old John was shocked. This celestial master Zhang was too lewd. A celestial master of Dragon Tiger Mountain was devouring evil spirits? Who would believe such a thing if it was spread out? If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, Old John wouldn't have believed it. Just then, the evil spirit king's shadow suddenly disappeared. Zhang Tianyi opened his eyes and glanced at Old John. Why did you come down by yourself? I was afraid that something would happen to you. Huh? Zhang Tianyi was smart and believed his nonsense. Tell me, what's the matter? Old John handed the phone to Zhang Tianyi. Your phone is Chun Zhao's. Zhang Tianyi took the phone and immediately showed his true colors. Chun Zhao, you asterisk shoal. I said I didn't trick you. I didn't, but you tricked me. Now I'm possessed. Tell me what to do. I was tricked by a monk from Wutai Mountain. He said that you ordered it. Bullshit. He left a Buddhist 10,000 mark on my palm. Fan Xian? You met Fan Xian? Yes. How do I break this spell? No need. Break what? Keep it. Why? Since you were hit by the 10,000 Buddha mark, you should know its function, right? It transforms my power into Buddhist power. That's right, but Fan Xian picked the wrong target this time. Zhang Tianyi sounded very excited. Old John looked at Zhang Tianyi from aside. He was so fucking lively and spitting. How did he look like he was possessed? Keep the 10,000 Buddha mark, and I won't hold it against you for tricking me. Bullshit. If I keep it, I'll be completely suppressed. No, you're thinking too much. If the 10,000 Buddha mark can really suppress people without limit, then Buddhism would have conquered the Central Plains long ago. We Taoists wouldn't even have a chance. Then what's going on? Nothing. It's nothing. That Brahma Xian will seal your cultivation base. Back then, I was tricked by him once. Even though my cultivation base was higher than his, I couldn't do anything about it. However, it's not like he doesn't have a price for using that technique. The amount of power you're sealed is the same amount of magic power he has to pay. The difference in cultivation base between the two of you isn't something that a mere Brahma Xin can seal. So, as long as you keep the 10,000 Buddha seal, he will be considered to have crippled his own cultivation base. I see. Chun Zhao secretly heaved a sigh of relief. Then wouldn't it be easier for me to kill him? You want to kill him? Don't you know that he's the hope of Wutai Mountain? I'm still the hope of our village. Chapter 32:59. Right now, Fan Xian was trying to break through the barrier Chun Zhao had set up. The barrier couldn't be seen or touched. Fan Xian had a premonition. He obviously didn't want to wait for death. But Chun Zhao's world barrier was a manifestation of his power. To break through the barrier, he had to surpass Chun Zhao's power. If he had the ability, he wouldn't have to run. Chun Zhao's barrier slowly tightened. Fan Xian had less and less space to move around. He knew that he'd really met his match this time. The moment Chun Zhao activated his original form, he knew what kind of person he was facing. Last year, he'd sensed that someone had broken through to the enchanting realm. He'd also left his mark in the world and reached the Ascension realm. He'd never thought that he'd meet Chun Zhao in this way. He'd thought that Chun Zhao was just an ordinary cultivator. Maybe he was stronger, but he definitely wouldn't connect Chun Zhao to the person who'd broken through to the enchanting realm. In his imagination, Chun Zhao could become the most powerful person in the world. He might not look like a sage, but he should at least have the demeanor of a master. But when Chun Zhao didn't reveal his aura, he was no different from an ordinary person. He hadn't expected to meet him here. He'd kicked the hardest iron plate in the world. The 10,000 Buddha seal might have an effect on Fan Xian, but it definitely couldn't suppress Fan Xian's full power, even if he had to use up all his Buddhist power. Zhang Tianyi was wrong about one thing. The Buddhist energy of the Buddhist sect was different from magic energy. Outsiders mistakenly thought that Buddhist power was Dharma power. In reality, they weren't the same thing. The cultivation method of the Buddhist sect also cultivated magic power. Buddhist power was a derivative. For Buddhist cultivators, if Dharma power was their main food, then Buddhist power was a supplement or a side dish. The power of Buddhism was extremely useful in cultivation and in battle. But Buddhist power was also indispensable. It could be less, but not none. If a Buddhist cultivator ran out of Buddhist power, then he'd lose control of his Dharma power and cultivation. This was an extremely terrifying thing for Buddhist cultivators. Chun Zhao wasn't in a hurry to kill Fan Xian. He just controlled her first and then checked his body's condition. A part of his power had turned into Buddhist power. Of course, it was only a small part of his full power. The mini heaven and earth barrier had shrunk to less than half a meter in diameter. Right now, it was difficult for Brahma to even raise her hand, and the barrier of the small world was still shrinking. Fan Xian had already lost control of her expression. Fan Xian lacked emotions to begin with, and she also cultivated the tranquil heart technique. He could control his emotions very well. Even when his family passed away in the secular world, he could still maintain his composure. However, this did not mean that he had no fear. Fear was also an emotion, but it was different from other emotions. In other words, fear was not only a neurological reaction, but also a physiological reaction. Other emotions are learned later in life. Only fear was something that humans were born with and mastered. At this moment, Fan Xian was terrified. This also caused his Tranquil Heart Sutra to become more and more chaotic. Chun Zhao realized that the 10,000 Buddha seal in his body was becoming unstable. It was as if Chun Zhao had found a fun toy. He slowed down the shrinking speed of the barrier between heaven and earth again. Fan Xian's expression began to change more and more. The more flustered he looked, the more unstable the 10,000 Buddha seal in Chun Zhao's body became. Brahma's palms tried to push open the barrier of heaven and earth, but his power was meaningless in the face of the barrier of the small world. Just then, the voice of the hotel customer service manager came from outside the door. "Knock, knock, knock. Mr. Chun, are you inside?" "Mr. Chun, what happened inside?" Clearly, the hotel had sensed something when Chun Zhao broke the window. Chun Zhao glanced at the door. The customer service manager had already used the hotel card to open the door because Chun Zhao had not responded. Chun Zhao used the small world to block the door so that the manager could not push it open. At the same time, Chun Zhao grabbed Fan Xian and flew through the window. Fortunately, it was nighttime and Chun Zhao was very fast. But Chun Zhao was in his original form now, so he was like a large light source. So he still left an obvious trail in the sky above the city. Chun Zhao flew toward the open sea. He flew for thousands of kilometers and found a desolate island. Then he stopped and threw Fan Xian on the ground. At this moment, Fan Xian was no longer as calm and collected as before. Only fear and helplessness were left. Mr. Chun, we can talk. You misunderstood. Chun Zhao shook his head and said calmly, there's no misunderstanding. I don't think it's a misunderstanding. Chun Zhao silently felt the 10,000 Buddha seal in his body. Right now, he did not even need to try to expel it. The seal was about to collapse by itself, but it would be a problem if it stayed in his body. Chun Zhao shook it hard. The seal did not completely collapse, but he could clearly feel that it had weakened a lot. It did not have the spirituality it had before. Right now, Chun Zhao felt that the seal was on its last breath. Chun Zhao pointed at Fan Xian. Fan Xian immediately put up a golden shield. While blocking Chun Zhao's attack, he was also sent flying. At the same time, Chun Zhao felt that the 10,000 Buddha seal had become even weaker. It seemed that Fan Xian's condition also affected the seal's strength. Chun Zhao slapped Fan Xian across the air. Fan Xian had just been hit by Chun Zhao. His chi and blood were already unstable. Before he could react, he was hit again. This made him spit out blood and fly back. In the past, Fan Xian had kept her hair long, and she really did look like a phoenix. But now, her hair was disheveled and her face was covered in mud and blood. Mr. Chun, please listen to me, Chun Zhao slapped again. Fan Xian's chest caved in and he was sent flying again. Mr. Chun Zhao kicked him again. Ah! Fan Xian roared. The Buddhist light on his body exploded, but he still could not block Chun Zhao's punch. Chun Zhao's original form was also golden. It looked like a Buddhist Dharma spell. Actually, there was a fundamental difference between the two. Fan Xian was making a final struggle. The golden light on his body grew several times stronger. But right now, Chun Zhao had activated his original form. In this form, Chun Zhao could really destroy the world. Chun Zhao punched Fan Xian again and again. With each punch, Fan Xian's aura weakened a bit. The 10,000 Buddha seal was also on the verge of collapse. If he had known that the 10,000 Buddha seal could be broken with such a violent method, Chun Zhao would not have to worry anymore. Now, he was not worried anymore. Compared to Mo Han's 9 Viscera techniques, the 10,000 Buddha seal was really weak. It was not as difficult as Chun Zhao had thought. Chapter 3260. The 10,000 Buddha seal was not weak at all. To most opponents, Brahma's innumerable Buddha seal was like a nuclear bomb. Take Zhang Tianyi, for example. When he had fought with Fan Xian, who was half a step into the enchanting state, had forced Zhang Tianyi into a corner. The 10,000 Buddha seal was definitely a great achievement. 20 years ago, Zhang Tianyi was struck by the 10,000 Buddha seal. Even though his cultivation base was higher than Fan Xian's, at least half of his cultivation base was sealed. Fan Xian, on the other hand, used her Buddhist power. His cultivation was still there, so he could barely resist Zhang Tianyi's attack. Moreover, Zhang Tianyi wasn't as strong as he was now 20 years ago. That was why Zhang Tianyi and Fan Xian had fought to a draw back then. In fact, Zhang Tianyi lost face. If it had been a life-and-death battle, Zhang Tian could have torn Fan Xian's body apart in a matter of minutes. However, the confrontation back then was just an exchange, not life and death. However, Fan Xian had used the same trick again this time, but she had chosen the wrong target. If Chun Zhao was also in the Shangqing realm, Brahma might have succeeded. However, the difference between an ascendance level and a prime clarity level was far greater than the difference between a prime clarity level and a half-step prime clarity level. Even though Fan Xian had used all of her Buddhist power, Chun Zhao was still in ascendance. Fan Xian, on the other hand, had lost all of his Buddhist power. Although his cultivation was still at the Shang-Qing realm, his battle prowess was 30 to 40% weaker. How were they supposed to fight? There was already a huge gap between them. Through the 10,000 Buddha seal, this gap did not shrink. Instead, it widened. However, Chun Zhao had beaten Fan Xian up for so long. Brahma Heart could really take a beating, an incredible amount of it, even if Chun Zhao didn't kill him. But after fighting for so long, Chun Zhao's power gradually increased. Fan Xian had managed to resist. Although he vomited blood, although he was covered in cuts and bruises, although his entire body was fractured, but Fan Xian said that she was still alive. The 10,000 Buddha seal in Chun Zhao's body had already disintegrated. However, Chun Zhao was interested in Fan Xian. What were the characteristics of his cultivation technique? Was he supposed to be able to take a beating? Chun Zhao was still increasing his power. Fan Xian coughed up blood as she struggled to survive. Chun Zhao's strength was so great that each punch could change the surrounding terrain. With every punch, the rock formation on the ground would change. And yet, Brahma's fleshly body had withstood it. It had to be said that Fan Xian's constitution surpassed that of most magical beasts. Even in the Western giant dragon clan, perhaps only the Dragon Emperor could be mentioned in the same breath as this bald donkey. Suddenly, Brahma Heart erupted with golden light that was 10 times stronger than before. Chun Zhao took a few steps back. He was surprised that Brahma Heart could still be strengthened. However, in the next instant, Fan Xian suddenly transformed into a huge rock, its entire body burning with golden flames, and soared into the sky. That speed was simply unimaginable. While Chun Zhao was distracted, Fan Xian had already flown into the clouds. Chun Zhao kicked the ground and chased after him. But the rock was just as fast as Chun Zhao. After all, even Chun Zhao himself didn't know what speed he could reach in his origin form. In this form, no instrument could measure his speed, unless Chun Zhao went to a specialized organization and calculated it with satellite positioning. But in Chun Zhao's current state, Fan Xian's rock wasn't any slower than Chun Zhao. Fan Xian was also heavily injured. Of course, the rock was extremely fast, but it still couldn't shake Chun Zhao off. Two beams of golden light streaked across the sky. Neither had any intention of stopping. Chun Zhao hadn't killed Fan Xian before, but he didn't plan on letting him go. As they chased, the two actually crossed the Pacific Ocean. Fan Xian grew more and more anxious. He hadn't expected that his painstakingly calculated plan would allow him to turn into flame wings and escape. Unexpectedly, Chun Zhao's speed was also shockingly fast. It wasn't any slower than flame wings. Fan Xian's condition was already very bad. He couldn't afford to waste time. So, if he couldn't shake Chun Zhao off in a short time, then he would really be dead. Two beams of golden light streaked across the American continent and entered the Arctic Ocean. Then they flew past Greenland and entered the Atlantic Ocean. Just like that, the two chased endlessly. 1 lap, 2 laps, 3 laps. The two flew around the Earth a few times. They continued to chase at high speed. Chun Zhao also wanted to see how long Fan Xian could last. Chun Zhao's condition was very good. His origin form didn't burden him at all. He could easily maintain this state for 3 days and 3 nights. But what about Fan Xian? How long could he last? They flew for 2 hours. Finally, Fan Xian slowed down. Chun Zhao realized that Fan Xian's rock had decreased in altitude. They had already returned to Huaxia and were in the vicinity of Shanghai. What did Fan Xian want to do? If he wanted to use ordinary people to protect him, he should have landed in the city. Chun Zhao would definitely be wary. Why did he have to land in the suburbs? Just as Chun Zhao was hesitating, a golden net suddenly appeared in the sky. It appeared without warning and fell without warning. The golden net instantly enveloped Chun Zhao. This golden net was constructed from supreme Buddhist energy and a great divine ability. Chun Zhao gathered power for a second and suddenly tore. The golden net was torn instantly. But at that moment, a beam of blue light shot toward Chun Zhao. The blue light was extremely fast. Chun Zhao could only vaguely see that it was a rock. Boom! It seemed very similar to the golden rock that Fan Xin had transformed into. But the blue rock wasn't real. It exploded the moment it hit Chun Zhao. Chun Zhao flipped a few times in the air. It was very powerful, but it didn't hurt him. Chun Zhao hovered in the air. Looking down, he saw 30 monks appear below him. 24 of them formed a circle, each with a different posture. 6 old monks stood in the middle. One of them was supporting Fan Xin. Junior, are you okay? That person is extremely powerful. Be careful. Activate the 24 heavens formation immediately, Fan Xin said worriedly. All the monks of the Brahmin generation were shocked. This was the first time they had seen Fan Xin in such a difficult situation, and he was in such a panic. Had his calming heart technique been broken? The monks looked up at Chun Zhao in the sky. Is he the one who hurt Junior Fangu? Yes. Fan Xin nodded with a serious expression. That's why I called for your help in a moment of desperation. Looks like he's really fierce. Disciples, hurry and activate the 24 heavens formation. Chun Zhao immediately realized that his surroundings were twisting. Huh. This feeling was very similar to when a god activated a divine kingdom. Chun Zhao didn't stop the monks from activating the formation. He didn't know the exact situation. The best choice was to deal with the myriad of changes by remaining unchanged. Just then, Chun Zhao realized that this wasn't a divine kingdom. It was a world, an entire world. Blessing of the heavens, mercy of all things. In this world, the power of the world surged into Fan Xion's body. Fan Xion's injuries started recovering quickly. Chapter 32:61. At the same time, Chun Zhao felt the pressure from this world. Chun Zhao opened his eyes. The power of his origin form increased again, shaking off the pressure. This world was very similar to the feathered serpent god's world. It was even more thorough. This world had been completely refined by these monks. No, it should be left behind by the ancient Buddhists. 6 Brahmin monks surrounded Fan Xian. Junior, we're facing a great enemy. We can only borrow the power of the 24 heavens formation. Fan Xian understands. Thank you, senior brothers. Fan Xian nodded. At the same time, he turned his head slightly to look at Chun Zhao in the air. No matter what, Chun Zhao was a huge problem. Fan Xian put his palms together. Senior brothers, please. Amitba. Flames of different colors burst out from the bodies of the 6 Brahmin monks. Chun Zhao looked at the 6 monks in surprise. The blue flames on one of them were the same as the one that had attacked him earlier. The other 5 were red, purple, black, white, and green. The flames on the 6 monks started entering Fan Xion's body. At the same time, the flames on their bodies transformed into the shape of a rock. Chun Zhao understood. Each of them had a part of the rock soul in them. At the moment, they had all fused the remnant soul into Fan Xion's body. Clearly, Fan Xian also had a remnant soul. The remnant soul in his body should be the main one. After understanding the situation, Chun Zhao flew higher. Noticing Chun Zhao's actions, Fan Xian immediately said, "Stop him. Junior, calm down. We know what to do. You just need to calm down and focus on refining the flame wing soul." Chun Zhao had already discovered something. The monks wanted to borrow the power of the world to fuse with the rock soul. Chun Zhao didn't know why the rock would split its soul into 7. However, it should be normal for one to be split into 7, and it should be abnormal for it to be combined into 1. If he stopped them from merging, the monks would definitely control the power of the world to disturb him. So, Chun Zhao decided to do the opposite. Chun Zhao rose into the sky and quickly absorbed the surrounding air and spiritual qi. A huge golden neutron star formed in the sky. In his origin form, Chun Zhao reached the extreme in all aspects. He could even form a neutron star with a few billion tons with a single thought. Then the second, the third, the fourth. Chun Zhao created dozens of golden neutron stars. The moment Chun Zhao's arm fell, dozens of golden neutron stars streaked across the sky. The 24 monks that formed the formation were shocked. They hurriedly controlled the power of the world to stop the falling golden neutron stars. Each of the dozens of golden neutron stars contained destructive power. After all, the 24 monks were not the true controllers of the world. They had only temporarily gained the authority to control the power of the world through the formation. Moreover, the 24 monks were unable to communicate with each other. Furthermore, even if they worked together and their minds were connected, it would be extremely difficult to stop all the golden neutron stars. One must know that there were dozens of them, not just a few. If they were facing only one person, they would have to work together. It was still possible to stop a neutron star. But how are they going to stop dozens of them? They had not discussed who would stop who. The power of the world was indeed enormous for an individual, but this was only a small world after all. Dividing it into 24 portions was still a bit of a stretch. Giant rock palms rose from all corners of the small world in an attempt to stop the golden neutron star. However, the first golden neutron star passed through and landed on the ground. The entire world shook. Then the second, the third. At this moment, the largest neutron star fell. While the 24 monks were focused on stopping the first wave of attacks from Chen Zhao, Chen Zhao was also preparing his real killing move. Chen Zhao turned into a giant meteor and smashed into the ground with terrifying speed. Boom! The sky changed colors and the mountains and rivers collapsed. The land was shattered in the impact. The entire world was shaking. The power of the world became very unstable. The 24 monks spat out blood at the same time. Uncle, that person, Fan Xian and the other monks of the Fan generation were also shocked. They did not expect Chen Zhao to be so crazy, nor did they expect him to be able to do this. They had thought that they only needed to trap Chen Zhao in the 24 heavens formation. Then, they could use the power of the world to suppress Chen Zhao. No matter how strong Chen Zhao was, he wouldn't be able to fight against the power of the world. They did not expect Chen Zhao to be able to do it and do it. Compared to destroying the world, shouldn't it be easier to stop them from merging with the soul of the rock? But Chen Zhao did not follow their wishes. He did the exact opposite and chose to destroy the world, which seemed more difficult. To shake the foundation of the world instead of stopping them. He was a complete lunatic. Perhaps in their understanding, Chen Zhao was crazy. In reality, this was all because of the uniqueness of Chen Zhao's move. If it was just to stop Fan Xian from merging with the soul of the rock, he needed to fight against the power of the world. What was the power of the world? It was a giant world. It was almost impossible to break through such a huge, small world in a short period of time. Even if Chen Zhao used all his ultimate moves, he would not be able to break through in a short time. But Chen Zhao's move could. Meteor was Chen Zhao's killing move. This move was used to destroy the world. It was a move that Chen Zhao's employees had thought of for him, but had become Chen Zhao's most powerful killing move. Meteors were not suitable for smashing people. They were completely used to destroy the world. If he used this on Earth one day, Chen Zhao would be able to use it. If the world was destroyed, the employees of the animation company would definitely play a huge role. So, to Chen Zhao, destroying the world was far easier than breaking through the limits of the power of the world. Quick, change to another world, an old monk shouted anxiously. If Chen Zhao continued to destroy, the world would really be destroyed. Once the world was destroyed, the 24 heavens formation would be flawed. Plus, Fan Xian's fusion had reached a critical moment. The entire world was shaking. It was extremely difficult to use the power of the world to suppress the soul of the rock. It might even backfire on Fan Xian. They would not allow this to happen. Chen Zhao was surprised because the surrounding scenery changed again. A whole new world appeared before him. No way. Was Wutai Mountain so extravagant? There was actually a second small world. Wait, this formation was called the 24 Heavens Formation. Did it really have 24 small worlds? Chapter 3262. Even Chen Zhao couldn't destroy 24 worlds in a row. It wasn't hard to smash a meteor into the ground. It wasn't hard to smash 10 or even 100, as long as Chen Zhao had enough time. Chen Zhao could create a meteor shower. But even a meteor shower couldn't shake the power of the world. In order to shake the power of the world, Chun Zhao had to use his full strength. 24 small worlds. Chun Zhao would be exhausted. The second world was a vast ocean, an ocean that had no end in sight. At the same time, Fan Xion's rock soul had finished merging. With the suppression of the complete power of the world, the rock's soul couldn't resist. Fan Xion could control the rock's power freely. Fan Xion turned into the rock again. Hiss! The air seemed to be torn apart. Chun Zhao couldn't see the rock's movements clearly. His body was knocked thousands of feet away. He landed on the surface of the ocean, creating huge waves. Chun Zhao stood on the surface, calmly looking at the rock Fan Xion had turned into. It was very fast. It was definitely the fastest enemy Chun Zhao had ever faced. Even Chun Zhao couldn't match its speed, but he didn't use much strength. Chun Zhao tore off his tattered clothes. The rock attacked Chun Zhao again. Chun Zhao raised his arms. Hundreds of water columns rose from the surface of the ocean and shot at the rock. But the rock easily dodged the water columns with his fast and agile body. Hiss! The rock grabbed Chun Zhao's shoulder and lifted him up. Chun Zhao's body flipped uncontrollably into the air. The moment Chun Zhao steadied himself, the rock attacked again. Not just once, but hundreds of times in an instant. Chun Zhao hadn't been attacked like this in a long time. He couldn't fight back and was beaten up. The rock's speed was simply too fast. So fast that it was hard to react. Chun Zhao was covered in wounds. He recovered in a moment. The rock didn't attack immediately. Instead, he looked at Chun Zhao. You lost. The golden light on his body turned red. The next moment, the rock attacked again. It was also an unparalleled speed, but it was different from last time. This time, the attack hit Chun Zhao directly. Boom! A terrifying shockwave exploded at the moment of impact. Chun Zhao's body flew across the surface of the ocean. The surface was almost torn open. Chun Zhao stood up again, a trace of blood at the corner of his mouth. Chun Zhao was injured. This time, he was really injured. The rock attacked again. Just then, Chun Zhao moved too. In an instant, the sea disappeared. In its place was lava everywhere. A world of flames. Chun Zhao released his inner world. The rock didn't stop. Instead, it continued charging at Chun Zhao. The fiery world seemed to have been sliced apart by the rock. That speed was truly unparalleled. But the next moment, the boundary of the fire world shrank even faster with Chun Zhao as the center. The moment the rock was about to hit Chun Zhao, the world of fire disappeared completely. Chun Zhao's original form disappeared. It was replaced by a lava-like form. Chun Zhao suddenly dropped down. The rock missed its attack and flew over his head. However, the rock quickly turned back and chased after Chun Zhao. Just as the rock was about to catch up to Chun Zhao suddenly paused. The inner world of fire appeared again. It completely enveloped the rock, enveloping it in a world of flames. The rock couldn't change its direction in time. It crashed into Chun Zhao's chest. Chun Zhao fell to the ground like a meteor. But this time, Chun Zhao stood up as if nothing had happened. Chun Zhao looked at the rock. You lost. I'm not afraid of flames, Fan Xion said in the form of the rock. I never hoped that the flames here could restrict you. What? Fan Xion's heart jumped. Suddenly, the flames on his body became chaotic. Gold, red, blue, white, black, purple, and green flames fluctuated continuously. World within a world. Fan Xion understood what Chun Zhao had done. Chun Zhao had used his own small world to trap him. Then Chun Zhao didn't need to do anything. He'd already fallen into the trap. Without the power of the outside world suppressing him, the soul of the rock was indeed uncontrollable. It started wreaking havoc in Fan Xion's body. No, the first thing to break out was a beam of red light. It was the remnant soul of the rock that represented the soul of flames. It was strengthened in this world of flames. Thus, its reaction was also the most intense. The red rock's soul circled the world, but had nowhere to go. Chun Zhao waved his hand. Come. The soul of the rock seemed to be summoned by Chun Zhao. It flew before Chun Zhao on its own. It fused into Chun Zhao's body without resistance. Chen Zhao took a deep breath. At the same time, he felt the memories that the soul had given him. There were 7 rock souls in total. Each was actually an individual. They'd hatched in different eras. They were not real rocks, but descendants of rocks. Every rock's soul had a special characteristic. The monks of Wutai Mountain had been preparing since ancient times. They domesticated and fed the hatched rocks so that they could evolve. When they reached a bottleneck, they'd kill them, extract their souls, and seal them in the monk's body with a secret technique. This way, they could obtain the abilities of the rock. One had to admit that this was a very strange idea. Until now, the 7th rock was born. It was different from the other rocks. It was completely sealed in Fan Xian's body. Both its soul and body were sealed in Fan Xian's body. The original plan was to wait until the rock reached a bottleneck. Then, with the power of the world, it would absorb the souls of the other 6 rocks. Finally, it would break through and turn the 7th rock into a real, legendary rock. But this plan had been disrupted by Chen Zhao. Because of Chen Zhao, Fan Xian had to let the other 6 rock souls fuse into her body in advance. But the rock in Fan Xian's body hadn't truly reached a bottleneck. So, it couldn't fuse with the souls of the other 6. It could only suppress them with the power of the world, which was to forcefully fuse them. With the help of the world's energy, the other 6 rock souls could be considered to be at peace. But without the suppression of the power of the world, the other 6 rocks immediately rebelled. Soon, the 2nd rock's soul rushed out of Fan Xian's body. Fan Xian's heart-wrenching roars couldn't stop the rock soul's resistance. Chen Zhao didn't hold back. He directly attracted the 2nd rock soul. Chen Zhao realized that the rock soul didn't resist him. The first one was very active. The second one only fused into his body after he released his aura. Chapter 3263. They could not only be suppressed by the power of the world, they also fed on the power of the world. Chen Zhao vaguely understood why there hadn't been any rocks in history. Perhaps it could only appear in the mythological era, because their food had never been flood dragons. It was the power of the world. They liked to eat the power of the world, but that did not mean they wanted to be suppressed by the power of the world. Therefore, the plans of the monks on Mount Wutai for thousands of years had always been wrong. There was no conflict between the 2 rock souls in Chen Zhao's body. They were not energy, they all had their own consciousness. Chen Zhao didn't have much, but he had a lot of world power. Chen Zhao's inner world was a small world. It also produced world power. He also had the serpent world, which also had endless world power. Therefore, he didn't need to be stingy with the power of the world. They ate as much as they could. It was enough for them to fill themselves to death. Moreover, it was different from Brahma Exin, who relied on suppression to obtain the power of the great rock. Chen Zhao didn't need to force them. All he had to do was exchange the power of the world and feed them. They would naturally be willing to lend their power to Chen Zhao. Chen Zhao opened his arms and released the aura of the rock soul. The rock soul in Fan Xian's body became even more restless and resisted even more fiercely. Fan Xian didn't feel relieved because the number of the rock souls was reduced. Instead, she felt even more uncomfortable. The soul of the rock rampaged through Fan Xian's body. Fan Xian became more and more alarmed. He didn't understand. This was Mount Wutai's secret method. Why could Chen Zhao control it? He didn't realize that the secret method of Mount Wutai was used in the wrong way. Chen Zhao only had 2 rock souls, but their auras were stronger than the 5 he had. Furthermore, he had even triggered the golden rock in his body. At that moment, the soul of the 3rd rock broke through Brahma's suppression and charged directly at Chen Zhao. The soul of the rock chirped happily and dove into Chen Zhao's body. On Chen Zhao's side, the aura of the rock's soul grew stronger. This feeling was similar to an animal releasing male hormones to attract other members of the opposite sex. Although this description was very strange, but the process was very similar. However, the number of rock souls in Fan Xian's body didn't make it any easier to suppress. Instead, it became even more intense, as if it wanted to perish together with Fan Xian. That's enough. Fan Xin roared. The rock soul was calm for a moment, but in the next moment, Fan Xin fell to the ground in pain. Backlash. It had begun. Even the golden rock's flaming wings began to resist. To Brahma Xin, this was a disaster. The three rock souls broke through the shackles and entered Chun Zhao's body. At this moment, Fan Xin didn't have the slightest strength to resist, and she collapsed to the ground. His eyes lost their light. Chun Zhao walked toward Fan Xin and stretched out his hand. A strong aura of the rock soul was brewing in his palm. Fan Xion's body suddenly spasmed. Immediately after, the golden Buddha mark on his chest began to become extremely dazzling. In the next moment, the light disappeared, but the golden Buddha's seal began to bleed. A golden rock tore through Fan Xion's body and flew out. It was different from the previous 6 rocks. The great rock in front of him was not killed. Its body was still intact. Chun Zhao slowly reached out to touch the golden rock. The golden rock retreated a little, but slowly it sensed the aura of its kind on Chun Zhao. Moreover, the power of the world on Chun Zhao made it instinctively feel close. The golden rock suddenly turned into a beam of golden light and imprinted itself on Chun Zhao's palm. It left a golden mark on Chun Zhao's palm. It was different from the other 6 rock souls. This golden rock could evolve into a real mythical rock. Chun Zhao looked down at Fan Xin. He was already dead. Buddhism was all about mercy. However, the actions of this group of monks had nothing to do with mercy. Chun Zhao was somewhat disgusted. With a wave of his hand, he completely destroyed Fan Xion's body. Putting away his inner world, the 6 rocks and the golden rock immediately settled down in the flame world. They didn't have any special requirements for the environment. They just had a special need for food. They only needed the power of the world. This wasn't something normal people could provide. The monks saw Chun Zhao appear, but Fan Xin didn't. They all felt that something was wrong. Quick, change the world, the power of the rock. A beam of light flashed. A dozen monks were instantly crushed by Chun Zhao. The remaining monks also spat out blood. The 24 Heavens formation also disintegrated. They couldn't change the world anymore. At least, they couldn't activate the formation until they had 24 monks who knew formations. But now they had to face Chun Zhao. Monk Fan Xin asked me to pass on a message. All the monks looked at Chun Zhao. Chun Zhao smiled. He said he misses you guys and hopes you can accompany him. All the monks were infuriated. Demon, I'll fight you to the death. Fellow martial brothers and martial nephews, let's vanquish the demon together. Kill. But they were facing Chun Zhao. The gap between them was vividly displayed at this moment. In the next second, all the monks were destroyed. They were facing Chun Zhao, who was ready to kill. Chun Zhao didn't hold back anymore. He wouldn't give them a chance to resist. Returning to the main plane, Chun Zhao exhaled deeply. Just then his phone rang. Hey, Mr. Chun, I reported your request to the higher-ups. They don't agree. On the other end of the phone, Zhou Yiren sounded a little regretful. He didn't know if it was because he hadn't taken the chance to destroy Wutai Mountain, or was it because he wasn't able to receive the $10 billion donation. Really? I think so too. I was too impulsive. It's a famous mountain in China. I should show some respect. It's good that you think like that. Oh, where's Monk Fan Xin? You want to serve the Buddha, right? Fine. Even an idiot could understand what Chun Zhao meant. But Zhou Yiren was also secretly shocked. Who was Fan Xin? It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that he was the top Zen, just like Zhang Tiany's position in Taoism. No one objected to Fan Xin being the top Zen. But now, Chun Zhao had sent him to meet the Buddha. How could Zhou Yiren not be shocked? If there's nothing else, I'm going to hang up. Okay, bye. I look forward to the communication between the East China Special Intelligence Department and the North American Supernatural Organization. Bye. As soon as Chun Zhao hung up, his phone rang again. This time, it was the hotel. Chun Zhao's room had been destroyed, but he was nowhere to be seen. So, the hotel thought that something had happened to him. They even called the police. Chapter 3264. Chun Zhao was at the police station now. An old acquaintance of his sat opposite him, rolling. She was the policewoman he'd met when he'd returned last time. Hello, Xiao Luo. Who's talking to you? I'm asking you a question. Didn't you hear me? I heard you. I don't know what happened either. A group of strangers barged into my room and put a sack over my head. I don't know what happened next. When I woke up, I was in the wilderness. There was no one around. The surveillance shows that there wasn't a group of people at all. During the incident, only a long-haired man entered your room. Then you and the long-haired man disappear together. That's my friend. I'm worried about him too, Chen Zhao said helplessly. You don't look worried at all. Do you really have to write worried on your face? Correct your thoughts. You're a suspect now. No, I'm a victim. Chen Zhao immediately corrected Rolling. You can't interrogate me with this attitude. I'm only here to give a statement, not to record it. Rolling felt like she couldn't control her little universe anymore. Chen Zhao was asking for a beating, but she knew that she couldn't do anything to him, unless she could find concrete evidence. Chen Zhao was related to the man's disappearance. However, there was no footage of the man on the surveillance. When a man came to find Chen Zhao, he seemed to have purposely avoided the camera. Why did you come back? That's weird. I'm a legal Chinese citizen. Do I need a valid reason to come back? Besides, I entered the scene legally. You should be able to find out about this. If you really need a legitimate reason, I can ask my company to issue a proof of official business. Rolling was speechless. She hated facing intellectuals the most, because most of the time, people like Chen Zhao were rebellious. Just then, Chen Zhao's lawyer arrived. This lawyer was also an old acquaintance of Chen Zhao's in China. He bailed Chen Zhao out last time, too. He was a lawyer from Shanghai. Wei Ling, Mr. Chen, hello. Ms. Luo, we meet again. Lawyer Wei, you're a bit early. I'm catching up with Ms. Luo. I'm sorry, but you can catch up after I'm done with the paperwork. Wei Dan was a smart person and knew how to continue. Ms. Luo, can I take Mr. Chen away now? Rolling glanced at Chen Zhao unwillingly. Go. Don't come back. If you do, I'll definitely make you suffer. Chen Zhao was speechless. He left the police station and got into Wei Dan's car. Lawyer Wei, do you take on commercial law cases? Wei Dan was stunned. Mr. Chen, do you need legal advice for your business? Yes. Recently, I have a business deal with Director Liu of Tianhong Corporation. We have reached a general agreement, but we haven't signed the contract yet. Some of the details, contracts, and things related to domestic laws need to be handled by a professional lawyer. My own lawyer is overseas and isn't suitable for this project. That's why I asked Lawyer Wei if he has this kind of business, or if I can find a lawyer in Lawyer Wei's firm to handle business. Of course, if Mr. Chen has such a request, I would be honored. All right then, I'll entrust this matter to Lawyer Wei. Wei Ke also had a law firm of her own. He worked with Alex's law firm. That was why Wei Ke had appeared when Chen Zhao went in last time. Wei Ke knew that Chen Zhao was rich. He was happy to work with Chen Zhao. Oh, is there any trouble with my case this time? No problem. Wei Ke didn't ask why a living person would disappear in Chen Zhao's room. Are you sure? Regardless of whether it's international or domestic laws, they all have a common characteristic, which is that they can only prove guilty and not innocent. What do you mean? It's like issuing a certificate. Domestic police stations won't issue a certificate of innocence to anyone, even if the person has never committed a crime in his life. It's because innocence can't be determined from cause and effect, but guilt is obvious. If you've been caught, it proves that you've committed a crime. If the police want to prove Mr. Chen's guilt, they have to prove that the person's disappearance is related to Mr. Chen. Chen Zhao understood now. This meant that if they couldn't find the cause and effect, then they couldn't prove Chen Zhao's guilt. The police couldn't make guesses about this case, so they couldn't prove the cause and effect. This couldn't prove Chen Zhao's innocence. It just couldn't prove that he was guilty. Thank you for your answer, Lawyer Wei. You're welcome. Answering clients is also my job scope. Oh, Lawyer Wei, if you know someone's guilty, especially when it's an extremely bad crime, will you still defend that person with all your strength? Yes. Wei Ke nodded. Chen Zhao fell silent. He just asked casually, but he soon realized that he couldn't continue. Mr. Chen, under the modern law, both the plaintiff and the defendant need a chance to prove their innocence. The principle of modern law is that it's better to let go of 1,000 wrongly than to kill one wrongly. Also, don't question the authority of the domestic legal system. If it's really done by a person, the suspect can't escape punishment in most cases. What if the person is rich? I mean, someone as rich as me. Mr. Chun, why do you think so many people who commit economic crimes flee abroad every year? Wei Dan was a very logical person. Even when Chun Zhao asked some sensitive questions, Wei Dan could still answer them fluently. Moreover, his answers wouldn't make Chun Zhao uncomfortable. What made Chen Zhao feel that Wei Ku was reliable wasn't his legal knowledge. It was his principles. He was a person with his own principles. This made Chen Zhao feel that Wei Ku was someone he could work with. If his lawyer was someone without principles, Chen Zhao wouldn't be at ease. For example, Alex. Chen Zhao chose Alex to be his personal lawyer. It wasn't just because she was Green's sister. It was also because of her principles. Every year, Alex would accept many legal requests. Wei Ku sent Chen Zhao to the hotel entrance. Liu Yibo also got out of the car. He'd come to find Chen Zhao and coincidentally met him at the entrance. President Chen, you're finally back. I heard that you were attacked at the hotel. How is it? Are you okay? Chapter 3265. Smiling, Chen Zhao shook his head. It's fine. Maybe it's just a prank. It's good that you're fine. It's good that you're fine. Boss, you're a boss, but you didn't bring a bodyguard. Aren't you being hated? Liu Yibo said with concern. His words were somewhat polite. Of course, he was genuinely concerned. Most importantly, if something happened to Chen Zhao, who could he ask for his investment? This was not just a few dollars, but billions of dollars of investment. Even the world's largest venture capital firms would take half a year to come up with an evaluation. There were many rich people in the country, but there weren't many who could come up with so much money in such a short period of time. There were even fewer who were willing to take it out and vote for him. Do you want me to introduce you to a few companies that specialize in this kind of security business? Absolutely professional. Thanks, but I really don't need it. Chen Zhao waved his hand. If he really needed help, he would look for Mo Han. You really don't need it? There's really no need, Chen Zhao said, smiling. All right, if you have something to say, just say it. I don't dare to say that I can command hundreds of people in the country, but basically, as long as it doesn't involve the government, I can say something. Of course, if there's a need, I will not stand on ceremony with you, Boss Liu. Let's go, I'll welcome you. Chen Zhao did not refuse. This time, Liu Yibo was treating because of what happened last time. It was because of the animations company. Although it was a misunderstanding, it was not Liu Yibo's intention. However, Liu Yibo still needed to use this opportunity to explain. Jin Si gave Liu Yibo a way out. For a businessman like Liu Yibo, he was most afraid that his business partner would hold a grudge against him. This was one of his business habits. If Chen Zhao really had a hold on to this, Liu Yibo might really consider giving up on Chen Zhao. After that, Liu Yibo introduced the animation company to an office building in Shanghai CBD. Moreover, he wasn't introducing the office building of Tianhong Corporation this time. A businessman like him was straightforward. Chen Zhao was willing to trust his sincerity. After returning to the hotel staff gave him another room. For the hotel, they didn't know what happened, but they felt it was their fault. After all, with Chen Zhao's identity, it was their fault, although they didn't know what was going on. But the guest was missing in the hotel. That could only be their fault. Mr. Chen, do you have time today? Yes, when and where? Eastern Zhejiang. You'd better be there before midnight. Eastern suburbs? Where? Forget it. I'll go pick you up. Zhou Yiren was impatient too. He went straight to Chen Zhao's hotel and dragged him to the eastern suburbs. In the car, Zhou Yiren couldn't help but ask, Mr. Chen, where is Fan Xin? What monk Fan Xin? Zhou Yiren was speechless. Are you pretending to have amnesia? However, he did not ask this question to seek justice for Fan Xin in the first place. Since Chen Zhao was pretending to have lost his memory, Fan Xin was probably dead. The pillar of Mount Wutai is also missing, Zhou Yiren said. I'm not interested in a bunch of monks, Chen Zhao said nonchalantly. All right, Zhou Yiren decided to change the topic. Chen Zhao clearly didn't want to talk about the monks from Wutai Mountain anymore. He was probably afraid that there would be trouble in the future. This matter couldn't be hidden even if he mentioned it. After all, Mount Wutai was not a small sect. Fan Xin and the 20 or so pillars had all disappeared in one go. The remaining monks on Mount Wutai would definitely not sit still. Even the entire Zen sect would explode. When they arrived at the eastern suburbs, there were many members of the Special Intelligence Division. They were busy setting up the formation. Xiao Jiaqiu was also watching from the side. When she saw Chen Zhao and Zhou Yiren, she immediately came over to greet them. Mr. Chen, Minister Zhou. Chen Zhao nodded, his attitude rather cold. On the other hand, Zhou Yiren and Xiao Jiaqiu started chatting. But they were not the same kind of people. So, their topics were also very different. Speaking of which, Xiao Jiaqiu could be considered someone from the supernatural world now. But in the end, she was more used to her celebrity identity. She had only agreed to help Zhou Yiren to solve her own problems. Xiao Jiaqiu was a very realistic person. The benefits were clearly divided. Was she obedient before Chen Zhao now? It was only because she needed his help. Chen Zhao had only agreed to help because of Zhou Yiren. Chen Zhao was more interested in the members of the Special Intelligence Division. Chen Zhao observed the events at the scene. He discovered the difference between the Special Intelligence Division and the Supernatural Organization. The members of the Special Intelligence Division weren't weak. A few were especially outstanding and might even be stronger than Gaia and the others. Also, their execution was something the Supernatural Organization members couldn't compare to. Perhaps it was because Chen Zhao was an undisciplined person himself. West himself wasn't a hardliner, was he? Managing the Supernatural Organization was also a free-range management. So, the Supernatural Organization members didn't have much discipline, apart from Chen Zhao's words. Plus, with Chen Zhao's strength, there weren't any problems. In terms of execution, there were too many members of the Special Intelligence Division. They weren't soldiers, but their management system was very much like the army. Once an order was given, it had to be completed. It wasn't like the ambiguity of the Supernatural Organization. Even if they failed, Chen Zhao would cover for them. Plus, they had a clear division of labor and a wide range of knowledge in the supernatural world. Almost every member of the Special Intelligence Division knew how to look at the diagram when setting up the complicated formation. It wasn't like the Supernatural Organization, outstanding in a certain aspect, but mediocre in other aspects. Was there a single advantage? Erudite had its advantages too, but in a group battle, if the two sides were about the same in power, Erudite would definitely have a greater advantage. For example, Erudite, the most representative was Zhang Qiani. Bifla was second. They were people who could turn their magic knowledge into power. Chen Zhao thought about the communication between the two organizations that he'd mentioned to Zhou Yiren. It seemed like he had to be serious. Was it just a formality? Now it seemed. The Special Intelligence Division's level was indeed much higher than the supernatural organizations. This level wasn't just reflected on individuals. It was also reflected on the whole. They could make the dozen people present into one. Each person could set up a part of the formation without interfering with each other. The supernatural organization was like that. If two people fought together, they could cooperate well. If there were more than two people, they would probably start fighting among themselves first. So when fighting, it was basically two people working together. Sometimes they would even fight alone. As for management, Chen Zhao and West weren't qualified managers. Even if they learned the management of the Special Intelligence Division, they probably wouldn't be able to learn it. Even if they did, they wouldn't be able to implement it. Chapter 3266. After dark, the site was still being set up. It wasn't until the wee hours of the morning that the preparations for the formation were finally completed. This was not a pure array formation. There were also some unknown instruments and equipment set up in the surroundings. Okay, we just have to wait until midnight to officially start. Why do we have to wait until midnight? Chen Zhao asked. For that snake demon to evolve into a flood dragon, it needs the right time, the right place, and the right people. Not a single one can be missing. The right time refers to the time, the right place refers to the environment and array formation here, and the right people refers to you. Tomorrow is the opening day, where Yin and Yang meet. What Genesis Day? I've never heard of it. It's like the 24 solar terms. In the spiritual world, There are also spiritual qi solar terms. Some seasons have more yang and less yin, while others have more yin and less yang. Genesis Day is the first day of the spiritual qi solar terms. It's like the first day of a new year after New Year's Eve. Genesis Day is the first day when spiritual qi turns from more yin and less yang to more yang and less yin. It's the first day when yin and yang are reversed. Tell me more about the spiritual qi solar terms. After Genesis Day is bright yang at the beginning of April. At that time, yang qi reaches a high level. June is full yang, and June is the month when yang qi is the most abundant. It lasts until July 15th. Other than the Ghost Festival, it's also called yin opening in the spiritual world. From then on, yin qi will gradually increase. Mid-autumn will be perineum yin, and November 5th will be full yin. Zhou Yiren paused and said, primordial opening, bright yang, full yang, opening yin, perineum yin, and full yin are the 6 solar terms of the spiritual energy solar terms. Nowadays, few cultivators know about these solar terms. However, in ancient times, some cultivators would cultivate or make breakthroughs according to the spiritual energy solar terms, which would indeed be helpful to their cultivation and realms. For example, primordial opening and yin opening, where the extreme of yang produces yin, or when the extreme of yin produces yang, are important turning points for breakthroughs and enlightenment. Another example is that if one's cultivation is of the yang attribute or yin attribute, one can also allocate the cultivation time according to the spiritual energy solar terms. Although Chen Zhao's cultivation leaned towards yang, he had never paid attention to things like the spiritual qi solar terms. Now that he heard Zhou Yiren's words, he felt enlightened. Although he wouldn't be able to break through immediately after listening to it, he could try his best to cultivate in accordance with the solar terms in the future. All right, Mr. Chen, go over there and try the device. See if the input of magical power is smooth. Chen Zhao nodded and walked to the device. There was a pair of palm prints on it. Place your hands on the palm print, and then use the smallest amount of mana output. Chen Zhao obeyed and began to pour out his mana. The moment Chen Zhao inserted his magic power, the formation lit up. Mr. Chen, you can increase your dermic power output. Chen Zhao increased the output, and the formation grew brighter. The other personnel in charge of monitoring the equipment and formation made an okay gesture. The magic power attribute is positive. The array is operating normally, and the power output is stable. Just follow this output frequency, the monitoring staff said. However, it needs to be maintained for at least an hour, possibly longer. Zhou Yiren looked at him. Mr. Chen, I need 1 or more than an hour. Do you have a problem? If you have any questions, it's best to bring them up now so that we can make backup plans. Sure, no problem. All right then. Zhou Yiren checked the time. 1 minute countdown. Xiao Jiaqio, stand in the eye of the formation and summon the snake demon. It's about to start. Xiao Jiaqio stood in the eye of the formation and summoned the 2-legged snake. The 2-legged snake couldn't be any more well-behaved here. Apart from Chen Zhao, there were many people here that it couldn't afford to offend. Even if it was Zhou Yiren, who looked so ordinary. He was also very strong. Xiao Jiaqio still didn't know the exact process. So, she seemed a bit nervous. Countdown 10 seconds, 9, 8, countdown 3, 2, 1, start. Chen Zhao started to input his magic power. The formation lit up, and Zhou Yiren commanded from the side. Snake Demon, activate your bloodline and begin evolution. The 2-legged snake mumbled, I'm not a snake demon. Why do you keep calling me snake demon? However, it didn't dare to let others hear it. It just complained. The 2-legged snake's scales started to change color from green. The color became darker and darker, as if it was congested with blood. It turned dark red and glowed faintly. Chen Zhao's magic power was channeled into the formation through the device, and then into Xiao Jiaqio. It then flowed into the 2-legged snake through Xiao Jiaqio. Xiao Jiaqio and the 2-legged snake were connected by blood, so they wouldn't reject each other's magic power. The 2-legged snake straightened its body in front of it. However, the evolution process wasn't comfortable. It could even be described as extremely painful. Many magical beasts and demons died because they couldn't endure the evolution process. The two-legged snake knew the consequences, so it persisted. If it relaxed even a little, it would be smashed to pieces. It had to keep absorbing magic power to stimulate the bloodline in its body. Bloodline and constitution were two different things, but they complemented each other. Bloodlines forged a stronger physique, and a stronger physique gave birth to a stronger bloodline. It had been half an hour, but the two-legged snake was still the same. There weren't any obvious changes in its body. Zhou Yiren cursed silently. This guy's talent was really bad. No wonder it couldn't evolve when it was stuck on two legs. Mr. Chun, the evolution process might take longer this time. Do you have any problems? Not at the moment. Since Chun Zhao had agreed, he wouldn't leave halfway. The length of time didn't make much difference to him. Finally, after another half an hour, a tumor grew out of the two-legged snake's head. The tumor grew longer slowly. Then the outer layer of skin started aging and fading, revealing a single horn. It finally had some characteristics of a flood dragon. But just then, a patch of dark clouds appeared in the sky. Zhou Yiren's heart skipped a beat. What's going on? Didn't you check the weather? Why are there dark clouds all of a sudden? Chun Zhao looked at Zhou Yiren. What happened? Mr. Chun, if it rains, you can stop using magic power. What? If I stop now, the snake's evolution will definitely fail. With the amount of magic it absorbed, it and Xiao Jiaqiu will definitely explode. I can't help it. If it rains later, there'll definitely be lightning. I know some lightning spells. I'm fine. Chun Zhao had experienced the thunder tribulation himself when he was breaking through to the ascension level. Even if the snake's evolution triggered lightning, it wouldn't be stronger than his own, so he wasn't worried. Mr. Chun, are you really fine? Chapter 3267. I'm fine, but are you sure they can handle the lightning? Lightning wasn't something that could only be triggered in certain realms. It also had a small chance of happening when breaking through to other realms. However, if there was a thunderstorm, it would happen very often. Today was also the day of the opening, when yin and yang alternated. Spiritual qi was already in an unstable state. If it was attracted by the serpent qi and encountered a thunderstorm again, there was almost a 100% chance that lightning would strike them. Chun Zhao didn't think that such low-level lightning could harm him. After all, he'd gone through 2 complete lightning strikes. However, whether Xiao Jiaqiu and the two-legged snake, who had yet to fully evolve, could withstand the attack was up to fate. If they were lucky enough to win a 5 million lottery, it would be fine. On the other hand, that was about it. Mr. Chun, can you really handle it? Chun Zhao's cultivation was high, but it didn't mean that he could. One had to know that many experts had died while helping others take on the heavenly lightning. So, Zhou Yiren wasn't sure if Chun Zhao could handle it. Don't worry, I know what I'm doing. Then what if I attract the lightning to you? Is that okay? Chun Zhao hesitated. He could handle it, but it didn't mean that he had to take the blame for Xiao Jiaqiu and the two-legged snake. He was here to help, not to take the blame. Mr. Chun, the Special Intelligence Division will take the blame for Wutai Mountain, Zhou Yiren said. Chun Zhao was surprised. Is the snake demon that important? Mr. Chun, do you agree? Yes. Zhou Yiren smiled. He'd recruited Xiao Jiaqiu to expand their influence. After the two-legged snake evolved into a dragon, they'd gain a lot in terms of strength. At the same time, they'd be a brand. Together with Xiao Jiaqiu, they'd have a good reaction. So, protecting the two was an important strategic deployment for the Special Intelligence Division. Of course, if they were worthy of the Special Intelligence Division taking the blame and going against Wutai Mountain, that wasn't worth it. But even without today's incident, he'd let the Special Intelligence Division take the blame, because this was Dragon Tiger Mountain's intention. To put it simply, this time, the Celestial Master Sect of Longhu Mountain wanted to take advantage of the fact that Wutai Mountain's combat power was weak. Then, he would use the Special Intelligence Department to weaken the influence of Mount Wutai. If the group of old monks from Mount Wutai were still here, Zhou Yiren would definitely not dare to accept this order from Mount Longhu's sage sect. But now, all the old monks on Mount Wutai were dead, and the remaining young monks were useless. Then he spread the news that monks from Mount Wutai had come out to do bad things. Then they were annihilated by the Special Intelligence Department. What would happen to Mount Wutai and the Zen sect? Come out to seek justice from the Special Intelligence Department? The Zen sect would definitely be afraid of the Special Intelligence Division, which could completely destroy Mount Wutai. Besides, he was already dead, so the Zen sect naturally wouldn't stand up for Mount Wutai. As for the group of young monks from Mount Wutai, if they dared to come out, they would be killed. Of course, not everyone in the Special Intelligence Department was there to take the blame. The Special Intelligence Department's reputation would naturally rise because of this incident. After all, he could rub the head of the Zen sect against the ground. Naturally, no one dared to underestimate the combat power of the Special Intelligence Department. In the past, the Special Intelligence Division's position in Huaxia's supernatural world had been rather awkward. On one hand, it was because it was a department of the Imperial Court. Many people in the spirit world viewed them as the Imperial Court's lackeys. That was why there weren't many experts in the Special Intelligence Department. Most of them belonged to the middle class. They weren't as good as the top, but they were better than the bottom. Whenever they encountered a large sect, they had to admit defeat. For example, when the monks from Mount Wutai had come to cause trouble for Chun Zhao, they had to pretend to be blind and say that they hadn't seen anything. But now, things were different. The old monk was dead, so there was no need to worry about the young monk. Chun Zhao naturally didn't know the details. Did he really think that the Special Intelligence Department was willing to pay so much just to protect this person and Snake? Mr. Chun, this is the lightning rod. Hold it in your hand. 10 minutes later, bean-sized raindrops started falling from the sky. This was also a sign of a heavy rain. Soon, the rain started pouring down. The rain grew heavier and the wind grew stronger. In the wind and rain, the black clouds in the sky started surging with lightning. Chun Zhao continued to press the device with one hand, continuing to inject mana. With the other, he held the lightning rod high above his head. Boom! A pillar of light descended from the sky. A huge sound was accompanied by a huge impact. In the center of the formation, Xiao Jiaqiu and the two-legged snake were frightened by this terrifying scene. They had never seen such terrifying lightning. Moreover, it didn't strike the ground, but a person's body. Fortunately, Chun Zhao was at least 50 meters away from them. Otherwise, they would have been affected by the lightning just now. But even so, under such a powerful sound and light, the impact produced was still shocking. Xiao Jiaqiu's hair stood up. She kept shivering in the rain. The two-legged snake wasn't much better than her. It had been forced to do something beyond its ability. If it had known that there would be such a terrifying lightning tribulation, it wouldn't have agreed. It wouldn't have agreed, even if it was beaten to death. But now it couldn't do anything. It only had two choices now: evolve successfully and become the dragon it dreamed of, or die here. There was no third choice. The lightning disappeared. Chun Zhao stood where he was unmoving. Even the device before him wasn't damaged. But the ground Chun Zhao was standing on was cracked like a spider web. Xiao Jiaqiu and the two-legged snake stared at Chun Zhao, dumbfounded. It was like looking at a monster. Focus your mind and activate your bloodline, Chun Zhao said indifferently. If you fail, I'll stew you regardless of whether you're dead or alive. The two-legged snake's legs turned to jelly. It realized that Chun Zhao was the scariest. Just then, another bolt of lightning was brewing in the sky. Chun Zhao looked up. The white rock soul in his body was stirring. Chun Zhao called the various rocks in his body colors and added the word bird. For example, he called the white rock soul White Bird. Chun Zhao released White Bird at the same time. White Bird turned into white light and shot into the clouds. Coincidentally, the lightning fell and the two beams of white light collided. They didn't dissipate. Instead, White Bird absorbed the lightning and was still flying higher. Zhou Yiren was surprised. What was that? Because White Bird was too fast, he could only see a beam of white light rise from Chun Zhao's body. He thought it was some kind of spell. White Bird swam in the thunderclouds. The lightning didn't fall anymore. Everyone could only see white light swimming in the thunderclouds. The two-legged snake's transformation into a dragon was very slow, so the thunderclouds didn't disperse for a long time. Whitebird seemed to be absorbing the lightning in the thunderclouds to strengthen its spiritual body. But now, Whitebird only had a spiritual body. It didn't have a body, so it couldn't become a real mythical rock. To become a mythical rock, one had to have a body and a bloodline. Just a soul wasn't enough. Chapter 3268. The two-legged snake used all its strength to transform into a flood dragon. Actually, even without Chun Zhao's threat, it had no way out. This was a formation that could only advance and not retreat. It did not seem like a natural evolution in the past. It was not a problem for him to be stuck in the middle of transforming into a flood dragon. The magic power that he was using to stimulate his bloodline was not his own. If he did not succeed, then the magic power would cause his body to explode. However, it was easier said than done to evolve into a flood dragon. What he lacked was not magic power. No matter how much magic power he used, the ultimate goal was to stimulate his bloodline. However, if one's bloodline wasn't enough, then it wasn't something that could be made up with magic power. If he could easily transform into a Jiao, he wouldn't have ended up as a half-baked Jiao back then. Nearly 3 hours had passed since he started transforming into a Jiao. Zhou Yiren watched from his side, shaking his head repeatedly. Almost gave up suspiciously. Sure enough, mud couldn't hold up a wall. Looks like I'll have to find another celebrity. Qin Zhao looked at the two-legged snake. Then, he looked at Xiao Jiaqio, who was in the center of the formation. At this moment, Xiao Jiaqio also seemed a little weak. A large amount of her blood essence was being absorbed by the two-legged snake. During the transformation process of the two-legged serpent, apart from absorbing magic power, it also absorbed qi and blood. But Chun Zhao only provided mana, not blood. It could only absorb Xiao Jiaqio's qi and blood. Of course, this was a passive process that neither side could control. According to Zhou Yiren's calculations, within 2 hours, he would evolve as much as he could. It wouldn't affect Xiao Jiaqio at all. It wouldn't be a big deal to have a bit of blood qi sucked away. At most, it would be a serious illness. They also had ways to replenish Xiao Jiaqio's lost qi and blood. But it had been more than 3 hours. The two-legged snake did not succeed, nor did it fail. The one who was most affected was, of course, Xiao Jiaqio, whose life force was constantly being sucked out. Finally, Xiao Jiaqio couldn't hold on any longer and fell to the ground. At this moment, Whitebird had absorbed most of the heavenly lightning in the sky. It was also full. However, after the Whitebird came out of the thundercloud, it didn't return to Chun Zhao's body. Instead, it charged towards Xiao Jiaqio in the eye of the formation. Chun Zhao frowned. He didn't know what Whitebird wanted. The Whitebird suddenly burrowed into Xiao Jiaqio's body. Xiao Jiaqio bounced up. His entire body was emitting a powerful electric current. Then, a powerful electric current rushed into the two-legged snake's body. The two-legged snake suddenly straightened up from its weakened state. The Whitebird flew out of Xiao Jiaqio's body and circled above the array before returning to Chun Zhao's body. When Zhou Yiren was watching from the side, his eyes revealed a trace of surprise. "Minister, what is that?" "I don't know. It seems to be some kind of thunder." "What thunder? Never heard of it." Most of the lightning in this world is tribulation lightning that can exterminate all living beings. Only a small portion of it is the lightning divine ability of some living beings. This kind of divine ability contains the power of life and death. It can kill living beings, but it can also save lives. Because it cannot be cultivated, it can only be possessed by certain living beings, so it is rare in the world. Chun Zhao was far away from Zhou Yiren, but he heard what Zhou Yiren said. Chun Zhao immediately used Whitebird's power to release another bolt of lightning at Xiao Jiaqio. Xiao Jiaqio's body twitched again, and she stood up again. Although he hadn't fully recovered, his aura was much more stable. The white lightning also flowed into the two-legged snake through Xiao Jiaqio's body. Finally, 2 sarcomas grew out from the two-legged snake's lower abdomen. It was like the horn that had grown out earlier. "Mr. Chun, Increase your magical power output. Success or failure depends on this. Chen Zhao increased his magical power output. The entire formation became brighter. Xiao Jiaqio received a huge influx of magical power. Her entire body floated into the air. However, she couldn't control her body now. Floating was a completely passive reaction. The magical power flowed through her body and into the two-legged snake. The two-legged snake's huge body stood up. It seemed like it was going to climb into the sky. Of course, it didn't have that ability. Even a serpent couldn't fly. A serpent wasn't a real dragon, so it couldn't fly. Roar. The two-legged snake let out a dragon roar. A pair of serpent claws grew out from its abdomen. Sharp spikes also extended from its back. It's done. Zhou Yiren was relieved. The two-legged snake was no longer a snake demon. It was a serpent that everyone respected. Its strength was close to half a step into the Shanqing realm. Its body had also grown by half. It was originally 20 meters long, but now it was at least 30 meters long. A small world started forming around it. Chen Zhao was a bit surprised. The serpent was much stronger than he'd imagined. The serpent spat out an electric ball and shot it at Xiao Jiaqio. Xiao Jiaqio wasn't injured. Instead, she recovered in the electric ball. Minister, that's also lightning? What lightning? That's the serpent's origin. Maybe it was affected by Mr. Chun, so it developed a second lightning element. It used its own lightning origin to recover Xiao Jiaqio's vitality. The two of them were originally connected. I thought that they could separate after the snake demon turned into a serpent, but they became even more entangled. Now that the snake demon has successfully turned into a serpent, I don't have to worry about Xiao Jiaqio's vitality being sucked away. The whole process took less than 10 seconds. Xiao Jiaqio had completely recovered. Not only was she not weak at all, but she was also full of energy. Miss Xiao, congratulations, Zhou Yiren said, walking over. You're welcome, Minister Zhou. Chen Zhao also walked to the center of the field. From now on, this serpent will be your spiritual beast. Keep in check. Chen Zhao glanced at the serpent. That's rare. This serpent has both lightning and wood elements now. It's even rarer among serpents. It might be able to turn into a dragon in the future. Dragon? What are you thinking? With his level, it's already so difficult to turn into a serpent. He'll lose his life if he turns into a dragon. The serpent didn't dare to retort. It was the truth, but she shouldn't say it out loud. Mr. Chun, thank you. Xiao Jiaqio knew that without Chen Zhao's help, she would have died hundreds of times. No need to thank me. I didn't help because of you. No matter what, Mr. Chun saved my life. Chen Zhao didn't have a good impression of Xiao Jiaqio. He wouldn't change it just because of a few words. Don't make trouble for me in the future. That'll be the greatest gratitude. I wouldn't dare to make trouble again. Plus, I'm a civil servant now. Of course I'll obey the law. Right, Minister Zhou? Huh. It's good that you think that way. Xiao Jiaqio was now the representative of the Special Intelligence Department. Of course, he had to give her some face. Plus, with the serpent's help, no matter how rusty she was still a powerful fighter. He had to make good use of her. Anyway, he wouldn't let her go for no reason. Mr. Chun, Minister Zhou, it's all because of your help that I've been reborn. Can we have a meal together? It'll be my way of repaying you. Chapter 3269. In the end, Chen Zhao didn't attend the banquet. It was impossible for Xiao Jiaqio to not have any complaints about Chen Zhao. She wasn't a broad-minded woman to begin with. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to call her narrow-minded. However, she knew very well. Chen Zhao could crush her in all aspects. So, she didn't reveal her thoughts at all. Minister Zhou, I want to know more about cultivators. Can you tell me? What do you want to know specifically? It's mainly about cultivation. Actually, Xiao Jiaqio had already learned a lot about the spiritual world from Lei Mu. Lei Mu was the name she'd given to the flood dragon, because the flood dragon was lightning wood. So, she just called it this name. The flood dragon didn't object either. However, she didn't get much information from Lei Mu. She even had a lot of misconceptions. After all, Lei Mu wasn't human, and he'd been sealed for decades. He didn't know much about the spiritual world either. What useful information could he give Xiao Jiaqio? Regarding cultivation, our Special Intelligence Department has quite a few. What level can you reach? Now that Miss Xiao has a flood dragon as a spiritual pet and you two are connected, you're blessed. It won't be hard for you to reach the level of a flood dragon. Then what level is my flood dragon Thunderwood in the spiritual world? Top level, Zhou Yiren said. Not just in the country, but in the entire world. Oh, Lei Mu is top level, but I think he's much weaker than Mr. Chun. You compare to Mr. Chun? Then there's no way. Since Lei Mu is top level, why can't we compare? The Flood Dragon is at the top, but Mr. Chun is at the top. There aren't many in the world who can compete with him, and he's also one of the best among the best. I don't think there are more than 3 who can match him, and none can defeat him. Then, how can Lei Mu surpass him? If you transform into a dragon, you can barely be considered one of the best. Then how? It's not that easy. If you cultivate for 500 years and don't die to Heaven's test, you can transform. 500 years? Department head Zhou must be joking with me. Of all the living beings in the world, apart from humans who can reach the pinnacle with a lifespan of 100 years, no matter how intelligent the other creatures are, it is difficult for them to reach the pinnacle within 100 years. But isn't a dragon a divine beast? Dragons are divine beasts, but they are somewhat different from what you think. There are 2 types of dragons. The divine beasts born from heaven and earth are born with the ability to penetrate the heavens and the earth. They can split into chi and travel between the mountains and rivers. They can also condense into a human form and are called divine dragons. Zhou Yiren paused again and said, "There's another kind, like the true dragon evolved from your spiritual pet, the flood dragon. If it can transform into a dragon, it will naturally have extraordinary strength, but it's still 1,000 miles away from the divine dragon. It's already very commendable to be ranked at the top. If it wants to go one step further, it will require another 1,000 years of cultivation. In other words, the Thunderwood will never evolve again in my lifetime. There are no absolutes in this world, but it's not completely impossible. Now that the spiritual tide has arrived, there are many strange phenomena in the world, and there are many ancient treasures. If there's a chance, it's not impossible to transform into a dragon in one's lifetime. But the chances are slim. If it's so easy to reach the top, there won't only be a few in the world. Mr. Chun is probably not older than me, right? How did he cultivate? Everyone is different. Why don't you think about it? How can someone become Father Ma? And some people are still struggling to feed themselves. Everyone understood the logic, but Xiao Jiaqiu was still unwilling to accept it. Miss Xiao, you should be more open-minded about some things. If one day, can you reach Mr. Chen's level? Even a national level might give you some face. And before that, you should recognize reality. Zhou Yiren was also an understanding person. Of course he could tell. Xiao Jiaqiu had a lot of complaints about him. He didn't talk about right or wrong or grievances. Some rights and wrongs were determined based on strength. Some grievances only existed because one was powerless. Miss Xiao, let's talk about the development plan of the Special Intelligence Department. After all, you're a member now, so you need to make your own contribution. Of course, I'll do my best to cooperate with the Special Intelligence Department's publicity work. Also, it's within the Special Intelligence Department's capabilities. I also hope that the Special Intelligence Department can support my acting career. Is that for sure? It's a win-win situation. Chen Zhao was as free as usual these 2 days. Every day, he played and walked around. Boss, the company has moved to a new office building. Do you want to come and take a look? Not anymore. I have something to do today. Yes, Chen Zhao had something to do. He had to go to an online celebrity shop. In the past few days, Chen Zhao had gone to quite a few online celebrity shops. It wasn't that the food was really delicious. He just wanted something new. If he really wanted delicious food, Chen Zhao would hire a national banquet chef. He would make a Manchu Han imperial feast for himself every day. Okay, Zhang Ting was a bit disappointed. Chen Zhao felt that he had only gone to the company once in the half a month he had been back. It was indeed a bit ridiculous. Then go. You're still working, right? Are you coming now? Yes, I'll go now. Otherwise, I'll be lonely after everyone gets off work. The animation company's new location was better than the previous office building. The interior was also better. This was all because they had enough money. Wang Yi Studio was also nearby. The monthly rent here was 800,000 yuan. It was really expensive, but the location was really good. If not for the fact that the company didn't want to sell the building. Chun Zhao wanted to buy the entire building. When Chun Zhao arrived at the company, Zhang Ting even called all the higher-ups to the door to welcome him. Then Zhang Ting took Chun Zhao to all the departments in the company. Actually, besides visiting the new location, Zhang Ting called Chun Zhao over. At the same time, she also wanted to show Chun Zhao their current results. Right now, they had already made a few minutes of unedited footage. It was mainly for Chun Zhao to see the effect. Chun Zhao actually watched cartoons too, but he really wasn't a professional. His initial investment wasn't some grand and lofty ideal. After watching the footage for a few minutes, Chun Zhao kept praising it. The characters were exquisite, the camera was beautiful, and the storyboard was accurate. Basically, these were the words. As for whether it was good or not, that was for the professionals to decide. Usually, after an animation project started, they would first make the climax of the script and then use it to get investors. For example, the famous Neza and the Great Sage both used this method. Their project was the same. What Chun Zhao saw was the climax of the script. Boss, stop praising it. As the audience, do you think there's anything that can be improved? Chapter 3270. Do we have enough money to burn? That was all Chun Zhao could say after holding it in for a long time. Connoisseurs appreciated the artistry, while amateurs enjoyed the show. Chun Zhao was a complete amateur. The scene he had just seen was indeed exciting. However, he knew that this quality would definitely cost a lot of money. Boss, this is the climax of the movie. Not every scene needs to be this expensive, especially for 3D movies. Some scenes can be cut to control the budget, Zhang Ting said. Zhang Ting said, this clip cost about 600,000 yuan per minute, and the other scenes cost less than 100,000 yuan per minute. They're all animated scenes. Why is there such a huge difference? Using a high frame count for the fighting scenes can make the movements more coherent and realistic. There's also more special effects and post-processing. All in all, it really doesn't add up to much. If it's a Hollywood movie, some special scenes can even reach $1 million per minute. However, the scene we're showing now costs 600,000 yuan per minute. It's already the best in China. Then why can't we do a Hollywood movie? Not enough skills? It's not because of the technology. It's because there's no need for it. First of all, our labor costs are cheaper. Let's take an artist as a comparison. The price of an artist to the same level in China is 10 times higher. An artist overseas can earn 5,000 to 10,000 USD per image, but 2,000 RMB in China is enough to hire a very good artist. This is a huge savings in our budget. Secondly, our production process is all done internally. Unlike Hollywood's industrial style, many of their shots are outsourced to other companies, and the same goes for their special effects. Thus, the price is naturally much higher. As for the difference in technology, there's no obvious difference in the technology of special effects. In fact, many of Hollywood's beyond grade A movies are outsourced by local special effects companies. But I think there's still an obvious difference between the special effects in China and Hollywood. That depends on the investment price. $100 million and 10 million yuan. Anyone can see the difference, Zhang Ting said with a smile. Zhang Ting smiled and said, and the movie industry itself is a high-risk industry. The domestic market is not fully mature, and 90% of the movies that are released every year are not able to recover their costs through the cinema chain. Investing 100 million US dollars in a movie budget is very likely to result in a serious loss. Zhang Ting seemed to be worried that Chun Zhao would misunderstand that the cartoon he invested in would lose money, so she added, but the domestic market environment is developing in a good direction. The most obvious change is the increase in the domestic box office. Also, the channel. For example, the 3 major video websites. What's more, the country is actively cracking down on piracy, which is also beneficial to the domestic environment. The risk is decreasing year by year. The profits are also increasing year by year. Yes, that's great. Chun Zhao nodded. Other than that, Chun Zhao didn't know what to say. This cartoon wasn't just Chun Zhao's investment. It was also Zhang Ting's painstaking effort. Everyone in the animation industry dreamed of making a blockbuster movie. What if this cartoon was successful? Zhang Ting would also have a better attitude when working for him. Therefore, Chun Zhao hoped that the cartoon would be successful. If you don't have enough money, tell me, Chun Zhao said. I'll fully support this cartoon. Got it, boss. Also, if this cartoon fails, don't be discouraged. I won't blame anyone. Just treat it as supporting the domestic animation industry. Chun Zhao plans to give Zhang Ting a heads up first. Boss, we're just getting started. You're the one who's discouraged. Okay, are you free in the afternoon? Come walk with me if you're free. Zhang Ting naturally couldn't reject Chun Zhao. After lunch, Zhang Ting called the company's car to pick Chun Zhao up. Old Wu, go to Nanjing Road, Mingho Street. Okay, CEO Zhang. The driver, Old Wu, glanced at the rearview mirror. However, the car wasn't going in the direction they wanted to go. Old Wu, did you drive the wrong way? Old Wu glanced at the rearview mirror. Suddenly, he turned the steering wheel. In an instant, the car drove into a container of a truck driving on the highway. The truck had been driving the container, as if waiting for this moment. After their car entered the container, the door closed. There was no light in the entire container. Old Wu, what are you doing? But Old Wu didn't respond to Zhang Ting's question. Zhang Ting heard the door open and close. Clearly, Old Wu had escaped from the car during this time. He even pulled out the car key. Now, both Zhang Ting and Chun Zhao were in darkness. Zhang Ting's expression was very ugly. She had a premonition that something bad was about to happen. Old Wu's actions were obviously premeditated. What was it for? Now that Chun Zhao was here, his motive was almost certain. Mr. Chun, I'm sorry. I met the wrong person. Chun Zhao chuckled. It's okay. Maybe it's just a misunderstanding. Boss, I'm afraid it's not a misunderstanding. I think we've been kidnapped. What a disagreeable piece of news. Boss, don't worry. It'll be fine. Zhang Ting wasn't nervous at all. Instead, she tried to comfort Chun Zhao. Zhang Ting had already prepared for the worst. After this, no matter how magnanimous Chun Zhao was, he probably wouldn't be able to contain her anymore. Zhang Ting was very, very angry. She took out her phone, but there was no signal. The container clearly blocked the signal. However, this was also reasonable. Zhang Ting squeezed angrily, and the phone actually shattered. Zhang Ting, your strength isn't small at all. Huh? Zhang Ting chuckled softly. Boss, turn your head. Huh? Do what? Just listen to me. Fine. Chun Zhao turned his head. Then he heard the sound of a car window shattering. At the same time, there was the sound of someone kicking the door. Boss, we could get out now, Zhang Ting said. Chun Zhao was a bit surprised. It seemed that Zhang Ting wasn't as simple as she looked. Chun Zhao really didn't realize that Zhang Ting wasn't an ordinary person. There was a strong flow of air around her body. In the past, Chun Zhao had always thought that Zhang Ting was just a female elite. Perhaps it was because she was a strong career woman. As a result, Chun Zhao never thought about Zhang Ting's other aspects. But now, she clearly wasn't going to hide it anymore. Boss, Zhang Ting said, use your phone. Chun Zhao turned on his phone and illuminated the environment inside the container. The container had clearly been modified. There were many layers and partitions. Chapter 32:71. Zhang Ting looked back at Chun Zhao. Then he walked to the edge of the container. Chun Zhao tilted his head and looked at Zhang Ting. Zhang Ting suddenly punched the metal wall of the container. Duong. With a loud bang, an obvious fist print appeared on the metal wall. This container has been modified. Zhang Ting's face darkened. This punch didn't meet Zhang Ting's expectations. Director Zhang, don't waste your energy. This container is enchanted with talismans. Even if you die of exhaustion, you won't be able to break through this container. Old Wu's voice could be heard. Old Wu, you know who I am? I've heard of the reputation of the Zhang clan of Eagle Swamp, so there's no need for you to repeat it. Old Wu, I've always treated you well, right? Is this how you repay me? Ha! No matter how well you usually treat me, it can't compare to money. If Mr. Zhang is willing to stay out of this matter, I will not mistreat Mr. Zhang after everything is done. Naturally, Mr. Zhang will have a share. Zhang Ting looked back at Chen Zhao and said calmly, Wu, do you know what you're doing? You don't have to worry about whether I know or not. Since I dare to do it, I have nothing to fear. Zhang Ting was furious. Her dream, her future, had been ruined by this bastard. Bang! In her anger, Zhang Ting punched the iron wall again. But even with her full strength, she could only leave a fist mark on the iron wall. If he wanted to break this container, he would need at least a few hundred punches. At this moment, the car stopped. They should have arrived at their destination. Don't worry, President Chen. I won't let anything happen to you. Chen Zhao smiled and shook his head. I'm not worried. President Chen, I'm really sorry. I didn't know you well enough. At this moment, an unknown gas suddenly surged into the container. Cough, cough. Zhang Ting kept coughing. Bastard. Zhang Ting gritted her teeth and growled. However, the bewildering smoke was very choking. It should be some kind of magic used to confuse people. She felt that the flow of her magic power was incomparably slow. Then, even his physical strength disappeared. His limbs felt weak, and he couldn't even stand steadily. Zhang Ting lay on the ground and turned her head with difficulty. She realized that Chen Zhao was standing there. Chen Zhao waved his hand. The smoke smelled really bad. At this moment, the container door opened. Zhang Ting suddenly felt that someone was lifting her up. It was Chen Zhao who was carrying her. She was confused as to why Chen Zhao wasn't affected. Although the smoke was targeted at her, it was not a big deal. However, this bewildering smoke did not affect cultivators or ordinary people. Will be the same, 4 limbs will be weak. Chen Zhao carried Zhang Ting and jumped off the container. The people outside were stunned for a moment. What was going on? Why was Chen Zhao fine? Was he not affected by the enchanting smoke? Be careful. This person is a little strange. Old Wu reminded his companions in a low voice. I've been vegetarian and praying to Buddha. I won't kill. Chen Zhao smiled at Old Wu and the others. If you don't kill, the outside world doesn't have to worry. Old Wu smirked. Suddenly, a black shadow emerged from the bushes at the periphery. The black shadow's speed was extremely fast, and it instantly appeared in front of Old Wu and the others. Old Wu and the others were not weak, so they immediately noticed the newcomers. However, the newcomer's combat experience was extremely rich. First, he shot a green light at one of the kidnappers. The kidnapper was the weakest and was immediately entangled by the green light. The other kidnappers wanted to save their companions. But the newcomer pulled the green light, and the bound kidnapper swept past his companions. One of the kidnappers tried to hug his companion, but he was sent flying with it. But the green light turned into a poisonous snake. It quickly bit the 2 kidnappers. The 2 kidnappers realized that the situation was bad and tried to fight again. They stumbled a few steps and fell to the ground again. Oh no! The kidnappers all felt that the newcomer's strength was unfathomable. The kidnappers were about the same, but the newcomer could easily defeat 2 of them. They probably could not hold on for long. Old Wu turned to escape, but just then, a large number of poisonous scorpions suddenly emerged from the bushes. There were a lot of them. They covered an area of dozens of meters. They completely blocked Old Wu's escape route. Moreover, the scorpions were approaching him. Old Wu could only change directions. When he looked back, he realized that his companions had all fallen. Mr. Chen. The newcomer was none other than M.O. Han. Another person appeared from the bushes. It was M.O. Han's girlfriend, Zhao Li. Old Wu was the only kidnapper left standing. Do you want to help your girlfriend? M.O. Han looked back and shook his head. No need. M.O. Han saw Zhang Ting in Chen Zhao's hand. Mr. Chen, do you need me to see your friend? Chen Zhao placed Zhang Ting on the ground. M.O. Han came over to check. He then took out a pill and stuffed it into Zhang Ting's mouth. Soon, the enchanting smoke on Zhang Ting was dispelled. Zhang Ting, how do you feel? Chief Chen, this is my bodyguard, Chen Zhao said. Zhang Ting was in a trance. It was no wonder. Chen Zhao was such a big boss. It was impossible not to have a bodyguard. It turned out that there was such a powerful bodyguard following them. No wonder Chen Zhao could walk around so casually. Furthermore, He wasn't surprised at all when he saw his monstrous strength. So he had seen it before. At this time, Zhao had already dealt with Old Wu. President Chun, I'm very sorry. Put you in danger? I am voluntarily resigning from my current position. No need? I didn't take it to heart. It's just a small matter. President Chun, this is not a small matter. If I say it's a small matter, then it's a small matter. It wasn't like Zhang Ting betrayed him. Chun Zhao didn't blame Zhang Ting. To Chun Zhao, he was a grown man showing off his wealth everywhere. He didn't even have a bodyguard with him. It was no wonder that someone would think about him. Chun Zhao wasn't surprised by the kidnapping at all. Plus, Zhang Ting couldn't possibly know who in the company wanted to harm him. She couldn't read minds either. Plus, Chun Zhao valued Zhang Ting a lot. His current ultimate move, Neutron Star, was Zhang Ting's idea. This Neutron Star was very meaningful to him. Just this alone made it worth Chun Zhao asking her to stay. Chun Zhao also hoped that Zhang Ting could give him more constructive suggestions in the future. Zhang Ting didn't expect Chun Zhao to be so firm. He didn't blame her at all. President Chun, how about I demote myself and reduce my salary? There's no need for this formality. Okay, this ends here. Then Old Wu and the others. There will be professionals dealing with this, Chun Zhao said. I've informed the Special Intelligence Division, Immerse said. He was running a security company now, so he naturally had to deal with the Special Intelligence Division. I'll leave it to you. Oh, you drove here, right? Immerse passed the car keys to Chun Zhao. Chapter 3272. In the evening, Chun Zhao went to the Special Intelligence Department after dinner. The headquarters of the Huadong region's Special Intelligence Department was set up in an old house from the 30s or 40s. There were 2 floors in total, and a sign was hung outside. Unconventional Security Operations Department. There were houses all around, and they were all old houses of similar age. When Chun Zhao entered the headquarters of the Special Intelligence Department, Zhou Yiren walked out. Mr. Chun, why are you here? I'm here to see the people who kidnapped me, Chun Zhao said, chuckling. All right, I'll take you to see them. Passing through the courtyard, Chun Zhao realized that the Special Intelligence Department was rather small. Minister Zhou, I saw a lot of people in the Special Intelligence Department a few days ago, but I don't think this place can hold so many people. It's not like they sit in an office. Other than a few people who deal with paperwork, the other members in charge of the operation basically sleep at home. If they have something to do, they go out to carry out missions. Not many of them need an office. After entering a small room, Zhou Yiren opened the entrance to a cellar. It turned out that there was still space below, but it was just a dungeon. There were a total of 10 rooms, and the area was quite small. Each cubicle was about 6 square meters. They ate and drank together. Minister Zhou, your conditions have really widened my horizons. This feeling was similar to when he first accepted the supernatural organization. But the supernatural organization was weak because they didn't have the power. Without strength, one would naturally have no money. However, even with Chun Zhao's current knowledge, the strength of the Special Intelligence Division was not something he could deal with. That was also a superb standard. When Xiao Jiaqiu's incident happened before, 20 to 30 members of the Secret Intelligence Department, every one of them was basically at the elite level. With such strength, he would definitely be a trump card anywhere in the world. There's nothing I can do. I can't get any funding. Zhou Yiren was also very helpless. Moreover, Shanghai's housing prices are really high. This house is owned by the government. Otherwise, I reckon our department would have to settle in the suburbs. Oh, by the way, this is what I promised Minister Zhou last time. Chun Zhao took out a check and handed it to Zhou Yiren. Mr. Chun, how could I do that? Nothing, just a good karma. Chun Zhao's words were straightforward. If you give me convenience, I'll give you benefits. It's that simple. Zhou Yiren glanced at the number on it, then silently put away the check. On behalf of all the members of the Special Intelligence Department, I thank Mr. Chun. By the way, if you need it, I happen to have a building. It's not in the CBD. It's on Nanjing Road, but it's not far. It's only 4 floors. It's for rent now. If Minister Zhou needs it, I can rent it to the Special Intelligence Department cheaply. What price? Zhou Yiren was tempted. He knew that Chun Zhao would give him a discount. However, this was Shanghai after all. Even if it was not in the CBD, every inch of land was still expensive. Is Nanjing Road considered a bustling area? The small office building also had a sky-high price. In fact, in Shanghai, whether it was in the CBD area or not, the price was sky-high. 100,000 a month. Zhou Yiren gasped. Chun Zhao was basically doing it for free. After all, Chun Zhao's animation company had rented an entire floor. That's 3 million yuan a month. Although the location was in the CBD area, the difference between the two would normally not be double. On the other hand, Chun Zhao still had an entire office building. The rent would only be more expensive than the office building of an animation company. Mr. Chun, is that appropriate? Whether it's suitable or not, Minister Zhou should first look at the environment before deciding. I'm afraid it's too noisy over there. It'll affect your work. Okay. When are you free? Let's go take a look. I'm free anytime. Zhou Yiren opened his cell. Old Wu was inside. Come out, Zhou Yiren yelled. Chun Zhao could be considered his sugar daddy now. This thing kidnapped Chun Zhao. It was another crime committed in his territory. Zhou Yiren naturally had to give Chun Zhao enough face. Old Wu saw that Zhou Yiren had opened the cell so casually. Moreover, he wasn't restrained by shackles yet. He pounced at Chun Zhao. If he could catch Chun Zhao, he might even have a chance to escape. But Zhou Yiren's eyes and hands were sharp. He looked like he was middle-aged and fat, but he was actually many times stronger than the members of the Special Intelligence Department. He did not make any fancy moves, but he just grabbed the back of Old Wu's neck. Old Wu immediately felt that his body couldn't move. Old Wu wanted to struggle again, but Zhou Yiren didn't care. He dragged Old Wu's neck and walked out. The smell is heavy here. Let's go outside. Old Wu was like a rabbit. Zhou Yiren had him under his control. The smell in the dungeon was indeed bad. Out of the dungeon, Chun Zhao took in a deep breath. Someone died down there, right? The smell is really strong. How many years has the Special Intelligence Department been established? Would you believe me if I said no one died? That's true. How we deal with this guy? Zhou Yiren asked. Old Wu's life could be decided with a word from Chun Zhao. But since Chun Zhao had handed him over to the Special Intelligence Department, it definitely didn't plan on killing him. Zhou Yiren wasn't worried that things would be hard to deal with. Nothing. Leave him here. I just want to ask a few questions, Chun Zhao said. Zhou Yiren casually tossed Old Wu to the ground. You'll answer whatever Mr. Chen asks? Don't make trouble for yourself, Zhou Yiren threatened. I've never interacted with you before. Since you know I'm the boss of my company, you must have a spy in the company, right? Fuck you. Old Wu suddenly attacked. He bounced up from the ground and pounced at Chun Zhao. This time, Zhou Yiren didn't attack. Chun Zhao raised his leg and kicked Old Wu's stomach. Old Wu was dumbfounded. He smashed into the wall and then fell to the ground, unable to stand up. Instantly, he knew that Chun Zhao was a cultivator too. Chun Zhao was also many times stronger than him. Speak. You can't run. You don't have to cover for your accomplice. Old Wu glanced at Chun Zhao and closed his eyes with a cold smile. It seemed that he'd accepted his fate and didn't plan on answering Chun Zhao's questions. Oh, you're pretty stubborn, Zhou Yiren sneered. Mr. Chun, leave it to me. I guarantee he'll talk in half an hour. Since he would rather suffer than speak, it must be someone related to him by blood. Check his background. Minister Zhou, that shouldn't be a problem, right? No problem. Old Wu glanced at Chun Zhao and Zhou Yiren and closed his eyes again. Chun Zhao waited outside for half an hour. Zhou Yiren walked out, sweating profusely. He smiled bitterly at Chun Zhao. Mr. Chun, sorry. That guy's too stubborn. I already broke his bones, but he didn't say anything. Whatever, there's no rush. Chun Zhao wasn't sure if there was a spy. His guess just now was too subjective. After all, he was famous in the company. Maybe he heard the employees talking about him. But if there really was a spy, it was better to get rid of this unsettling factor as soon as possible. Chapter 3273. Stephen went back to Magic City. On the first day he came back, he dragged Chun Zhao to the most expensive restaurant. Dragon Tiger Mountain was a tourist development zone, but the conditions couldn't compare to a city like Magic City. Stephen and the film crew spent most of their time in a Taoist temple. Of course, as a director, Stephen was used to filming in the open, so This wasn't a problem for him. He was a famous director. When he'd filmed them on, he'd drifted on the sea for more than a month. He hadn't seen any complaints either. If he couldn't film outdoors, he might as well change his career. Steven, is the filming done? Yes. Now we just need editing. Also, how do you plan to operate this documentary? I'll leave it to you, Chun Zhao said. Chun Zhao had invested in the film industry a few times, but in the end, he was still a layman. This kind of operation needed someone like Steven to operate. How about Rasfa's company? He called me last time and scolded me for an hour and a half. I'm fine with anything. Chun Zhao shrugged. Chun Zhao had thought that Steven had such a hard time filming. It was only right for him to earn some money for the operation. But since Steven said so, Chun Zhao didn't object. Go to Wang for the operation in China. He definitely has connections in this area. Okay. Chun Zhao wasn't worried about not finding a broadcasting platform. After all, the local video websites and TV stations would probably fight to buy it if they heard that it was filmed by Steven and that it would be broadcast in all countries. Steven's influence was quite widespread in China. In the next 2 days, Steven and Chun Zhao had a few meals with Wang He and Chun Ko. Steven and Wang He were obviously going to invest in the studio. The two had basically discussed the details. Naturally, Wang He would leak the news. The domestic entertainment industry heard that Steven had invested in Wang He and Chun Ko's studio. They couldn't believe it. They couldn't find out why Steven did it. But this meant that Wang He and Chun Ko already had a ticket to Hollywood. In the past, they'd gotten roles in Hollywood movies. People in the entertainment industry thought that they were the capital behind the scenes. But it was different now. In Steven's future movie project, in Steven's future film projects, they'd be given priority if there were suitable roles. This also made other artists ask tentatively if they could invest in their studio. The result was, of course, negative. Chun Zhao already had a certain amount of shares. Wang had sold his shares to Steven. He, who originally had the most shares, was now less than Chun Ko. Naturally, he would not thin out his own shares. It was impossible for Chun Ko to sell it. Everyone could see it now. Their studio shares were worth tens of thousands of gold coins. This was not just the valuation in the financial market. It was a shortcut to Hollywood. Chun Zhao also handed the broadcasting rights of the documentary to the studio. As for which channel it would be broadcasted on, Chun Zhao didn't care anymore. In any case, Wang He's men would make the necessary arrangements. The domestic affairs were almost settled as well. Louis Ba's side was also speeding up the bidding for the Great Mysteries Island. The current situation was basically clear, and the chips of the major companies had also surfaced. There were only 3 companies that could compete with them. However, it was hard to say who would be the winner in the end. The only regret was that they couldn't find the spy who kidnapped Chun Zhao. However, Zhou Yiren promised to continue investigating. Naturally, they would take Chun Zhao's private plane back. After a 26-hour flight, Chun Zhao and Steven finally arrived in Los Angeles. Everything was normal at home. Chun Zhao video called his family every day. Everything was normal for the supernatural organization. There were more and more supernatural incidents that needed to be dealt with. Currently, a large number of supernatural incidents were popping up all over the United States. Some of them were caused by ghosts and monsters. However, a large portion of them were awakened ones. The past 3-night awakening pattern was no longer applicable. A large number of awakened ones did not pass the life and death retribution and inexplicably awakened, and it brought about a certain social impact. After Chun Zhao returned to L.A., it was still 2 o'clock every day. Chun Zhao still insisted on going to the 12th floor every day. The first fire was still refining his bloodline, although the daily improvement was negligible. However, with the accumulation of time, there would still be significant improvements. To his surprise, the golden rock seemed to be affected by the first flame too. The golden rock was already in the stage of evolution. Its bloodline had not yet reached a bottleneck. The primordial flame contained infinite possibilities. President, you mentioned going to Huaxia for an exchange with the Special Intelligence Department's Huaxia branch. I've looked at it, and I personally hope to facilitate this exchange, but we have too much work to do now. Even the outer members have started accepting missions directly, and the exchange will take at least half a month. We've already accumulated more than 200 missions, and as time goes by, the workload will only increase. If we leave for another half a month, I'm afraid it will affect public security. Give me missions with detailed addresses and content. I'll try my best to complete them, Chen Zhao said. President, you'll be in charge. Yes. Missions that are straightforward and only need to kill some monsters or deliver something to run errands can be given to me. If it's a mission that requires complicated procedures, then forget it. Just set a time for the exchange. During the time, I'll be in charge of all the missions. Chen Zhao felt that, as the president of the supernatural organization, he had to take on the responsibilities of the president too. The exchange with China was a rare opportunity. He had no choice. The supernatural organization was in an awkward position right now. In North America, and even the entire Americas, the supernatural organization was a top-tier organization. But after leaving the Americas, the organizations outside didn't think much of the supernatural organization. They couldn't even talk to them. But now, he could communicate with the Chinese organization. Chen Zhao naturally couldn't miss this opportunity. All right then. West nodded. Then West slapped a 30-centimeter thick document on Chen Zhao's table. President, these are a current backlog of missions. Although Chen Zhao had just made a promise, he still felt a headache when he saw so many backlogged missions. Have you picked them all? Yes, they're all very straightforward missions. For the president, they're just running errands. It didn't matter to Chen Zhao how strong or weak these ghosts were. It was just that they were very far apart. Chapter 3274. Phoenix. Helper. High school student Viscera Levy. Chen Zhao flipped through the file and called Viscera Levy according to the contact information on the file. Is this Ms. Viscera Levy? Yes. May I know who you are? Did you request for help from the supernatural half a month ago? Yes. Are you from that supernatural organization? Yes, I am. Do you have time now? Now. Viscera looked at the sky. It was already night. She didn't think it was a good idea to go out at this time. Plus, she'd only said it herself. I'm downstairs. Viscera pulled open the curtains. Indeed, there was someone standing under the shade of the tree. Why are you here? You wrote your address when you applied. Did you forget? Okay, sorry. I'll come down now. Viscera went downstairs carefully without waking up her family. In your request, you want to get rid of the evil spirit in your old house, right? Yes. Is it far from here? About 2 blocks from here. Viscera studied Chen Zhao. Do you mind if I take you there? How are you going to guide me? Chen Zhao grabbed Viscera's wrist. Viscera suddenly felt his body lighten, and then a powerful pressure hit him in the face. She couldn't keep her expression. The next moment, she paused. Chen Zhao looked down and asked, which direction? Huh, it's over there. Viscera Levy calmed himself down with much difficulty. 10 seconds later, she finally arrived at the old house. Chen Zhao's little universe scanned the old house. 2 evil spirits. They were relatively dangerous and had killed people before. Chen Zhao casually created 2 balls of light and threw them into the house. All the windows in the house lit up immediately. They were just normal balls of light. They had no use other than illumination. In fact, the 2 evil spirits had already been crushed by Chen Zhao's little universe. Only dregs were left now. However, clients like Viscera Levy couldn't believe it. If they didn't see it with their own eyes, they wouldn't believe that the evil spirits had been destroyed. So, Chen Zhao needed to create some light screens or special effects. This was to increase the credibility of his actions. Then, a black shadow broke through the window of the room. But in the next instant, the black shadow seemed to have been set ablaze. In an instant, it was burned to ashes. As expected, Viscera Levy was shocked by this shocking scene. Just now, that was... Viscera Levy could not close his mouth as he pointed at the scene just now. When the light disappeared, Chen Zhao said, "Okay, the evil spirit has been destroyed. I'll cast a purification spell and completely purify the evil aura in this house." Is it already over? Yes, 2 evil spirits. They're a bit strong, but they're perfectly restrained by my magic. It's fine now. Your parents can sell this house for a good price. Thank you so much. It's my job. You're welcome. I'll send you home now. He returned home faster than he came. When Vishla Lebi landed on the ground, his hair was completely messy. The lights in the house suddenly came on. Vishla, what are you doing outside alone? Vishla Lebi froze. When he turned around, Chun Zhao was already gone. Chun Zhao looked at the time. 5 minutes. Not bad. Next. Phew. It's really far. Houston's commission. Hey, is this Trony? I'm a member of the supernatural organization. You did a commission 10 days ago, right? Chun Zhao had spent 15 minutes on this mission. 10 of them had been spent on the road. If Chun Zhao went at full speed, he could reach Houston in a few seconds. However, there would be a high-energy reaction during flight. Chun Zhao would probably be targeted by anti-ballistic missiles before he even landed. It would be ridiculous if he landed in front of the client's house with a few tracking missiles. So, Chun Zhao still tried to get to his destination as soon as possible without being detected by radars and satellites. Chun Zhao did not plan to finish all the missions in one day. Under normal circumstances, he couldn't finish them in one day. Even if they were missions that had been selected by West, there were still some complicated missions. Maybe there was a deviation in the recording here, or maybe the client didn't explain the mission clearly. When Chun Zhao carried out the mission, he couldn't just ignore it because it was slightly different from the mission. For example, Chun Zhao's third mission. The client was in San Francisco. His mission was to destroy an evil spirit that had been pestering him. But in reality, the evil spirit was his dead girlfriend. His girlfriend had no ill intentions. She just stayed by his side because of her obsession with him. It was easy to destroy her soul. One slap could do it. However, this kind of behavior was too outrageous. So, Chun Zhao patiently explained to the client. If the client didn't mind, then the mission would end here. If the client didn't mind, then the supernatural organization would contact some special spiritualists. They would be in charge of purifying the soul and letting her go where she should go. The supernatural organization currently lacked spiritualists. They were people who prayed for the dead. In Eastern terms, they would send the dead to heaven. They would let go of their obsession and return to the 6 realms of reincarnation. Some missions were simple, like Vishla Lebi's. They were just 2 weak, evil spirits. He just had to destroy them. Then he would add a light effect, make the client believe that he had cast a spell. In one day, Chun Zhao had finished 10 missions. He was planning to call it a day and was about to go home. Suddenly, an unfamiliar call came in. Excuse me, are you a spiritualist? How do you know this number? I called a supernatural organization. They said that you're in charge of my mission. I want to know, I've been applying for it for a month. When can you finish it for me? A month? Can you tell me your personal information again? I'll check the progress. Carlos Morin. I live in Nashville. Did you find out? Oh, your mission is that there are shadows coming in and out of your house every night. You suspect that there's an evil spirit in your house, right? Yes. How is it? Did my mission go through? Yes, it did, Chun Zhao said. I just happened to take over this mission. I'm in Nashville now and heading to your house. Chapter 3275. Are you in Nashville already? The man clearly didn't expect Chun Zhao to be in Nashville already. There seems to be a lot of wind over there. Oh, I'm in the car, Chun Zhao answered casually. I'm already at your address, Chun Zhao replied casually, but it doesn't look like someone lives here. Chun Zhao landed and realized that 699 Deer King Street wasn't a residential area. Instead, it was a cemetery. Are you here? Wait a moment. I'll be there soon. About 20 minutes later, a car stopped beside the cemetery. 2 people got out of the car. Chun Zhao glanced at them and frowned. The 2 men hid their auras very well. However, they didn't have any special techniques to hide their auras. They weren't normal people. Like Chun Zhao, they were spiritualists. They could only hide their auras with their own abilities. If it was an ordinary spiritual controller, it would indeed be very difficult to detect their cultivation. However, they couldn't hide from Chun Zhao. Before Chun Zhao, they couldn't hide at all. So, whether this mission was really like what it was in the mission description was, there were clearly some discrepancies. Which one of you is Mr. Carlos Mullen? Chun Zhao asked. The mission said that there was an evil spirit in Carlos Mullen's house. However, with the 2 men's abilities, an evil spirit might not be their match. Unless it was a ghost king in their house. I am, a man in his 30s said, stepping forward. What about this one? This is my older brother, right, Mallowan? Then take me to your house. I'm in a hurry and hope to purify it as soon as possible. The two brothers exchanged glances. Okay, sir, please follow us. Carlos Mallowan said. Oh, sir, how should I address you? I'm Chinese. You can call me Chun. Okay, Mr. Chun. Chun Zhao got into the two men's car. I don't understand why you gave me the address of a cemetery. That's not a good client. Oh, I wrote the wrong address, Carlos Mallowan said casually. The car stopped before a house. Mr. Chun, we're here. Please get off. Chun Zhao looked at the house before him. Is it here? The house looked like it had been around for a long time. The whole house was filled with a strong spiritual energy. If there really was an evil spirit inside, it would indeed be very powerful. We'll wait for you here. We don't dare to go inside. Chun Zhao nodded and entered the house. However, after entering the house, the door was locked with a click. Chun Zhao looked back at the door and continued walking. At this moment, there was a commotion in the room. It was as if there were many people, or rather, a family. Old people, children, women, men, babies. They were playing, resting, crying, angry, and happy. The entire house was filled with the emotions of these people. Another host has arrived. I hope this time, a voice came from the room. This voice was an amalgamation of all the previous voices. It was just one sentence, but it was heavily emphasized. A spiritual body appeared before Chun Zhao. It was a six-faced evil spirit, one that Chun Zhao had never seen before. There were 6 faces on its head: an old person, a child, a woman, a man, a baby, and a ferocious-looking face at the back of its head. Don't run. Please don't run, or else I'll be angry. You don't want to see me angry, the 6-faced evil spirit said in a strange tone. The 6-faced evil spirit said in a strange tone, Human, I will allow your soul to escape, but you must leave your body behind. Chun Zhao opened his arms. If you want my body, then come. The 6-faced evil spirit pounced at Chun Zhao. However, it didn't take over Chun Zhao's body as expected. Instead, it passed through Chun Zhao's body. The 6-faced evil spirit was stunned. What's going on? So polite. I didn't resist at all. Do you want to try again? The 6-faced evil spirit was infuriated by Chun Zhao's words. It pounced again, but this time it missed again. It passed through as if it had hit a wall. Chun Zhao yawned. Are you serious? Didn't you say you want to take over my body? You damned human. I'm going to tear you apart. The 6-faced evil spirit was furious. It felt like the human was playing with it. Carlos, do you think the demonic spirit can succeed? Carlos Mallowan hesitated for a moment before shaking his head. I reckon it'll be very difficult. That demon spirit has the emotions of 100 people and the faces of 1,000 people. Even if we find him the body of a spiritualist, I'm afraid it'll be very difficult to bear his power. How did that guy appear? I've never seen such a terrifying spirit before. It's not natural. It's man-made. Man-made? Can someone create such a monstrous spirit? Apparently, this method is a combination of Eastern soul training and Western death magic. First, it needs a family with 5 people. The family members must be an old person, a couple, a child, and an infant. Then, they'll be killed in order. Then, the spirits of the family of 5 will be placed in the hospital morgue to absorb the corpse aura in the morgue for 81 days. Why is it so similar to Thai ghost raising? Yes, it's Thailand's method of raising ghosts. This method is called the soul refinement method. In the East, the soul refinement method also means home. The vengeful spirit of extreme, Een, is actually not particularly ferocious in the East. However, when combined with the Western death magic, it evolved into the ferocious, demonic spirit of today. The vengeful spirit of extreme, Een, is specifically fed with special food. What food? The soul of a wife who was abused by her husband, the soul of a student who was bullied by his classmates, the soul of a child who was abandoned by his parents, the soul of a man whose lover was stolen by his best friend, the soul of a loser who was cheated of all his assets, the soul of the unemployed, the soul of the disabled. So, you're looking for souls filled with hatred? That's right. It's through this method of feeding, one a day, that the ultimate demon spirit is finally born. Carlos Malouin said. Then what about its owner? No one can control this ultimate demonic spirit, not even its creator. In the end, the owner will be devoured by the ultimate demonic spirit and become its food. What a pitiful guy. Now, the ultimate demonic spirit is only one step away. It's missing a host that can store its soul. Then, its power will be unprecedentedly strong. However, since the invention of this method, there hasn't been a complete ultimate demonic spirit. It's already so terrifying now. How terrifying will it be if it really appears in its complete form? Chapter 3276. Just then, the door opened. Chen Zhao walked out of the house. Carlos Malouin and Wright Malouin were both stunned. How had he walked out? No, he could walk out now. Had the ultimate demon spirit succeeded? This man's body could bear the ultimate demon spirit. In other words, this man was actually the ultimate demon spirit? Disbelief filled the two brothers' faces. Before this, they'd tricked over a dozen spiritualists through various methods. Among them, there were 2 or 3 spiritualists who were very famous. But the ultimate demon spirit's parasitism had all failed. They hadn't expected that the nameless spiritualist they'd found today would successfully let the ultimate demon spirit possess him. The two brothers glanced at each other, planning to go over and ask. But the next moment, they saw a black liquid seeping out of the ground at the door. The two brothers couldn't help but look inside. In the darkness, they saw the ultimate demon spirit. The ultimate demon spirit hadn't possessed this man. A lot of questions popped up in their heads. The next moment, they realized something was wrong, because the ultimate demon spirit seemed to be in pain on the hallway. The source of his pain seemed to be the black liquid coming from the ground. The black liquid was corroding the ultimate demon spirit's body. But the ultimate demon spirit's spirit body was also black, so it didn't seem obvious. But the ultimate demon spirit clearly wanted to break free of the black liquid on the ground. But every time he struggled, the black liquid would only stick tighter to him. The two brothers' expressions were unnatural. What had happened? How could the ultimate demon spirit be like this? The ultimate devil spirit looked at the two brothers in despair and reached out a hand. Save me. Please, please help me. He cried out in a low voice. Behind the ultimate demon spirit, the black liquid churned and covered him. But the ultimate demon spirit was very tenacious. He burrowed out again, but he still couldn't break free of the black liquid. A chill rose from the bottom of the two brothers' feet. Was this still the insufferably arrogant and vicious ultimate demon spirit? In the past, they'd suffered a lot from the ultimate demon spirit's threats and oppression. But now, they only felt a sense of desolation. The ultimate demon spirit grew more and more desperate. However, his aura was constantly weakening. Like a deflated balloon, he started shriveling. Black liquid seeped out of each of its facial features. Finally, its aura completely disappeared. The black liquid covered him again. This time, the ultimate demon spirit wasn't able to crawl out. It was completely swallowed by the black liquid. Then the black liquid started flowing back. It flowed out of the room, back to Chen Zhao's feet, and finally disappeared. Without saying a word, the two of them broke into a run. But the next moment, black liquid seeped out of his feet again. Then, at an even faster speed, it circled in front of the two brothers and turned into the color of fire, as if it was lava. The current dark magma was no longer pure dark magma. As Chen Zhao's power and level increased, he could switch between lava and the dark serum at will. Sir, Mr. Chen, please listen to our explanation. We were forced to do this. Chen Zhao smiled and shook his head. Sure, you don't have to say anything. I understand. Do you really understand? Of course, it's normal for humans to make such a decision based on their desire to survive. If it were me, I would probably make the same decision. Thank you. Thank you for your understanding. Can we go now? Chen Zhao was still smiling. I can understand, but that doesn't mean I accept it. So sorry. I'm in a hurry. The surrounding magma suddenly lunged at the two brothers. No, the two brothers wailed. The next moment, the house in front of them exploded into pieces with a loud bang. The magma returned to Chun Zhao's body. The two brothers' corpses had also turned into charcoal. The police could only conclude that they died in a fire. Chun Zhao took out the letter. The next one is he encountered a small accident during the mission. It wasted some time, but it was a boring mission. Such a small accident could make Chun Zhao more energetic. Chun Zhao had originally planned to call it a day and go home. Now that he was energetic again, he planned to do a few more missions before going back. Morning, darling. Chun Zhao made breakfast. Fei Lai rubbed her hair. Morning. A while later, the children woke up one after another. Portia and Zephyra also arrived soon after. Portia came to get breakfast out of habit. She was a bit tight on money recently. She couldn't help it. She was the kind of person who didn't learn her lesson. Chun Zhao had pressured her so much earlier that she wanted to die. She almost said that she would go to the union to sue Chun Zhao. But because she bought a branded bag a few days ago, she started pestering Chun Zhao to borrow money again. Chun Zhao still lent her money. He still charged her higher interest than the bank. She also owed the bank a lot of money. So, apart from Chun Zhao, she couldn't find anyone who was willing to lend her money. Even loan sharks weren't willing to lend her money, because her credibility was too poor. Boss, if you don't lend me some money, your beautiful assistant will really go to San Fernando Valley to film a movie, Portia begged Chun Zhao bitterly. That's great. Haven't you always dreamed of being female star? Maybe this is a good chance to debut. Portia gave Chun Zhao the middle finger and threw herself on the sofa angrily. Fei Lai never cared about Portia, and Portia never borrowed money from Fei Lai. Portia, why don't you borrow money from Zephyra? Fei Lai asked, smiling. She's the same as you. She won't lend me money at all. Then why do you think your boss will lend you money? Because he can't wait to push me into an even deeper abyss. Huh. Chun Zhao chuckled. Okay, keep working hard. I'm going to work now. Miss Fei Lai, do you have any openings in the coastal rescue team? The ones with super high salaries. It's best if you don't have to do anything but lie on the beach and bask in the sun every day. I'll ask for you. Fei Lai didn't want to listen to Portia's nonsense. After Fei Lai left, Chun Zhao crossed his legs and said, I have a job here. Do you want it? Is the salary high? Your pay is based on the amount of work. The more you do, the more you get. What job? Supernatural incidents, Chun Zhao said. These missions cost $20,000 each. They're all within Los Angeles. Chapter 3277. Boss, Portia was just a normal person half a year ago. I don't think she can complete your tasks. Zephyra didn't want Portia to take the risk. Even though Portia had awakened for a while, Portia still didn't have the resolve to fight. She was just a normal person who suddenly had strange powers. Portia's awakened ability was actually very strong. At least it had great potential. Theoretically, if she had enough fragrance, she might be able to fight Chun Zhao before her body collapsed. If the entire earth was planted with tulips, however, apart from randomly using her abilities, Portia had never been able to use them. She hadn't participated in a real battle even once. She accepted Chun Zhao's tasks with this level. Was she kidding? However, Portia, who was red from owing money, couldn't care less anymore. I'll do it. Portia had always been like this. She didn't need to think about most things. To her, solving the problem in front of her was the most important. She would only be afraid of danger when she faced it. Boss. Zephyra looked at Chun Zhao helplessly. Fine. I'll go with Portia too. Very good. Your reward is $100,000 per mission. This was what Chun Zhao had been waiting for. Wait, why is Zephyra's pay so much higher than mine for the same mission? Pooh. Portia clutched her stomach and wailed on the ground. Zephyra moved her knuckles. Is this reason enough? Oh, you could have told me in a more peaceful way, Portia said in pain. I'm just afraid that you don't understand. Zephyra sighed. This little bitch really wasn't afraid of death. She just had to cause trouble everywhere. Chun Zhao had even become friends with her. Now, he had to carry a gun for her again. Be her babysitter. This feeling was really annoying. Zephyra took the documents Chun Zhao handed her. Boss, these 3 missions shouldn't be difficult for you, right? Maybe you can finish them in a day. Chun Zhao pointed at a stack of documents not far away. These are the missions I'm responsible for. 3 missions in a day was already very inefficient for Chun Zhao. Zephyr stopped talking. Don't tell me you're taking on all the missions from the supernatural organization. Not all of them, but most of them. The supernatural organization has a lot of missions, and they'll need to go out for a while, so I have to let them have a peaceful holiday. Portia, you must listen to my orders completely when carrying out the commission. If you dare to disobey my orders, Zevra, you can kill her. I'll hire the best lawyer for you. Portia hissed at Chun Zhao and grinned. When would he be able to escape from the clutches of this devil boss? But when he thought about the money he owed, Portia felt that her future was filled with darkness. He owed Chun Zhao 25 million half a year ago. In the past 6 months, not only did she not pay him back, but she also borrowed money from him many times. Including the interest, it was already 2 million USD. It was impossible to resist, not even in this lifetime. Chun Zhao didn't have to worry about Zephyra following Portia. After all, Zephyra had fought a dragon before. Moreover, he was a dragon slayer in the truest sense. The missions they accepted weren't difficult either. At least they weren't disaster level or disaster level. Out of the 3 missions, the only one that was slightly difficult was the first night of awakening. Chun Zhao felt that this mission was the most time-consuming. Last time, Portia had awakened on the first night too. Then, there was the difficulty of at least the 3rd night. So this time, Chun Zhao reminded Zephyra, if she really ran into trouble, call him. That night, Chun Zhao received Zephyr's call. But it wasn't to ask for help. Instead, it was to report on the mission. The mission for the first night of awakening had been completed. This mission was rather challenging, but there were no accidents. It was indeed a normal night of awakening. The client was the spiritualist family. They had a certain amount of combat power themselves. So, the first night ended very quickly. As for the other 2 missions, they shouldn't be difficult for Zephyr either. The next day, when Zephyra and Portia arrived, Chun Zhao noticed that Zephyr's expression wasn't right. Zephyr, what happened? With a cold expression, Zephyr glanced at the awkward Portia. Ask this woman. It seemed that Zephyr was really angry this time. Chun Zhao looked at Zephyra. Then you explain the situation. Nothing. Didn't we all finish the mission? Portia tried to change the topic. Clearly, she didn't want to talk about what had happened last night. Then, Chun Zhao looked at Zephyra. What exactly happened? He believed that Zephyra definitely had a reason. Zephyra was young, but she had a maturity and experience that others her age couldn't compare to. On the other hand, Portia was the opposite. She was childish in every way. Last night, after completing the first night's mission, we went on to the second mission. It was going well, and we sealed the evil spirit. However, this woman actually stole the jewelry from the client's house, and the jewelry she stole turned out to be a magic tool. After I exposed her, she secretly threw the jewelry away, and it just happened to be thrown into the sealing circle. The evil spirit immediately rushed out, and its strength greatly increased. I almost died there. Chun Zhao was speechless. Portia was even more embarrassed. I saw that the jewelry fell on the ground, and I picked it up for the client. It was so messy, and I was afraid that I wouldn't be able to find it. Zephyr didn't want to talk anymore. Chun Zhao glanced at Portia. I told you yesterday that you should shoot her. Zephyr was too soft-hearted. She knew that if she didn't ask, Portia would definitely run off to do the mission herself for money. She would definitely run off to do the mission for money. By then, it would be hard to say whether she would live or die. I'll give you all her reward for yesterday's mission, Chun Zhao said. How can you do this? Portia immediately wailed. Or you can shoot her now so that she doesn't get in the way again. Portia immediately looked at Zephyra with watery eyes. Forget it. I think she's had enough of a lesson. Just pay her what she deserves. Hearing Zephyr's words, Portia immediately smiled. Zephyra, you're the best. Oh, boss, where's my money? I already deducted this month's interest. What? Boss, what are you talking about? You're saying that I worked all night and didn't get a single cent? Chapter 3278. Portia was already crying from anger. She lay on the ground and threw a tantrum. If you didn't pay, she wouldn't get up today. Then Chun Zhao ignored her. Zevra ignored her too. When she was tired from crying, she wanted to play games. At noon, she returned to the table as if nothing had happened. Portia, do you still want to do the mission? I don't care. I won't accept it if you don't pay. Did I not pay? I just deducted your payment from the interest. I don't care. I want cash. Check is fine too. Fine. The interest is there anyway. The more you owe, the more you'll have to pay in the future. Portia enjoyed the meal very much. Interest and paying were all in the future. Right now, she just wanted to see money so that she could pay back her credit card. She was an ostrich now. As long as it wasn't in front of her, everything would be fine. In the afternoon, Chun Zhao, Portia, and Zevra were having a barbecue when Navika Lena arrived. Boss, this is the account report sent by Mr. Liu from China. Please take a look. Also, he said in his email that he's already obtained the development rights for the Big Quinn Island project. He'll contact you today and talk to you directly. Navika was already Chun Zhao's most important assistant. But she wasn't as close to Chun Zhao's family as Portia and Zevra. For one, she was doing her job. For another, she was just a normal person. So, she didn't know Chun Zhao's family secrets. Okay, thank you. Do you want to stay and eat? No, Navika said. I still have last quarter's financial report. I haven't finished the income and expenditure report yet. She glanced at Portia and Zevra, expressing her disdain for their self-deprecation. If they had the time, they might as well find something else to do. With Chun Zhao's enormous assets, there were too many things he had to deal with. Other than her job, there were many details that she could get commission for. If she helped Chun Zhao negotiate with Northern Gravity Group like last time, the commission she got would be enough for her to work for a few years. Every time she saw Zevra and Portia, they were just playing. She rarely saw them do anything for Chun Zhao. She didn't understand why Chun Zhao could tolerate them. She felt that Chun Zhao could fire Portia and Zafra. Then they would give their salary to him, and he alone could complete the workload of 3 people. After Navika Lena left, Zephyr came out with a stack of missions. Boss, are we going to choose by ourselves this time? All right, if there are any quests that you can do, just accept them. Chun Zhao didn't expect them to complete many missions. Just like yesterday, being able to complete 3 quests in a day was already considered a very good efficiency. It was almost impossible to go any higher. Last night, Chun Zhao had completed 20 missions alone. Moreover, the entire country was flying all over the place. The meeting date between the Supernatural Organization and the Huaxia Special Intelligence Division was approaching. Chun Zhao had almost completed all the missions on his side. This time, other than the outer members, all the core members participated. Chun Zhao booked a private plane for them. Chun Zhao's private jet couldn't fit so many people either. Mr. Chun, I'm Ofer Lerby. Are you satisfied with the yachts produced by our company? Not bad, Chun Zhao said. Then, you said that you want to order 7 more cruises. I'll place an order for 3 this year. If I'm satisfied with the delivery of the 3 ships, I'll place more orders. In addition, I want each ship to have a unique design. This is my gift to every child, so I don't want to repeat the same design. As for the details, you can send someone over to discuss it with my representative. Okay. I'll report it to the company right now. This might be the largest order since Seagate was established. No, it was the largest order for a yacht company in the world, apart from the retailers. However, even if the retailer ordered 100 yachts, it would not be enough. The profits probably wouldn't be as great as ordering a super cruise. In less than 2 days, Seagate sent a huge negotiation team. Chun Zhao also called Alex's legal team to take charge of this negotiation. Ofer Lerby personally came to Chun Zhao to build a relationship. He was the leader this time because he'd been the one who negotiated the order last time. Seagate naturally thought that he had a good relationship with Chun Zhao, but this wasn't a small business. They could talk about friendship. However, it was impossible for them to make concessions during the negotiation. The current negotiation was naturally on Chun Zhao's side. Alex held the initiative firmly in her hands. After all, this wasn't a fair negotiation in the first place. Chun Zhao was irreplaceable as a consumer, but Seagate wasn't his only choice. Chun Zhao had too many choices. He could switch to a bigger and better company. Actually, Alex's one sentence during the negotiation was enough to make the Seagate representative speechless. If the price is the same, why would our boss choose your company? Talk about feelings? Believe it or not, if word gets out, countless yacht companies will be willing to come and lick our boss's boots. Also, Alex wasn't just saying it. The second day after the negotiation started, she really spread the news. On the same day, she received inquiries from all the top 20 yacht companies in the world. Thus, the Seagate representative kept retreating at the negotiation table. On one hand, they had to grasp this opportunity with all their might. They couldn't just hand over the fat meat that was already in their mouths. Actually, the point of the negotiation was how much their company could earn. It was impossible for them to make a loss. The fact that they could continue the negotiation meant that the price hadn't reached the cost yet. Every 0.1% discount was worth millions of dollars. The negotiation lasted for 20 days. Finally, Alex handed the contract to Chen Zhao. She'd saved Chen Zhao hundreds of millions of dollars in expenses, and he'd paid her handsomely. Chen Zhao was still as busy as a dog every day. Although the backlog of commissions had been cleared, there were still new ones appearing every day. There were quite a lot of them, too. Furthermore, the number of paranormal incidents in the United States had increased exponentially in the past year. Now, Chen Zhao was trying to deal with all the commissions every day. Of course, the time-consuming ones were left to the outer members of the society. On the other hand, the spiritual organizations were accepting a lot of commissions. This actually reduced Chen Zhao's pressure quite a bit. Now, Chen Zhao only hoped that the negotiation could end as soon as possible. But Chen Zhao couldn't rush them. Instead of calling it a negotiation, it was more like giving the supernatural organization a long holiday. Chapter 3279. Hello. Is this the supernatural organization? Yes. Who is it? I'm San Ge. I made an appointment with the supernatural organization 2 days ago. From your voice, you should be the one who contacted me. You said you'd help me in 3 days, so I'm calling to ask if you could send someone over to help me. Oh, I remember now. Wait a moment. Chen Zhao quickly flipped through the document. He finally found Seng's document. His daughter seemed to be possessed by a demon. The document was marked as urgent. Chen Zhao had an impression of this. However, he'd had a lot of missions these days, so he'd forgotten about this urgent mission. I'll confirm the address with you. If there's no problem, I'll send someone over. Okay, after confirming the address, Chen Zhao immediately rushed over. Now, he was in charge of accepting and carrying out missions. Soon, he arrived at Seng's residence. Hello, Mr. Sung. I'm from the Supernatural Organization. Seng looked at Chen Zhao. After some thought, he said, You're the one who called me twice, right? Aren't you the operator? Chen Zhao was a bit awkward. I'm also in charge of carrying out missions. Of course, we have a lot of people. You can call me because this area is under my jurisdiction, so most missions are assigned to me. Oh, I see. But you're a professional, right? Yes. Don't worry. I'm a very professional exorcist. Good. Please come in. Sung was quite well off. He lived in a high-end neighborhood. The decorations were more luxurious, too. However, when he reached the bedroom, he saw a lot of messiness and damage. This is? My daughter did it. Seng's expression was serious. When he reached his daughter's door, he asked again to confirm. Mr. Chen, are you sure it's okay? Don't worry. Chen Zhao was very patient with clients. At least, he wouldn't lose his temper at them most of the time. On one hand, they were laymen, so they would naturally be suspicious of the so-called spiritualist and exorcist identity. On the other hand, they or their families were being attacked by supernatural events. They naturally wanted to get rid of the trouble as soon as possible, so it was understandable that they repeatedly confirmed Chen Zhao's abilities and identity. Unless it was the Carlos brothers' trap a few days ago. Only in such a situation would Chen Zhao counterattack. Sengo carefully opened the door handle. Chen Zhao saw his daughter's room. The room, which was originally pink, now looked like it had been invaded by a wild beast. It was a mess, and there were scratch marks everywhere. The walls, the ceiling, the furniture, everything. Lying on the bed was a girl about 10 years old. The girl's hands and feet were spread out, and all 4 of them were tied up. Senj was a little scared and worried. Mr. Chun, are you all right? Don't worry. Chun Zhao nodded slightly. I won't joke around with your daughter and your safety. At this moment, the quiet girl suddenly opened her eyes. Following that, the girl's pupils began to turn black. The whole house began to shake. Black liquid flowed under the girl's skin. The girl floated up slightly and faced Chun Zhao, but she seemed unable to break free from the ropes that bound her. Another exorcist? Are you here to die? The girl grinned. She was supposed to be an obedient and adorable young girl, but at this moment, she made one's hair stand on end. My dear father, are you so eager for your daughter to die? Sengo was already paralyzed in front of the door. Mr. Chun, please. Chun Zhao crossed his arms in front of his chest and tapped his chin with his fingers, as if thinking, Mr. Chun, hurry up and exorcise the demon. Wait. Chun Zhao wasn't in a hurry. He had been observing the girl. After a long while, Chun Zhao looked at her. You can devour other people's fear and turn it into your own power, right? I've seen demons like this before. When you tried to devour my fear, I felt that it was very familiar. The girl stared at Chun Zhao. Since you know, hurry up and scram. Are you panicking? Or we can talk. Chun Zhao smiled at the girl. Or I can drag you out of the girl's body and talk. As he spoke, Chun Zhao's palm turned into lava, emitting a scorching heat. The lava dripped from Chun Zhao's palm and burned a hole in the wooden floor. You definitely don't want to be dragged out by me, right? Human, if you forcefully pull me out, this girl will die too. You're an exorcist, right? You don't want to see that, right? The demon in the girl's body said in terror. As a descendant of the king of fear, when you feel fear, it's your most desperate moment. Seeing that Chun Zhao could change the attitude of the demon and his daughter with a few words, Sengo was overjoyed. Mr. Chun, hurry up and destroy this demon. Chun Zhao waved his hand. No rush. Some things can't be solved with violence, right, descendant of fear? What do you want to talk about? If you wanted to leave the girl's body, that's impossible. Are you twins with the girl? Chun Zhao asked. The descendant of fear in the girl's body didn't come from hell. Chun Zhao could tell. After all, he often traveled between the human world and hell. He had seen many demons in hell. Demons in hell always had a strong smell of sulfur. However, the descendant of fear didn't have that, and she wasn't strong. She felt like a newborn demon. But how could there be newborn demons in the human world, especially a descendant of a demon king? So, there was only one possibility. This descendant of fear wasn't an outsider. It was born from the girl's own bloodline. Chun Zhao guessed that she might have awakened her bloodline. The descendant of fear in the girl's bloodline also had its own consciousness. Being a twin was a rather troublesome thing, because it meant that the souls of the two were closely linked. Chun Zhao's slap could pull the fear demon out of the body, but it would also pull the girl's soul out. Mr. Chun, what are you saying? Chun Zhao glanced at Sengo. More accurately, this demon is also your daughter. She's your daughter's sister. She's always been in your daughter's body and blood. Do you understand what I'm saying? But how is that possible? I'm just a normal person. My wife is also a normal person. How can we have a demon daughter? There's no doubt that your wife's ancestor has a demon ancestor. It's very thin, but it does exist. Now that the demon bloodline in your daughter has awakened, in principle, this demon is your daughter. Chapter 3280. Chun Zhao looked back at Song and said, to put it simply, if you want the original woman to be safe, then the demon can't be destroyed. I can only make it a secondary consciousness. If you want to completely destroy the demon, then your daughter will die too. At least, I can't destroy the demon without hurting your daughter. Of course, you can find other spiritualists, but I can't guarantee that they'll be more professional than me. Mr. Chun, is there no other way? Is there no way at all? My method is simple. It's purely a violent exorcism, so I can't do the delicate things. Chun Zhao glanced at the girl and continued, if you can find a more professional spiritualist, they might be able to provide a third method, such as sealing the demon's consciousness. If there are no accidents, maybe your daughter can live a peaceful life. Will there be any accidents? 50%, Chun Zhao said. Even if the demon's consciousness is sealed, its power will gradually grow. One day, When the seal fails, your daughter's consciousness will be completely devoured by the demon's consciousness. So if they coexist, won't they be devoured? That's the problem of habit. If you lift weights every day, after 3 to 5 years, even if you can't reach the level of an athlete, you won't be too far off. But if you don't do anything, what will happen if you lift a 100-kilogram barbell in the future? It's the same for your daughter. If they coexist, your daughter will gradually adapt to the demon's consciousness. Moreover, the demon's consciousness is born from her bloodline, so your daughter's consciousness will always be dominant. Also, the demon's consciousness is still your daughter. Chen Zhao looked at Sung. Of course, the decision is up to you. It was not an easy choice for a father to make. Just as Chen Zhao said, the demon's consciousness was born from his daughter's body, or rather awakened. Therefore, he agreed that it was Seng's daughter. After Chen Zhao explained the situation, it would be a difficult decision to kill any one of them or leave two alive. Seng looked at Chen Zhao. Mr. Chen, what if I only want to seal the demon's power? I can't do it. The demon's power and consciousness coexist with your daughter's consciousness. There's no such thing as sealing power alone. But I also need to live a normal life. If she remains in this state, whether it's me, my daughter, or the demon consciousness, none of us can live a normal life. Chen Zhao looked at the girl on the bed. Did you hear that? While your father is making his choice, you should also make your own choice. Do you want to accept your identity and live together with your sisters? Or do you want to wait until the day your father is tortured by you to the point of a mental breakdown, and then find a spiritualist to get rid of you? It didn't matter if they came from hell or the human world. Evil or not, demons still had to consider their interests. There was no such thing as a demon having to risk his own life to make this family into a mess. There were such situations, but that was because these demons were not complete demons. They were pure evil. A pure, chaotic, and disorderly demon consciousness naturally only knew destruction and slaughter. A complete demon would have the same or similar complex thoughts as a human. Chen Zhao had interacted with too many demons, so he knew that evil was only relative. There was no absolute evil, nor was there absolute good. The demon consciousness in the girl's body was new. However, it was more like a copy of the girl's original self with the addition of the demon's inheritance, so it had a different self-awareness from the girl. But it was nonsense to say that she was born evil. I want at least 3 days a week to be my personal time, the descendant of fear said. That's impossible. Chen Zhao shook his head. This body is your sister's body, after all. Your only choice is to appear with your sister's permission. It can't be 1, 3, 5, 5, or 2, 3, 4, or 6 hers. Then what's the difference between me and going to jail? You have to understand that you're a derivative of your sister. Your consciousness and power all exist for your sister. Unless one day you're strong enough to appear without a physical body, your only choice is to have a good relationship with your sister. Chen Zhao paused. Or you can teach your sister to use your power. This will give you more opportunities to communicate. At least 2 days a month, just 2 days, the descendant of fear said, almost begging. I agree, Sengo said seriously. Sengo didn't just compromise. More accurately, he felt sympathy for her. When Chen Zhao called the demon consciousness his daughter, he was also moved by this. Once such feelings were born, it was hard to stay calm. Imagine being a daughter who could only hide in a dark corner for the rest of her life. What would it feel like to be a father? That was why he agreed to the descendant of fear's request without discussing it with his eldest daughter. Actually, Chen Zhao could understand it. After all, Chen Zhao was a father too. In the end, Chen Zhao didn't do anything. The mission this time was more like a mediation for a family. His daughter also returned to normal. The descendant of fear kept her promise. Sungu told her daughter everything that had happened. Chen Zhao added on. His daughter also sympathized with the other consciousness in her body. She didn't complain about her father's decision. Sengo sent Chen Zhao out. Mr. Chen, thank you very much for your help. You're welcome. I didn't actually do anything. This mission was rather special to Chen Zhao. He had completed so many missions. This was the only one where he didn't use force. Take good care of your daughter, including her. Relationships need to be built. I know I can't give her a new body, but I want her to be happy too. It's good that you think like that. Just as Chun Zhao was about to leave, 5 spiritualists came in. There were 3 men and 2 women. Are you the one causing trouble? One of them was dressed the same as Hallie's. He looked at Chun Zhao coldly. Chun Zhao frowned. Mr. Sengo, do you know them? Sengo was also confused. Who are you? You don't need to know who we are. You only need to know that the reason you're still alive is because we thought you were unimportant. But now it seems that we were wrong. We should have killed you long ago to prevent you from affecting our plans. Chapter 3281. The gloomy, dispirited man raised his hand. An evil spirit started coiling around it. The next moment, the black spirit flew out of his hand and shot towards Sengo. Sengo froze in fear. He didn't even know how to dodge. However, the black spirit was blocked by another hand. Chun Zhao reached out and grabbed it. Do you know that it's taboo to attack innocent people? Chun Zhao squeezed the black spirit in his hand gently. The gloomy, dispirited man sneered. You dare to touch my black death with your body? You won't end up any better. Really? Chun Zhao looked at his palm. It had indeed turned black. It had been corroded by the black spirit's death aura. Mr. Sengo, you can go back first. Mr. Chun, don't worry. Leave it to me. You won't be of much help here. Then okay. Sengo carefully retreated into the house and closed the door softly. The moment the door closed, Chun Zhao crushed the Black Death monster. You dare to kill my Black Death, then you'll replace. Before the gloomy, dispirited man could finish, his hands fell to the ground. My hands! My hands? Oh no! The fastest to react was a woman in a purple t-shirt. Her right palm glowed with purple light, but before she could push it out, her right palm broke too. Her right palm was also broken. It wasn't the kind that was cut off, but it was torn off. Her body seemed to be pulled by some force, and she fell to the ground. Ah! The woman in the purple t-shirt screamed in pain. The others felt their scalps go numb. The fat man beside them had just taken a step forward when his body was lifted upside down. His body was lifted upside down, and his left foot was torn off. The remaining man and woman didn't dare to move anymore. They didn't understand what had happened at all. The man hadn't done anything at all. But out of their 3 companions, one had lost 2 arms, 1 palm, and 1 leg. This was practically tearing off all their limbs. They'd never seen something so cruel. In the past, they'd encountered spiritualists. They couldn't even survive 1 round of attacks. However, this ordinary-looking spiritualist in front of him was indescribably terrifying. Kill him! Kill him! Kill him! The gloomy and dispirited man roared in pain. Both of his arms had been chopped off. At this moment, he had no combat power to speak of. Magma appeared under Chun Zhao's feet. Like a snake, it coiled around the gloomy, dispirited man. The gloomy, dispirited man let out a heart-wrenching scream. The scorching lava scorched his skin. In the next moment, the lava poured directly into the cold and dispirited man's mouth. Rumble, rumble, the gloomy and dispirited man died, and he died in great pain. By the time his body fell, his organs had already been roasted. Lava seeped out his cracked skin. At this moment, Sengo wanted to come out. But before he could open the door, Chun Zhao stopped him. After all, Sengo was just an ordinary person. The scene outside was rather bloody. Mr. Chun, are you all right? I'm fine. It'll be over soon. It's better if you don't come out. Chun Zhao's lava turned into a dark shadow again. First, it completely wiped away the ashes of the gloomy, dispirited man. Then it engulfed the blood and broken limbs at the scene. Finally, it picked up the few people and left. They either no longer had the ability to fight, or they didn't have the courage to resist. Thus, they allowed Chun Zhao to bind them and leave. Chun Zhao brought them to a secluded place. Only then did he release them. Tell me, who are you? Why did you attack Sengo? Did you also awaken his daughter's demonic bloodline? No one spoke. It seemed like no one was willing to speak first. Of course, Chun Zhao never cared about their stubbornness. The dark shadow turned into countless blades, dragging the woman in the purple shirt into it. Ah! The woman was sliced into pieces by the countless spinning blades. Blood splattered everywhere. Flesh and blood flew everywhere. This went on for a minute. Then the woman went completely silent. When the dark magma retreated, the woman's corpse was no longer human. This group of people had never seen such a cruel scene. In the past, when they faced spiritualists, even if they were individually strong, most of them would be merciful. They had never met an enemy who would kill them so cruelly. The man before them was different from all the spiritualists they'd met and interacted with in the past. Powerful, cold, merciless, and merciless. I only need one person who can answer my question. I'll kill everyone else. Don't expect me to be merciful, and don't think that you'll get lucky. You can't beat me, and you can't escape from me. In Chen Zhao's eyes, these young people really weren't strong enough. They weren't that strong themselves, but they thought that they were. Chen Zhao didn't know who gave them the courage to have such a misunderstanding. Perhaps they hadn't met any decent opponents in the past, but Chen Zhao would never tolerate them. I will not accommodate them either. I'll tell you, the remaining white-clothed girl cried out bitterly. I'll tell you everything you want to know. The other's expressions changed drastically. The girl in the white shirt no longer dared to look at her friends. Just then, a breeze blew past. The girl's cries stopped abruptly. When she turned around, she saw her 3 remaining friends frozen in the distance. 3 black tentacles extended from each of their backs. Dark shadows penetrated their skin from behind and continuously seeped into their bodies. In the end, black liquid seeped out of their eyes, ears, nose, and mouth. Finally, they collapsed onto the ground powerlessly. The girl in the white shirt trembled in fear. Compared to the man before her, their bravery and ruthlessness towards others in the past wasn't even worth mentioning. Stop crying and organize your words, Chen Zhao said calmly. Don't let me feel that there's anything wrong with what you're saying. Otherwise, I'll cut you up piece by piece. You'll die more miserably than any of them. Your voice will be broken from crying. The girl in the white shirt tried her best to control her tears. She could feel that the man before her wasn't joking with her. His cruelty and coldness had already been proven in advance. It's our boss, Anthony Irk. He ordered us to do everything. Purpose. Summon the Lord of Hell, the Demon King. Demon King? Lord of Hell? At first glance, it sounded quite scary. But Chen Zhao had unparalleled experience in summoning demons. The Lord of Hell was a handsome guy, Satan. The Demon King referred to Satan and the other 6 kings of deadly sins. The 7 of them couldn't appear in the human world at all, not even as clones, unless it was like Samuel, a consciousness without any power to speak of. The other demons had more or less grown in power around Chen Zhao. But Samuel was a kitten when he first appeared. He was still a kitten now. He could occasionally borrow the power of Chen Zhao's dark shadow, but he would pant for half a day after moving a few times. So, Chen Zhao didn't believe that anyone could summon the Demon King. Chapter 3282. However, summoning demons was quite professional. Knowing 3 to 5 demon summoning spells and summoning dozens or hundreds of times wasn't considered professional. Chen Zhao was a true professional. He had summoned demons of all levels. How many sacrifices did he need for each type of demon, and what conditions did he need to summon them? Chen Zhao could basically count them all. He hadn't been in the spiritual world for long. Speaking of common sense, Chen Zhao's attempts in the spiritual world were basically counting backwards. But when it came to summoning demons, if Chen Zhao said he was second, no one would dare to say they were first. Earth was the main plane, but it was only so big. A demon lord's territory was so big. For example, Beelzebub Zophi's territory had devoured 6 or 7 demon lords of the same level. His original territory was almost as big as a world. So, the price to summon a demon of this level was already astronomical. Sacrificing tens of millions of people for a few minutes was pointless. So, in theory, it was already impossible to summon a demon of the level of a demon lord. It was impossible in the past, and it was even more impossible now. Even with Chen Zhao's relationship with Beelzebub Zophi, he probably didn't want his sacrifices. Chen Zhao still had to prepare an astronomical number of materials for the summoning ceremony. Summoning demons wasn't a one-sided contract. Activating the summoning process required very strict conditions. Magic, magic, sacrifices, and contracts, none of them could be missing. So, he had to summon a demon above the level of a demon lord. It wouldn't be as simple as a sacrifice. If a demon lord appeared in the modern world, due to the world barrier and the suppression of the power of the world, its power would be suppressed by at least half. If it was a secondary demon king, it wouldn't even have 1% of its power. Earth wasn't a small world. It was a world with complete rules. If the power of the world here completely suppressed Chun Zhao, he might self-destruct at any moment. But Chun Zhao was a native creature. He was part of the world's consciousness. So, Chun Zhao wouldn't be suppressed by the power of the world. But if he went to other worlds, he would be suppressed by the power of the world. Of course, apart from hell, Chun Zhao hadn't been to any other worlds with complete rules. All he went to were small worlds with incomplete rules. The power of the small worlds would suppress Chun Zhao, but he didn't feel uncomfortable at all. This was because Chun Zhao had a small world. His inner world was a small world. Therefore, to Chun Zhao, the world power of the small world posed no threat, or rather, the threat was relatively small. In a world with complete rules, the more powerful an outsider was, the stronger the suppression would be. Even if the great demon king was several times stronger, he would not be spared. Samuel was a typical example. Even he couldn't resist the world force under the complete laws. Therefore, when he appeared in the modern world, not to mention power, it didn't even have a complete form. It could only exist in the form of a kitten. That was why Chun Zhao told the girl that he wanted to summon the Lord of Hell. It wasn't that he didn't believe it, but he found it laughable. Where can I find your boss? Anthony Milk. I can't find him. He always contacts me when he has a mission. The white shirt girl looked at Chun Zhao in fear. Then do you know the specific steps of this summoning ritual? I know, but I'm not sure if I can complete it. Shais replied. Tell me. First, you have to gather the descendants of the King of Terror, King of Power, King of Death, King of Depravity, King of Destruction, King of Darkness, King of Blood, King of Nightmares, King of Winter, King of Fire, King of Withering, and King of Nirvana. Then, use their blood to activate the ancient magic array and summon the Lord of Hell. What's the ancient magic array? It was discovered by our boss, Anthony Irk. It's a magic circle and a relic. Where? I don't know. How often does Anthony Milk contact you? Usually 2 to 3 days. Chun Zhao carried the white shirt girl back to Los Angeles. The girl didn't know who Chun Zhao was. However, Chun Zhao had carried her all the way back to Los Angeles. The whole process took less than 3 minutes. This ability was enough to make her tremble in fear. She felt that Chun Zhao was much scarier than her boss, Anthony Milk. The girl was called Tim Isabella. She wasn't an experienced spiritualist. It had only been half a year since she entered and came into contact with the spiritual world. Then he was noticed by Anthony Irk. Speaking of which, her ability was quite powerful. She could create large amounts of water out of thin air. Furthermore, it could control the water within a certain area. If it was in a place with a lot of water, such as a river, lake, or sea, it would be very difficult. Her combat power would soar. Especially at sea level, she could even create a small tsunami. Of course, now that it was in Chun Zhao's hands, there was no need to think about it anymore. She didn't have the courage to challenge him. After all, those companions were not any weaker than her. None of them could last more than 2 rounds. After Chun Zhao threw Tim Isabella into the dungeon, Chun Zhaoshi dialed the little handsome guy's number. Little handsome, is the mount you promised me not ready yet? No, I'm working on it. Have you heard a summoning spell that uses the blood of 13 descendants of lesser demon kings to summon the 7 deadly sins? How is that possible? Even the blood of 130 or 1,300 descendants of lesser demon kings can't summon 1/10,000th of any of the 7 deadly sins, let alone 13. Even the blood of lesser demon kings can't do it. Plus, there are only 99 of them. Then, according to your estimation, if this magic formation is completed and the blood of the descendants of lesser demon kings is gathered, what level of demon can be summoned? Can it be a lesser demon king? No, it's too far away. It's possible if it's 1% of a lesser demon king's power, but it can only exist for a short time. It might not even last a breath. The consciousness and power of the summoned Lesser Demon King will be instantly destroyed by the power of the world. The remaining Demon King's power will also cause great damage. Chen Zhao couldn't help but feel nervous. How much damage will it cause? With your current strength, it won't be a threat to you. It should cause a few years of climate change. Then, the power of the world in the main plane will gradually repair the disrupted climate. It won't cause the end of humanity, right? Nope. That's good. But if someone wants to activate this summoning spell, it's most likely to be a great lord or a lord demon. Chapter 3283. Chen Zhao finished communicating with the handsome guy. Chen Zhao also relaxed a little. At least he confirmed that it wasn't a ritual to summon a demon king. It made sense. It was impossible to summon a demon king anyway, although it wasn't a groundless worry. After confirming it, Chen Zhao heaved a long sigh of relief. Even if the enemy wanted to summon a great lord, it would be troublesome. If it was a great lord, Chen Zhao was 100% confident. But in a battle of this level, Chen Zhao couldn't guarantee what kind of effect it would have, unless Chen Zhao could kill it in one blow. Otherwise, it would definitely cause great damage. On the third day, Tim Isabella told Chen Zhao. Anthony Falk had contacted her. Anthony Falk asked Tim Isabella to collect the blood of the descendant of terror as soon as possible. Chen Zhao wanted Tim Isabella to agree to his request first and tell him that she'd already collected it. Then, they agreed on the delivery location. Tim Isabella arrived at the delivery location. She was at the edge of a cornfield on a farm. After waiting for about half an hour, a car stopped in front of Tim Isabella. A man got out of the car. He wore sunglasses that covered most of his face. The man glanced at Tim Isabella. "Why are you alone?" "They're busy." Tim Isabella was actually very nervous. Nevertheless, she still forced herself to calm down and replied, "How come there's no signal when I tried to contact them earlier?" "There's no signal at the place they went to," Tim Isabella replied calmly. "I don't know what they're doing either. After getting the blood, they told me and left. I don't know where exactly they went." These were all lines that she had rehearsed before. When she'd been locked up, she'd practiced these lines countless times. So, she could speak quite fluently now. "Where's the thing I want?" Tim Isabella took out a test tube. It was filled with red liquid. There was also a strong aura. Even through the test tube, one could still feel the strong demonic aura. Such a strong aura. "Are you sure it's from the girl who just awakened?" the man asked. "Yes." Tim Isabella nodded. She didn't know if this was devil's blood, and she wasn't even sure if it was blood. Chen Zhao had prepared this for her. After hearing the words of the sunglasses man, he secretly heaved a sigh of relief. Strange. Could it be that the girl's bloodline is very similar? The man in sunglasses held the test tube and looked at it again and again. He was sure that this was indeed devil's blood. Only evil demon blood could emit such a strong, evil demon aura. But he was afraid of making a mistake. After all, he was the one who activated the demonic bloodline in the girl. At that time, he did not notice that the girl had such a pure demonic bloodline. If he had known earlier, he would have made better use of it. "Okay, you can go now," said the sunglasses man. "What about the benefits you promised me?" Tim Isabella asked. The sunglasses man smiled and took out a check. "This is yours. You guys did well this time." The man in sunglasses said, "I'll need your help next time. When they come back, tell them not to go to places without signal next time." "Got it." Tim Isabella nodded. "Oh, Anthony Irk, right?" The man in shade smiled and did not answer Tim Isabella's question directly. "I'm in a hurry. Bye." After returning to the car, the man said to the driver beside him, "Let's go." "Did you get it?" the driver asked. "Yes, but something's not right. Let's go first. Hurry." After the car left, Tim Isabella was somewhat hesitant. She was unsure if she should stay where she was. She did not dare to run. After all, Chen Zhao's terror was still fresh in her memory. She wasn't sure if she would be punished if she left without telling Chen Zhao. At the moment, Chen Zhao was chasing the car. The car had been driving for an hour. "Are you sure there's something wrong with that woman?" the driver asked. "I'm not sure, but I can't contact her companions. Didn't she say that they went to a place without signal? I've checked the whereabouts of those people, and there are no records of them leaving the city. 3 days ago, Her companions disappeared. Their families and friends don't have accurate information about them, and their daily necessities are still there. You've been investigating this for the past few days. What we're doing is too risky. We have to be careful with every operation. What do we do now? Keep driving in the city. Don't stop. 1 hour, 2 hours, 3 hours. The car kept driving in the city without any rules. Should we keep driving? Yes. The man in sunglasses nodded. I don't see anyone following us. Stop at the service station in front. I'll go buy some food. The man got out of the car and bought some food. Then he returned to the car. Okay, we can go back now. But we haven't given the client our stuff yet. Already? In this service station? Yes. The man in sunglasses nodded. The driver was about to start driving when a man suddenly appeared in front of them. The driver rolled down the window and was about to yell. The man walked to the back door of the car and sat in. Chun Zhao leaned against the window and supported his face with one hand. Drive. Who are you? Chun Zhao tilted his head and looked at the two people in front. Tell me, who did you give the stuff to? The driver and the man in sunglasses glanced at each other. They moved in unison and opened their car doors, wanting to rush out. Click! Before they could open the door, it locked automatically. Then the accelerator was pressed down and the car started. It sped out of the service station. Both of their expressions changed. Who exactly are you? I'm the one asking you questions, not the other way around. You should be clear about the current situation. Don't you know who we are? We're from the Wayne brothers and sisters. You won't have a good ending if you attack us. The car sped up faster and faster. It even exceeded the car's original horsepower. The car sped down the street. Both of them lost control of the car. Even the police car that was chasing them was left far behind. The car sped out of the city. The two were already pressed into the seats, unable to move. Do you know where the end of this road is? Chun Zhao asked. No, I don't. Take coast, but there's a cliff at the end. At this speed, there's still about 18 minutes. This means that you have 18 minutes to think about my question. Chapter 3284. The man in shades and the driver tried all sorts of methods. Escape from the car, or control Chun Zhao. But they all failed. They still couldn't control the car. By then, the car had already entered the coastal highway. They could already see the end of the highway on the cliff. The two grew even more anxious. Stop the car. You'll die too. Stop the car. Sorry, you'll be the ones dying, Chun Zhao said casually. The car suddenly sped up again. By then, the car had already turned toward the cliff. 50 meters, 40 meters, 30 meters. It was getting closer and closer. Stop! The man in shades yelled hysterically. I'll tell you. Whoosh! The car charged off the cliff. The man in shades and the driver both let out heart-wrenching cries. But the car didn't fall. Instead, it floated a dozen meters above the cliff. What's going on? The two broke out in cold sweat and couldn't help but swallow. You don't need to be agitated like this, Chun Zhao said, smiling. Who the fuck are you? From now on, please be careful when you speak. I'll extract some organs from your bodies according to the situation, Chun Zhao said. Now, Chun Zhao said, can you tell me which one of you is Anthony Irk or where he is now? We're not Anthony Irk. We don't know him either. As soon as the man in shades finished speaking, his left ear fell off. My ear. My ear, what did you do? The man in shades screamed in pain. I don't like lies. I'm telling the truth, the man in shades said in pain. We're dangerous carriers. Anthony Irk is only our client. We've never seen him before. How do I know if you're telling the truth? You can log on to our secret website with your phone and search for information about us. Chun Zhao took out his phone and typed in their website. As expected, information about them popped up. The two of them were people who specialized in transporting special items for various industries, especially the spiritual world. This was especially true for the spirit world. Most of the items they transported were items commissioned by the spirit world. They could be treasures that people fought over or items that could cause great harm. For example, the demon blood this time. They didn't care what the demon blood was used for. But Chun Zhao still didn't believe them. I heard your conversation with Elizabeth. Your relationship is not as simple as transporting goods. It's just a website. I can prepare 100 in a minute. This kind of preparation is meaningless. I activated that girl's demon bloodline. To be precise, she only activated it after I gave it to her. This is also a request. It's from Anthony Milk. He asked us to deliver it to the girl. Well, what about your relationship with Elizabeth? Did you entrust Elizabeth or that Anthony Milk? It's Anthony Milk, but your conversation makes me feel like you hired them. All right, we already knew who they were before this. They had just awakened less than half a year ago, but they were all very powerful and high profile. So we just pretended to be Anthony Irk and talked to her. Chun Zhao rubbed his chin and picked up the phone. Aluntarai, Manette, what do you think? President, there are a lot of loopholes in his answers. First of all, he said he was trying to disguise Anthony Falco's tone. To disguise Anthony Falco's tone, the person must be someone familiar with him. However, Miss Elizabeth didn't notice his conversation with her, which means he's not only good at disguising himself, but he's also very familiar with Miss Elizabeth. From these 2 points, we can tell he's not just a delivery man, Aluntarai said. President, let me add something, Manette said. I logged in according to the website he gave me. The website looks similar, but there are many loopholes. I checked the back-end records, and only today has an IP. There's also no record of a request. This means that his preparation isn't perfect. This is their mistake. Another thing is that their delivery method seems very strict, but there are actually many loopholes. They only stopped once at the service station and even bought something. So, if we break the process into several steps, we can understand their delivery method. First, they get off the car, enter the store, choose the item, and pay. I discussed it with Aluntarai. The most likely step is the payment step. You mean there's a problem with the cashier? No, there's nothing wrong with the cashier. They give the cashier the banknotes with the information of the goods. At this time, the customers following behind get the banknotes from the cashier by giving them change. This is a more popular underground transaction method now. They use an unrelated person as a middleman, and then complete the transaction without the middleman knowing. Chun Zhao understood. He raised his head and looked at the man in shades and the driver. Now, do you have anything else to add? Both of their expressions became extremely ugly. I've heard of dangerous goods transportation, Manette added. But it's not like this. First of all, they won't take the goods from a certain place. Instead, they'll pick up the goods from a certain place. The delivery method is also more strict. So, President, I think you can obtain information through violence now. It'll be more effective. Okay, sorry for interrupting your vacation. Continue to have fun. Chun Zhao looked at the two. You still have some time. The man in shades and the driver felt a force pressing down on them from all directions. Their bodies started shrinking. Chun Zhao looked at them calmly. You'll soon be squashed into meatballs by my power. Before you die, you still have a chance to speak. Just like Miss Elizabeth, I only need someone to speak. The man in shades and the driver glanced at each other. They could already feel extreme pain. Their bones were wailing. Their bodies pressed against each other under the unfamiliar force. They started panting heavily, but it couldn't reduce their pain. Soon, they found it hard to breathe. Blood started seeping out from their mouths, noses, and ears. Their eyes bulged out from their bloodshot eyes. I'll talk, the driver said with difficulty. Chun Zhao looked at the time. 49 seconds. I thought you could last at least a minute. Chapter 3285. The man's body became smaller and smaller. He was growing into a sphere. He could no longer speak. Just then, the man's body started changing. His skin turned black and a horn grew out of his head. But this couldn't delay his death. The pressure didn't stop. Seeing this, the driver's mood also fell to the bottom of the valley. Even after his partner used his trump card, he couldn't turn the situation around. You don't have much time, Chun Zhao asked. Do you still want to delay? The driver thought for a while and said, A year ago, a group of people found me and said that I'm the same type of person as them. They wanted me to join them. At first, I refused, but then they proved that we're the same type of person. The same type of person? Chun Zhao studied the driver carefully. You have demon blood too? Yes. The driver nodded. Then I joined the organization. Anthony Rourke joined after me. Anthony Milk? That's him, the driver said. I thought he was the culprit behind everything. Chun Zhao was dazed. The big boss he'd thought of was just a small fry now. His power was average, and so was his skill. But thinking about it, it made sense. Ordinary people would not be able to execute such a big plan. He's not, the driver said. We're just the lowest in the church. What church? Three Gods Church. We worship the King of Darkness, Angelo Mahalaka, the King of Sin, Kirkener Geetham, and the Supreme King of all things, Lartai Worcester. Chun Zhao was still shocked when he heard about the King of Blackness. But thinking about it, the demon kings of hell didn't matter if they were the king of the 7 deadly sins or the secondary demon kings. Their names were their surnames. They would only give other surnames. They couldn't have both names and surnames. For example, Beelzebub Zophi. Beelzebub was the demon king camp that he belonged to. It was his subordinate surname. Zophi was his family's surname and name. If he was lucky enough to become a secondary demon king in the future, he'd give up the surname Beelzebub. Then, he'd call him Demon King Zophi. Therefore, Chun Zhao was very sure that none of the 3 demon kings that the 3 God sect worshipped were real demon kings. Of course, if the masterminds behind all this were the 3 so-called demon kings, their ultimate goal was to descend into the modern world. He had no choice but to tell his followers his name. After all, to complete the summoning, one's real name was a must. The only people they could deceive were those who were not in the industry. Anyone with the slightest bit of knowledge would know that these names could not possibly be the names of the Demon King. From the first day we joined, we were given the mission of freeing the 3 gods from their imprisonment and leading them into the real world. The driver said, "We belong to the King of Darkness, Angeli Mahalaka. Our main responsibility is to complete our own work. I don't know about the progress of the other 2 branches. Your 3 God sect has different factions. Of course, we only believe in our own God." Chen Zhao nodded. "Looks like your faith isn't that strong." The driver shrugged. "I have my own will. I know what I'm doing." In other words, you actually know what kind of group you've joined. Do you know what kind of life I lived in the past? My house was stolen by the bank. My family left me, and I could only spend the night in a paper box in minus 12 degrees Celsius. I want to change the world. I want to get back what I've lost. With demons, the high priest said that when our king descends, we'll be promoted. We'll become kings, the rulers of a region. We'll have everything. What we lost in the past, what we didn't have, we'll get back 100 or 1,000 times in the future. Chun Zhao rested a hand on one side of his face and tilted his body slightly. Yes, continue. Of course, the prerequisite is that I have to live. I know that it sounds sad to rely on a god or a demon to realize one's dream, but it's my only choice, right? Perhaps. Chun Zhao was very sure that their wish would most likely fail. After all, the god they believed in wasn't even a secondary demon king. If a secondary demon king really descended, and it wouldn't be suppressed by the power of the world. After descending, if these servants could really receive rewards, they might really realize their so-called dreams. There were too many prerequisites. But the savior they hoped for wasn't a secondary demon king. Even if he really descended, there wouldn't be absolute dominating power. But there were humans like Chun Zhao in this world. So even if they descended, they wouldn't be able to overturn the order of human society, unless they didn't cause too much of a commotion when descending. If they hid after descending and planned in secret for a few hundred years, they might really be able to shake the order of human society. But then, it would definitely have nothing to do with believers. The leader of our sect is the high priest. He's the leader of everything. All the missions and progress related to summoning our god are issued by him. How do we find him? Or where is your base? We don't have a base. Every gathering is informed by the higher-ups. If we want to find the high priest, we have to find someone to receive us. What about the person? Earlier, when Anthony Irk went to the service station, he sent something out. I'm very sure that he didn't send the demonic blood out. I've been watching his every move. The thing and the information are separated. When we passed a certain road in the city, there was a manhole cover that was open. After our car passed by, the demonic blood would be thrown into the manhole. Anthony Irk went to the service station to send this information out. The method is just as your subordinate guessed. Chen Zhao nodded. In other words, my tracking has failed, and you can't provide me with any more useful information, right? The driver felt a chill. He could already feel Chun Zhao's murderous intent toward him. Wait, I can't provide you with information about her sect, but I know some information about the other sections. Didn't you say you don't know anything about the other sects? Or are you planning to lie to me on the spot? I don't know, but some news reports always report supernatural events. We can easily tell that the supernatural events reported in the news are very similar to the actions of our faction. Chapter 3286. Santa Fe, city capital of New Mexico. Chun Zhao and the driver from the Three Gods sect, Blinken, had been here for 2 days. Blinken pushed open the door. Mr. Chun, I found it. Let's go. I hope the information you've gathered is useful. Chun Zhao and Blinken drove to their destination, an ordinary apartment. Knock, knock. Chun Zhao knocked on the door. Just then, the door opened, but only a crack. Inside was a young woman who looked less than 30 years old. She was quite pretty, but her face was a little haggard. Who are you looking for? Is this the home of Dai Ong and his wife? Yes, I'm Creel D'Ambreletta. My husband is at work. If you want to see him, you'll have to wait for another 2 hours. The woman scrutinized Chun Zhao and Blinken. Hello, Ms. Creel. Chun Zhao looked at Creel. We're here for your daughter. You are the police? Creel's face immediately turned cold. She didn't seem to like cops. No, we're not the police. We've said everything we need to say. What else do you want? My daughter has been dead for more than half a year, and you guys don't have any clues at all. Every time, you guys ask the same question. I've had enough. I've had enough of you guys. Collier lost control of his emotions. Chun Zhao calmly watched as Creel cursed and lost his composure. Creel slammed the door angrily. Chun Zhao and Blinken were still standing at the door. About a few minutes later, the door opened again. Collier pulled the door open. Come in. You'd better give me some useful information. Chun Zhao and Blinken finally entered the house. Clear poured a glass of water for them. Tell me, what do you want to ask? Ms. Cryer, as I said before, we are not the police. Well, which department are you from? We're in charge of the supernatural. Sir, are you sure you're here to investigate my daughter's death? You're not joking? Chun Zhao glanced at Blinken. Blinken stretched out his hands, and a dark red energy ball started brewing between his palms. Are you satisfied with this answer? Ms. Cryer. Creel covered his mouth in disbelief. After a long while, Creel finally calmed down a little. Is my daughter's death a supernatural event? Her death should be murder, but it's related to the supernatural world, Chun Zhao said. She's just a 6-year-old child. How could she have anything to do with people like you? She didn't offend the people from the spiritual world, Chun Zhao said helplessly. The people from the spiritual world have their eyes on her. Could it be that the world of people like you is filled with such perverts? No wonder Creel was so mean to Chun Zhao. After all, her daughter had died a violent death. He couldn't ask her to have a good impression of the spiritual world anymore. Miss Creel, I'm sorry. Although there aren't many of them, they do exist in the shadows. Tell me, what exactly happened? Who killed my daughter? Why did they treat my daughter in such a cruel way? She was only a child. She was only 6 years old. The more Creel spoke, the more agitated he became. In the end, he broke down and burst into tears. After she calmed down, Chun Zhao said, I also want to know who killed your daughter. In other words, you don't know who did it either, right? We hope to get some information from you and your husband, or to see if your daughter's belongings are still there. You need Rachel and me to cooperate? Yes, we do. If you find that person, can we kill him ourselves? Miss Creel, do you know that killing is never easy? I don't care. I just want to take revenge in my own way. I want to kill him. I dream of killing him. Fury and hatred were burning in Creel's eyes. Creel looked at Chun Zhao and Blinken. You're not cops, are you? Your goal isn't to seek justice for my daughter. You just want to find the murderer. No, we're seeking justice, Chun Zhao said indifferently. Trust me, Chun Zhao said calmly. They'll regret what they've done after falling into my hands. Ms. Creel, killing is actually a scary thing. Creel started crying again. After crying, her attitude was still determined. I don't want to listen to those big theories. I just want a chance. Do you know that I dream of my daughter every day? She's crying to me. She tells me that her entire body hurts. Can you understand this feeling? Just then, the door was pushed open. Ryan Dion was back. He saw two strangers in the house. Creel, who are they? Are they the police again? Riley Dion was a firefighter. He was tall and looked very strong. We're here to investigate your daughter's death, Chun Zhao answered. Creel told him about Chun Zhao and Brinken's identities. Brinken demonstrated his ability again. Riley Dion sat on the sofa in silence. Rayleigh didn't say anything after that. Creel was still expressing his strong demands. Personally punish the murderer. Just then, Rachel stood up. I'll take you to my daughter's room. I'm not sure what's useful, but maybe you can find some clues. Creel, can you get me something to eat? I'm very hungry. Chun Zhao and Blake followed Rachel to their daughter's room. Sir, I hope that you can inform me as soon as you find the murderer, or I can go with you. Mr. Rachel, compared to your wife, I think you should be calmer. You should know that this won't do you any good. But I just can't control myself. I want to kill him. I just want to kill him. The impulsiveness and murderous aura that Rayleigh Dion displayed was even stronger than that of his wife, Cryle. That's not a person, Chun Zhao said. You'll sink into madness. Just then, Chun Zhao realized that there was an unknown flower in a bottle on the desk. The flower was about to wither. However, it was emitting a faint magic power. Chun Zhao picked it up. Do you recognize this? Rachel glanced at the flower and nodded silently. Light red flower. It's used to stimulate the bloodline, but it's extremely poisonous, Brinken answered. Chun Zhao looked at Rhett. Do you know who gave this flower to your daughter? Chapter 3287. What's wrong with the flower? If we can find out who sent this flower, then our target can probably be narrowed down a lot. Before Rayleigh could answer, Creel, who was standing at the door, spoke up. It's my daughter's teacher, Creel said. I remember that I went to pick her up that day. She got in the car happily with this flower in her hand. She likes it a lot and said that the teacher gave it to her. As Creel spoke, his body began to tremble. Is the person who sent this flower the murderer who killed my daughter? I can't be sure, but it's very suspicious. In a mansion, Marshall Griner had just returned home from work. After busying himself for a while, he prepared dinner. He liked his solitary life where no one would disturb him. However, just as he was about to enjoy dinner, the lights in the room suddenly went out. Marshall Griner cursed under his breath. He stood up to check the electric switch. However, the moment he stood up, a hand suddenly landed on his shoulder and pushed him back to his seat. Marshall Griner's heart tightened. You're Marshall Griner, right? Sir, if there's anything valuable in the house, you can take it. Please don't hurt me, Marshall Griner said hurriedly. At this time, there was a flower on his plate. A wilted flower. Marshall Griner's pupils constricted. Very good. Looks like you know this flower. Sir, I don't know what you're talking about. Marshall Griner's voice sounded forced. It's fine. I'm not here for evidence anyway. Sir, can we talk? How much do you want? Chun Zhao took out his phone. Mr. Rayleigh, you can come in now. Marshall Griner's expression changed once again. Then he heard the sound of the door being kicked open violently. Then there were footsteps and the sound of a metal pipe being dragged. Ryan Dion was dragging a metal baseball bat in his hand. Mr. Chun, are you sure it's him? Yes. Even if it's not him, he's related to your daughter's death. Chun Zhao nodded. Mr. Rayleigh, please calm down. Don't listen to his nonsense. Chun Zhao lifted one of Marshall Griner's arms. With a low growl, Rayleigh smashed the baseball bat down. Marshall Grinnell howled in pain. It had to be said that the villa he chose was quite secluded. There was no one living within a radius of several kilometers. This would give him a comfortable life experience. Of course, this also caused some unfavorable aspects. For example, right now, he needed someone to hear his screams. Tell me why? Isn't my little Mary cute enough? Rayleigh Dion's face was ferocious, and his veins were bulging. He raised the metal baseball bat again. Tell me why? Why? Crack. Marshall Grinnell's thigh was broken. She is an angel. Why would anyone hurt her? Why? Tell me why. Riley Dion used to live on the streets. Therefore, he knew how to make people suffer more. Suddenly, a wave of energy rippled out from Marshall Grindell's body. Chun Zhao and Rhett both took 2 steps back. Marshall Grimmer propped himself up in pain. His entire body was trembling slightly. Okay, I'll tell you why. Marshal Grimmer's pained expression suddenly turned ferocious. His facial muscles stiffened as if he'd injected too much Botox. His pupils also showed an inhuman state. His fingernails sharpened, and his limbs that had been broken were twisting in an inconceivable way before their joints were reconnected. Mr. Chun. Chun Zhao walked up calmly. He grabbed the back of Marshal Grindel's neck and pressed him to the ground. He's just struggling, Chun Zhao said indifferently. It's a useless struggle. Marshal Grindel tried to climb up and fight back, but he couldn't. Chun Zhao was too strong. Let's continue. Seeing Marshal Grindel's transformation, Rhett Dion was even more certain that Marshal was the murderer. He was even more certain that he was the murderer who killed his daughter. There was no longer any hesitation in his actions. Why? Bang! Bang! It had to be said that after demonizing, Marshal Grindel was even more resistant to beatings. However, this didn't mean that he couldn't feel pain. Rhett Dion was still very strong. He even used a metal baseball bat. Even a demon's body could be injured. Who else apart from you? Tell me, who else? Marshal Grindel endured the pain. Do you want to know? You know that you're on the verge of death. You don't know who you're facing. I only know that I'll kill you demons with my own hands. Then why should I tell you? If you tell me now, you can die more easily, Chun Zhao said indifferently. I'll tell you. Let me go. Chun Zhao's finger slid across Marshal Grindel's skin and tore off a strip of flesh. I'll tear your body apart piece by piece. Trust me, I'm good at it. Then came the cruel torture. The entire process didn't last long. Marshal didn't hide anything. At least, Chun Zhao got the information he wanted. Marshal Grindel's superior. Rhett Dion looked at the dying Marshal Grindel on the ground. How should we deal with this guy? Hell is prepared for people like him, Chun Zhao said. With that, Chun Zhao suddenly increased his strength. Marshal Griner tried to struggle for a while, but he soon stopped moving. Mr. Rhett, are you satisfied with this result? Are you going to that nest next? Mr. Rhett, it's a supernatural battle next. I'll go with you. Rhett Dion took out his gun. Look, I've even prepared this guy. Chun Zhao shook his head with a smile. Those guys don't eat this. Do you have anything that can kill these demons? A baby holding a gun might hurt the baby, but it might also hurt itself. I'm not a baby. I've killed people before. Once, I met an arsonist in a fire. I doused him with gasoline and kicked him into the fire. I told you it's too dangerous. Or maybe I should find the way myself. Chun Zhao rubbed his forehead. It would be more dangerous if he did. It would be fine if he didn't find it. But if he did, or if he was discovered, it would only put the couple in more danger. Fine. No matter what happens later, don't leave my sight. If you agree, I'll take you there. Chapter 3288. Rayleigh's courageous performance won Chun Zhao's praise. However, he was still a bit scared. As Chun Zhao drove, he glanced at Riley Dion in the passenger seat. Don't be too nervous. Just stay by my side. Under normal circumstances, there won't be any danger. Okay, I know. What's under normal circumstances? What's not under normal circumstances? As long as the world isn't destroyed, it's under normal circumstances, Chun Zhao said, chuckling. Huh? Hearing Chun Zhao's joke, Rayleigh also laughed. At the same time, he felt much more relaxed. After half an hour, Chun Zhao stopped the car. They were an abandoned dock. There were stacked containers everywhere. However, no one had maintained them. After being exposed to the wind and rain, the containers were all rusted. It's here, right? According to what that guy said, it should be here. After all, Rayleigh was a local. He knew the local names and locations better. After the two got out of the car, Chun Zhao glanced at Rayleigh. Where's your metal baseball bat? Didn't you say the thing can't kill demons? It's useful for revenge. It hurts when you fight with your bare hands. Some things have very thick skin, too. Rayleigh thought for a moment. Then he returned to the car and picked up the bat. The abandoned dock wasn't empty. In the empty space inside, a few cranes were working. There were also many people in black robes around. The cranes lifted the containers one by one, and then dumped out a large amount of flesh, blood, and bones. Of course, the bones weren't human. They were all cows and sheep. However, the scene was really disgusting. The flesh and blood filled up a huge magic array. What are they doing? Rayleigh and Chun Zhao were lying on top of a container. They could see most of the abandoned dock. Summoning demons. After being filled up by the flesh and blood, the huge magic array started working. Black smoke seeped out of the magic array, forming an empty door of flesh and blood. Then a large number of low-level demons came out of the door. As soon as they came out, they pounced on the corpses of the cows and sheep and started gnawing on them. Rayleigh covered his mouth, a trace of worry on his face. He glanced at Chun Zhao beside him. Mr. Chun, are you sure you can handle it? Those things are very low level. Even you can deal with 2 or 3 of them. Then how many can you handle? It doesn't matter how many. Chun Zhao shrugged. There's no point in having more of those things. Then when do we start? No rush, Chun Zhao said. I haven't seen the person in charge yet. We're not here to deal with these small fries. But that scene looks a little scary. After all, it was Rayleigh's first time experiencing a supernatural event. So it was understandable that they were uneasy. Needless to say, these people's actions were quite extravagant. After summoning a large number of low-level demons, it started to gather a large number of evil spirits. Through the magic array, he released an aura that attracted evil spirits. Then, countless evil spirits began to surge in from all directions. They then combined the evil spirits into even more terrifying evil spirits. Just then, a few cars drove in from outside. A few evil cultists in red robes got out of the car. The evil cultists in the area all bowed to these red-robed evil cultists. The red-robed evil cultists began to give orders. The low-level evil cultists began to dig up the concrete floor. There was actually a magic array under the abandoned pier. No wonder the pier was abandoned. Huh, do you know why? Chun Zhao looked at Rayleigh. This pier used to be the city's largest trading center. This dock was originally the city's largest trading hub. Every day, a large number of imports and exports came and went from here. But no one knows when it started. Murders kept happening here. Every day, there would be a murder, and no one had ever caught the murderer. It lasted for 13 days, and 13 people died. The police couldn't find any clues or motive, so the dock was completely abandoned. All the workers at the dock were unwilling to continue working. Later, it was reopened, but another person died on that day. Since then, it has never been reopened. Ever since then, it hasn't been reopened. Just then, the red-robed evil cultists in the center each took out a bottle of blood and poured it onto the magic array on the ground. Then, they joined hands and chanted in unison. Rayleigh had a premonition. He turned to look at Chun Zhao. What are you waiting for? The real boss hasn't come out yet. If we break the ritual now, there might be a bunch of people with brain problems who will continue to summon the big guy in the future. It's better to wait for them to summon the big boss and then deal with them together. But aren't they summoning a demon king? Don't worry. I've asked professionals. They're not summoning a demon king. What professionals? A real demon king. Just then, blood rose from the ground. The ground cracked, and a huge hand pierced out of the magic array. Then the head, and then the body. The huge demon was climbing out of the summoning ritual with difficulty. Great King of Sin, Kirkener Gizitan, respond to your servant's call. We will welcome you with unparalleled glory. The huge demon's upper body had already passed through the magic array. His skin was bright red. He had 2 wings on his back and 10 eyes on his face. There was also a ring of fire formed by hellfire above his head. He, or rather she was a female demon with obvious gender characteristics. Kirkener Gizitan, have finally come to the modern world. Kirkener Gizitan was still trying his best to climb out of the magic array. My loyal servants, increase your magic power. Your offerings are all under my watch. The moment I truly descend, you will receive unparalleled blessings. The cultists chanted even louder. Their master's request seemed to be their greatest motivation. The low-level demons that had been summoned earlier had been greedily devouring the offerings. But now, they were trembling under Kirkener Gizitan's demonic aura. They all knelt before the magic array, sincerely waiting for Kirkener Gizitan's arrival. Riley Dion's jaw dropped at the sight. Was this the person he wanted to take revenge on? Could humans really defeat this kind of demon? Just then, Chun Zhao stood up. Okay, now it's the official start. Start what? Chen Zhao looked back at Rayleigh Dion. Save the world. Chen Zhao raised his right arm. Chapter 3289. The world of fire descended. Boom! Instantly, the entire world was engulfed in flames. The sky was a boundless crimson red. The ground was filled with rivers of lava. Dozens of volcanoes could be seen in the distance. Most of the demons and cultists were instantly vaporized by the heat. Rayleigh Dion was terrified. The cultists and demons had all been vaporized instantly. But the temperature here was indeed the limit. Even the metal boxes under their feet were melting. But what surprised him was that he could feel the heat, but it wasn't unbearable. As a fireman, this heat was still within his tolerance range. Rayleigh stared at Chen Zhao in shock. What's going on? That's why I said don't leave my sight. Chen Zhao looked at Kirkener Gizadin. As a demon lord, she was both shocked and furious. She didn't understand what was happening at all. Trap! Damn it, it's a trap, you traitors! Kirkener's huge palm descended from the sky and slammed onto the ground. A few red-clothed priests were instantly slapped to death by Kirkener Gizida. Kirkener looked at Jean C. I want you all to die. 10 black beams shot out of Kirkener's 10 eyes at the same time. Her 10 eyes could move at will as she chased after the cultists. Any cultist who was hit by her black ray would instantly turn into black iron. Chen Zhao raised a shield in front of him. Don't move, Chen Zhao said to Rayleigh, turning back. Rayleigh Dion nodded stiffly. The next moment, Rayleigh's vision blurred. Her ears were bleeding from the loud explosion. Chen Zhao had already disappeared. Kirkendall suddenly stopped his attack. She looked down and saw a hole in her chest. Jean C. held the demon's heart in his hand. The dark serum enveloped the heart and devoured it. Kirkener turned his head and grinned at Chen Zhao. You think I'm only... Before Kirkendall could finish, the dark serum burst out of her body. You're the king of wrath. The dark serum flowed back to Chen Zhao's side. Then, an even more turbulent black tide swallowed Kirkener Gizadin. Kirkendall Gizadin wasn't very powerful. Chen Zhao had killed many demon lords in the past. She could only be considered average. The so-called king of evil was just an empty title. Chen Zhao devoured Kirkener Gizadin directly. Kirkener Gizadin couldn't raise Chen Zhao's upper limit. In the end, they would only become nourishment for the darkness origin liquid. Chen Zhao looked around. In the next instant, a rain of fire began to fall from the sky. It was like the end of the world, a complete baptism. Aside from Rayleigh Dion, there was no one else alive. He put away the world of flames. The surroundings regained their calm. An abandoned dock was still an abandoned dock. However, the ground and the containers looked as if they had just been thrown into a volcano and roasted. It had already cooled, but left behind hardened lava everywhere. When the flame world was put away, it also took away the high temperature. Therefore, the area that was enveloped instantly cooled down. The inner world was a very useful skill. Of course, it was mainly used against high-level enemies, using a small world to limit the area of destruction. He could drag the enemy into his own small world. Rayleigh Dion landed on the ground and looked at the devastated ground. He couldn't imagine such a terrifying demon invasion. It had actually ended in such a short time. Sorry, it seems like you don't have many enemies left. Chen Zhao looked around. Suddenly, he reached out and grabbed in the distance. Chen Zhao caught a red-clothed priest and tossed him before Rayleigh Dion. I don't know who he is, but he must be a bad guy. Maybe you can vent on him. The red priest was very lucky. He actually didn't die in that kind of environment. Rayleigh Dion had already lost interest in the cultist. He also knew that the battle just now wasn't of his level. He didn't have the right to interfere. If Chen Zhao wasn't here, he wouldn't even have the right to watch. Whatever. Chen Zhao casually strangled the red priest to death. Your hatred ends here. Go back to your normal life with your wife. You're still young and can have another child. You can give your daughter's love to your second child. Rayleigh Dion opened his arms and hugged Chen Zhao. If I'm in trouble again, can I call you? Of course. Chen Zhao patted Rayleigh's shoulder. Chen Zhao gave him his personal number. How do we go back now? Chen Zhao felt a bit awkward. He'd burned Riley's car. He'd sent Riley to his house. Riley looked at Chun Zhao. Do you usually save the world like this? Actually, not most of the time. Also, this is your compensation. No, I don't need compensation. You've already helped me a lot. This is for your car. Do you want to go in for a drink? No, I'm still busy saving the world. Then goodbye. In the next few days, Chun Zhao continued to investigate the Three Gods sect. The Three Gods sect was well hidden, but as long as they took action, there would definitely be clues. Not everything could be solved with violence, but he could definitely save the world. This meant that Chun Zhao spent most of his time searching for clues. With the help and analysis of Alinter and Manet, Chun Zhao finally eliminated the other two factions of the Three Gods sect. There might be some who slipped through, but they wouldn't amount to much. After dealing with all the commissions on hand, Chun Zhao heaved a sigh of relief. It wouldn't be long before another pile of missions piled up, but Chun Zhao could finally relax for now. Hey, Mr. Chun, I'm Ben Gale. Mr. Ben Gale, hello. Mr. Chung, the two planes you asked us to decorate are already done. When will you come over to take a look and give us some suggestions? I don't have time now. I'll send someone over to check. If there's no problem, I'll pay you the rest. It was almost the traditional Chinese New Year again. Chun Zhao didn't plan on returning to China this year. After all, he just screwed Zhang Tianyi over. Chun Zhao didn't know if Zhang Tianyi would screw him over if he went back. This year, he planned to celebrate with his family at home. After 20 days of exchange, the people from the supernatural organization finally came back. Wes said that the exchange was quite successful. He hoped that there would be another opportunity. Chun Zhao didn't dare to agree easily. This time, they were going out for an exchange. He had to handle the entire organization's work alone. He'd almost gone crazy. If he had to do it again soon, Chun Zhao felt that he would really go crazy.